within 180 days after the date of the enactment of this act, the director shall develop a process by which any individual enrolled in or covered under a health benefits plan under the program who is not eligible to be so enrolled or covered shall be disenrolled or removed from enrollment in or coverage under that health benefits plan. G, earned benefits and healthcare administrative services associated oversight and audit funding. Section 8909 of Title V United States Code is amended. 1. In subsection A2 by inserting before the period at the end the following, except that the amounts required to be set aside under subsection B2 shall be subject to the limitations that may be specified annually by Congress. And 2. In subsection B, A, by redesignating paragraph 2 as paragraph 3, and B, by inserting after paragraph 1 the following. 2. In fiscal year 2026, fiscal year 2026.
With AI, almost anything is possible. But that goes for cybercriminals too. They can create
in fiscal year 2026, $66 million to be derived from all contributions and to remain available until the end of fiscal year 2035 for the Director of Office to carry out subsection C through F of the FEHB Protection Act of 2025. Section 90102, Pandemic Response Accountability Committee. A, Pandemic Response Accountability Committee funding availability. In addition to amounts otherwise available, there is appropriated for fiscal year 2026 out of any money in the Treasury not otherwise appropriated, $88 million to remain available until expended for the Pandemic Response Accountability Committee to support oversight of the coronavirus response and of funds provided in this act or any other act pertaining to the coronavirus pandemic.
B, CARES Act. Section 15010 of the CARES Act, Public Law 116-136, 134, Stat 533, is amended. 1. In subsection A6, A, in subparagraph E, by striking or at the end, B, in subparagraph F, by striking and at the end and inserting or, and C, by adding at the end the following. G, the act titled An Act to Provide for Reconciliation pursuant to Title II of H. Con. Res. 14 and 2 in subsection K by striking 2025 and inserting 2034. Section 90103, Appropriation for the Office of Management and Budget. In addition to amounts otherwise available, there is appropriated to the Office of Management and Budget for fiscal year 2025, out of any money in the Treasury not otherwise appropriated, $100 billion, to remain available until September 30th, 2029, for purposes of finding budget and accounting efficiencies in the executive branch. Title 10, Committee on the Judiciary. Subtitle A, Immigration and Law Enforcement Matters. Part 1, Immigration Fees. Section 100001, Applicability of the Immigration Laws. A, Applicability. The fees under this subtitle shall apply to aliens in the circumstances described in this subtitle. B, Terms. The terms used under this subtitle shall have the meanings given such terms in Section 101 of the Immigration and Nationality Act, 8 U.S.C. 1101. C, references to Immigration and Nationality Act. Except as otherwise expressly provided, any reference in this subtitle to a section or other provision shall be considered to be to a section or other provision of the Immigration and Nationality Act, 8 U.S.C. 1101 et sec. Section 100001 002, asylum fee. A, in general, in addition to any other fee authorized by law, the Secretary of Homeland Security or the Attorney General, as applicable, shall require the payment of a fee equal to the amount specified in this section by any alien who files an application for asylum. Under Section 208, 8 U.S.C. 1158, at the time such application is filed. B, initial amount. During fiscal year 2025, the amount specified in this section shall be the greater of 1, $100, or 2, such amount as the Secretary or the Attorney General, as applicable, may establish by rule. C, annual adjustments for inflation. During fiscal year 2026 and during each subsequent fiscal year, the amount specified in this section shall be equal to the sum of 1, the amount of the fee required under this section for the most recently concluded fiscal year, and 2, the product resulting from the multiplication of the amount referred to in paragraph 1 by the percentage, if any, by which the consumer price index for all urban consumers for the month of July preceding the date on which such adjustment takes effect exceeds the consumer price index for all urban consumers for the same month of the preceding calendar year, rounded to the next lowest multiple of $10. D, disposition of asylum fee proceeds exceeding during each fiscal year. 1, 50% of the fees received from aliens filing applications with the Attorney General, A, shall be credited to the Executive Office for Immigration Review, and B, may be retained and expended without further appropriation. 2, 50% of fees received from alien filing applications with the Secretary of Homeland Security, A, shall be credited to the U.S. Citizenship and Immigration Services, B, shall be deposited into the Immigration Examinations Fee account established under Section 286M, 8 U.S.C. 1356M, and C, may be retained and expended without further appropriation. And 3, any amounts received in fees required under this section that were not credited to the Executive Office for Immigration Review pursuant to paragraph 1 or to U.S. Citizenship and Immigration Services pursuant to paragraph 2 shall be deposited into the general fund of the Treasury. E, no waiver fee. Fees required to be paid under the section shall not be waived or reduced. Section 10003, Employment Authorization Document Fees. A, asylum applicants. 1, in general, in addition to any other fee authorized by law, the Secretary of Homeland Security shall require the payment of a fee equal to the amount specified in the subsection by any alien who files any initial application for employment authorization under Section 208D2, 8 U.S.C. 1158D2, at the time such initial employment authorization application is filed. 2, initial amount. During fiscal year 2025, the amount specified in the subsection shall be the greater of A, $550, or B, such amount as the Secretary of Homeland Security may establish by rule. 3, annual adjustments for inflation. During fiscal year 2026 and during each subsequent fiscal year, the amount specified in this section shall be equal to the sum of A, the amount of the fee required under this section for the most recently concluded fiscal year, and B, the product resulting from the multiplication of the amount referred to in subparagraph A by the percentage, if any, by which the consumer price index for all urban consumers for the month of July preceding the date on which such adjustment takes effect exceeds the consumer price index for all urban consumers for the same month of the preceding calendar year, rounded to the next lowest multiple of $10.
For disposition of employment authorization document fees. During each fiscal year, A, 25% of the fees collected pursuant to this subsection, I, shall be credited to U.S. Citizenship and Immigration Services. 2, shall be deposited into the Immigration Examinations Fee account established under Section 286M, 8 U.S.C. 1356M, and 3, may be retained and expended by U.S. Citizenship and Immigration Services without further appropriation, provided that not less than 50% is used to detect and prevent immigration benefit fraud, and B, any amounts collected pursuant to this subsection that are not credited to U.S. Citizenship and Immigration Services pursuant to subparagraph A shall be deposited into the general fund of the Treasury. 5, no fee waiver. Fees required to be paid under this subsection shall not be waived or reduced. B, parolees. 1, in general, in addition to any other fee authorized by law, the Secretary of Homeland Security shall require the payment of a fee equal to the amount specified in this subsection by any alien paroled into the United States for any initial application for employment authorization at the time such initial application is filed. Each initial employment authorization shall be valid for a period of 1 year or for the duration of the alien's parole, whichever is shorter. 2, initial amount. During fiscal year 2025, the amount specified in this subsection shall be the greater of A, $550, or B, such amount as the Secretary of Homeland Security may establish by rule. 3, annual adjustments for inflation. During fiscal year 2026 and during each subsequent fiscal year, the amount specified in this subsection shall be equal to the sum of A, the amount of the fee required under this subsection for the amount recently concluded fiscal year, and B, the product resulting from the multiplication of the amount referred to in subparagraph A by the percentage, if any, by which the consumer price index for all urban consumers for the month of July preceding the date on which such adjustment takes effect exceeds the consumer price index for all urban consumers for the same month of the preceding calendar year, rounded to the next level multiple of $10. 4, disposition of parolee employment authorization application fees. All of the fees collected pursuant to this subsection shall be deposited into the general fund of the Treasury. 5, no fee waiver. Fees required to be paid under this subsection shall not be waived or reduced. See temporary protected status. 1, in general. In addition to any other fee authorized by law, the Secretary of Homeland Security shall require the payment of a fee equal to the amount specified in this subsection by any alien who files an initial application for employment authorization under Section 244A1B 8 U.S.C. 1254A A1B at the time such initial application is filed. Each initial employment authorization shall be valid for a period of 1 year or for the duration of the alien's temporary protected status, whichever is shorter. 2, initial amount. During fiscal year 2025, the amount specified in this subsection shall be the greater of A, $550, or B, such amount as the Secretary of Homeland Security may establish by rule. 3, annual adjustments for inflation. During fiscal year 2026 and during each subsequent fiscal year, the amount specified in this subsection shall be equal to the sum of A, the amount of the fee required under this subsection for the most recently concluded fiscal year, and B, the product resulting from the multiplications of the amount referred to in subparagraph A by the percentage, if any, by which the consumer price index for all urban consumers for the month of July preceding the date on which such adjustment takes effect exceeds the consumer price index for all urban consumers for the same month of the preceding calendar year, rounded to the next lowest multiple of $10. 4, disposition of employment authorization application fees collected from aliens granted temporary protected status. All of the fees collected pursuant to this subsection shall be deposited into the general fund of the Treasury. 5, no fee waiver. Fees required to be paid under this subsection shall not be waived or reduced. Sec 10004, immigration parolee fee. A, in general, except as provided under subsection B, the Secretary of Homeland Security shall require the payment of a fee equal to the amount specified in this section, in addition to any other fee authorized by law by any alien who is paroled into the United States. B, exceptions. An alien shall not be subject to the fee otherwise required under subsection A if the alien establishes to the satisfaction of the Secretary of Homeland Security on an individual case-by-case basis that the alien is being paroled because 1A, the alien has a medical emergency, and B, the alien cannot obtain necessary treatment in the foreign state in which the alien is residing, or 2, the medical emergency is life-threatening and there is insufficient time for the alien to be admitted to the United States through the normal visa process. 2A, the alien is the parent or legal guardian of an alien described in paragraph 1, and B, the alien described in paragraph 1 is a minor. 3A, the alien is needed in the United States to donate an organ or other tissue for transplant, and B, there is insufficient time for the alien to be admitted to the United States through the normal visa process. 4A, the alien has a close family member in the United States whose death is imminent, and B, the alien could not arrive in the United States in time to see such family member alive if the alien were to be admitted to the United States during the normal visa process. 5A, the alien is seeking to attend the funeral of a close family member, and B, the alien could not arrive in the United States in time to attend such funeral if the alien were to be admitted to the United States through the normal visa process. 6, the alien is an adopted child. A, who has an urgent medical condition. B, who is in the legal custody of the petitioner for a final adoption-related visa. And C, whose medical treatment is required before the expected award of a final adoption-related visa. 7, the alien. A is a lawful applicant for adjustment of statuses. status under Section 2458 U.S.C. 1255 and B is returning to the United States after temporary travel abroad. 8, the alien. A, has been returned to a contiguous country pursuant to Section 235B2C, 8 U.S.C. 1225B2C and B, is being paroled into the United States to allow the alien to attend the alien's immigration hearing. 9, the alien has been granted the status of Cuban and Haitian entrant as defined in Section 501E of the Refugee Education Assistance Act of 1980, Public Law 96-422, 8 U.S.C. 1522 note, or 10, the Secretary of Homeland Security determines that a significant public benefit has resulted or will result from the parole of an alien. A, who has assisted or will assist the United States government in a law enforcement matter. B, his presence is required by the United States government in furtherance of such law enforcement matter. And C, I, who is inadmissible or does not satisfy the eligibility requirements for admission as a non-immigrant, or 2, for which there is insufficient time for the alien to be admitted to the United States through the normal visa process. C, initial amount. For fiscal year 2025, the amount specified in this section shall be the greater of 1, $1,000, or 2, such amount as the Secretary of Homeland Security may establish by rule. D, annual adjustments for inflation. During fiscal year 2026 and during each subsequent fiscal year, the amount specified in this section shall be equal to the sum of 1, the amount of the fee required under this subsection for the most recently concluded fiscal year, and 2, the product resulting from the multiplication of the amount referred to in paragraph 1 by the percentage, if any, by which the consumer price index for all urban consumers for the month of July preceding the date on which such adjustment takes effect exceeds the consumer price index for all urban consumers for the same month of the preceding calendar year, rounded to the next lowest multiple of $10. E, disposition of fees collected from aliens granted parole. All of the fees collected pursuant to this section shall be deposited into the general fund of the Treasury. F, no fee waiver, except as provided in subsection B. Fees required to be paid under this section shall not be waived or reduced. Set 10005, special immigrant juvenile fee. A, in general, in addition to any other fee authorized by law, the Secretary of Homeland Security shall require the payment of a fee equal to the amount specified in this section by any alien parent or legal guardian of an alien applying for special immigrant juvenile status under Section 101A, 27J, 8 U.S.C. 1101A, 27J. B, initial amount. For fiscal year 2025, the amount specified in this section shall be the greater of 1, $250, or 2, such amount as the Secretary of Homeland Security may establish by rule. C, annual adjustments for inflation. During fiscal year 2026 and during each subsequent fiscal year, the amount specified in this section shall be equal to the sum of 1, the amount of the fee required under this subsection for the most recently concluded fiscal year, and 2, the product resulting from the multiplication of the amount referred to in paragraph 1 by the percentage, if any, by which the consumer price index for all urban consumers for the month of July preceding the date on which such adjustment takes effect exceeds the consumer price index for all urban consumers for the same month of the preceding calendar year, rounded to the next lowest multiple of 10.
D, disposition of special immigrant juvenile fees. All of the fees collected pursuant to this section shall be deposited into the general fund of the Treasury. Section 10006, temporary protected status fee. Section 244C1B of the Immigration and Nationality Act, 8 U.S.C. 1254AC1B is amended. 1, by striking the Attorney General and inserting the following. 1, in general, the Attorney General. 2, in Clause 1, as redesignated by striking $50 and inserting $500, subject to the adjustments required under Clause 2. And 3, by adding at the end of the following. 2, annual adjustments for inflation. During the fiscal year 2026 and during each subsequent fiscal year, the maximum amount of the fee authorized under Clause 1 shall be equal to the sum of 1, the maximum amount of the fee authorized under this subparagraph.
Everyone said to go to a traditional university to get my master's in nursing. But I chose WGU. Their programs are accredited by the Commission on Collegiate Nursing Education, so I know what I'm learning meets national standards. WGU's was also recognized for excellence in nursing education by the National League for Nursing. WGU was definitely the right choice for me. See if it is for you too at wgu.edu.
Pursuant to this subparagraph shall be deposited into the general fund of the Treasury. 4, no fee waiver. Fees required to be paid under this subparagraph shall not be waived or reduced. Section 100007, Visa Integrity Fee. A, Visa Integrity Fee. 1. In general, in addition to any other fee authorized by law, the Secretary of Homeland Security shall require the payment of a fee equal to the amount specified in this subsection by any alien issued a non-immigrant visa at the time of such issuance. 2. Initial amount for fiscal year 2025. The amount specified in this section shall be the greater of A, $250, or B, such amount as the Secretary of Homeland Security may establish by rule. 3. Annual adjustments for inflation during fiscal year 2026 and during each subsequent fiscal year. The amount specified in this section shall be equal to the sum of A, the amount of the fee required under this subsection for the most recently concluded fiscal year, and B, the product resulting from the multiplication of the amount referred to in subparagraph A by the percentage, if any, by which the consumer price index for all urban consumers for the month of July preceding the date on which such adjustment takes effect exceeds the consumer price index for all urban consumers for the same month for the preceding calendar year, rounded down to the nearest dollar. 4. Disposition of Visa integrity fees. All of the fees collected pursuant to this section that are not reimbursed pursuant to subsection B shall be deposited into the general fund of the Treasury. 5. No fee waiver. Fees required to be paid under the subsection shall not be waived or reduced. B. Fee reimbursement. The Secretary of Homeland Security may provide a reimbursement to an alien of the fee required under subsection A for the issuance of a non-immigrant visa after the expiration of such non-immigrant visa's period of validity if such alien demonstrates that he or she, 1, after admission to the United States pursuant to such non-immigrant visa, complied with all conditions of such non-immigrant visa, including the condition that an alien shall not accept unauthorized employment, and 2A, has not sought to extend his or her period of admission during such period of validity and departed the United States not later than 5 days after the last day of such period, or B, during such period of validity was granted an extension of such non-immigrant status or an adjustment to the status of a lawful permanent resident. Section 100008, Form 1, I-94 fee. A, fee authorized. In addition to any other fee authorized by law, the Secretary of Homeland Security shall require the payment of a fee equal to the amount specified in subsection B by any alien who submits an application for a Form I-94 arrival departure record. B, amount specified. 1, initial amount. For fiscal year 2025, the amount specified in this section shall be the greater of A, $24, or B, such amount as the Secretary of Homeland Security may establish by rule. 2, annual adjustments for inflation. During fiscal year 2026 and during each subsequent fiscal year, the amount specified in the section shall be equal to the sum of A, the amount of the fee required under this subsection for the most recently concluded fiscal year, and B, the product resulting from the multiplication of the amount referred to in subparagraph A by the percentage, if any, by which the consumer price index for all urban consumers for the month of July preceding the date on which such adjustment takes effect exceeds the consumer price index for all urban consumers for the same month of the preceding calendar year, rounded down to the nearest dollar. C, disposition of Form I-94 fees. During each fiscal year, 1, 20% of the fees collected pursuant to this section, A, shall be deposited into the Land Border Inspection Fee account in accordance with Section 286Q2, 8 U.S.C. 1356Q2, and B, shall be made available to U.S. Customs and Border Protection to retain and spend without further appropriation for the purpose of processing Form I-94. And 2, any amounts not deposited into the Land Border Inspection Fee account pursuant to paragraph 1A shall be deposited into the general fund of the Treasury. D, no fee waiver. Fees required to be paid under this section shall not be waived or reduced. Section 100009, annual asylum fee. A, fee authorized. In addition to any other fee authorized by law for each calendar year that an alien's application for asylum remains pending, the Secretary of Homeland Security or the Attorney General, as applicable, shall require the payment of a fee equal to the amount specified in subsection B by such alien. B, amount specified. 1, initial amount for fiscal year 2025. The amount specified in this section shall be the greater of A, $100, or B, such amount as the Secretary of Homeland Security may establish by rule. 2, annual adjustments for inflation. During fiscal year 2026 and during each subsequent fiscal year, the amount specified in this section shall be equal to the sum of A, the amount of the fee required under the subsection for the most recently concluded fiscal year, and B, the product resulting from the multiplication of the amount referred to in subparagraph A by the percentage, if any, by which the consumer price index for all urban consumers for the month of July preceding the date on which such adjustment takes effect exceeds the consumer price index for all urban consumers for the same month of the preceding calendar year, rounded down to the nearest dollar. C, disposition of annual asylum fees. All of the fees collected pursuant to this section shall be deposited into the general fund of the Treasury. D, no fee waiver. Fees required to be paid under the section shall not be waived or reduced. Section 100010, fee relating to renewal and extension of employment authorization for parolees. A, in general, in addition to any other fee authorized by law, the Secretary of Homeland Security shall require the payment of a fee equal to the amount specified in subsection B for any parolee who seeks a renewal or extension of employment authorization based on a grant of parole. The employment authorization for each alien paroled into the United States or any renewal of extension of such parole shall be valid for a period of 1 year or for the duration of the alien's parole, whichever is shorter. B, amount specified. 1, initial amount. For fiscal year 2025, the amount specified in the subsection shall be the greater of A, $275, or B, such amount as the Secretary of Homeland Security may establish by rule. 2, annual adjustments for inflation. During fiscal year 2026 and during each subsequent fiscal year, the amount specified in this subsection shall be equal to the sum of A, the amount of the fee required under the subsection for the most recently concluded fiscal year, and B, the product resulting from the multiplication of the amount referred to in subparagraph A by the percentage, if any, by which the consumer price index for all urban consumers for the month of July preceding the date on which such adjustment takes effect exceeds the consumer price index for all urban consumers for the same month of the preceding calendar year rounded to the next lowest multiple of $10. C, disposition of fees relating to renewal and extension of employment authorization for parolees during each fiscal year. 1, 25% of the fees collected pursuant to this section, A, shall be credited to the U.S. Citizenship and Immigration Services. B, shall be deposited into the Immigration Examinations Fee Account established under Sections 286M, 8 U.S.C. 1356M, and C, may be retained and expanded by U.S. Citizenship and Immigration Services without further appropriation. And 2, any amounts collected pursuant to this section are not credited to the U.S. Citizenship and Immigration Services pursuant to subparagraph A shall be deposited into the general fund of the Treasury. No fee waiver. D, no fee waiver. Fees required to be paid under this section shall not be waived or reduced. Section 10011, fee relating to renewal or extension of employment authorization for asylum applications. A, in general, in addition to any other fee authorized by law, the Secretary of Homeland Security shall require the payment of a fee of not less than $275 by any alien who has applied for asylum for each renewal or extension of employment authorization based on such application. B, termination. Each initial employment authorization or renewal of extension of such authorization shall terminate. 1, immediately following the denial of an asylum application by an asylum officer unless the case is referred to an immigration judge. 2, on the date that is 30 days after the date on which an immigration judge denies an asylum application unless the alien makes a timely appeal to the Board of Immigration Appeals. Or 3, immediately following the denial of the Board of Immigration Appeals of an appeal of a denial of an asylum application. C, disposition of fees relating to renewal and extension of employment authorization for asylum applicants during each fiscal year. 1, 25% of the fees collected pursuant to this section A shall be credited to the U.S. Citizenship and Immigration Services. B, shall be deposited into the Immigration Examinations Fee Account established under 286M, 8 U.S.C. 1356M, and C, may be retained and expended by the U.S. Citizenship and Immigration Services without further appropriation. And 2, any amounts collected pursuant to this section that are not credited to U.S. Citizenship and Immigration Services pursuant to subparagraph A shall be deposited into the general fund of the Treasury. D, no fee waiver. Fees required to be paid under this section shall not be waived or reduced. Section 10012, fee relating to renewal and extension of employment authorization for aliens granted temporary protected status. A, in general, in addition to any other fee authorized by law, the Secretary of Homeland Security shall require the payment of a fee equal to the amount specified in subsection B by any alien at the time such alien seeks a renewal or extension of employment authorization based on a grant of temporary protected status. Any employment authorization for an alien granted temporary protected status or any renewal of extension of such employment authorization shall be valid for a period of 1 year or for the duration of the designation of temporary protected status, whichever is shorter. B, amount specified. 1, initial amount for fiscal year 2025. The amount specified in this subsection shall be the greater of A, $275, or B, such amount as the Secretary of Homeland Security may establish by rule. 2, annual adjustments for inflation. During fiscal year 2026 and during each subsequent fiscal year, the amount specified in this section shall be equal to the sum of A, the amount of the fee required under the subsection for the most recently concluded fiscal year, and B, the product resulting from the multiplication of the amount referred to in the subparagraph A by the percentage, if any, by which the consumer price index for all urban consumers for the month of July preceding the date on which such adjustment takes effect exceeds the consumer price index for all urban consumers for the same month of the preceding calendar year rounded to the next lowest multiple of $10. C, disposition of fees relating to renewal and extension of employment authorization for temporary protected status applicants. During each fiscal year, 1, 25% of the fees collected pursuant to this section, A, shall be credited to the U.S. Citizenship and Immigration Services. B, shall be deposited into the Immigration Examinations Fee account established under Section 286M, 8 U.S.C. 1356M, and C, may be retained and expended by U.S. Citizenship and Immigration Services without further appropriations. And 2, any amount collected pursuant to this section that are not credited to U.S. Citizenship and Immigration Services pursuant to subparagraph A shall be deposited into the general fund of the Treasury. D, no fee waiver. Fees required to be paid under this section shall not be waived or reduced. Section 10013, fees relating to applications for adjustments of status. A, fee for filing an application to adjust status to that of a lawful permanent resident. 1, in general, in addition to any other fees authorized by law, the Attorney General shall require the payment of a fee equal to the amount specified in paragraph 2 of any alien who files an application with the Immigration Court to adjust the alien status to that of lawful permanent resident, or those whose application to adjust his or her status to that of lawful permanent resident is adjudicated in immigration court. Such fee shall be paid at the time of such application is filed or before such application is adjudicated by the immigration court. 2, amount specified. A, initial amount. For fiscal year 2025, the amount specified in this paragraph shall be the greater of 1, $1,500, or 2, such amount as the Attorney General may establish by rule. B, annual adjustments for inflation during fiscal year 2026 and during each subsequent fiscal year, the amount specified in this paragraph shall be equal to the sum of 1, the amount of the fee required under the subsection for the most recently concluded fiscal year, and 2, the product resulting from the multiplication of the amount referred to in Clause 1 by the percentage, if any, by which the consumer price index for all urban consumers for the month of July preceding the date on which such adjustment takes effect exceeds the consumer price index for all urban consumers for the same month of the preceding calendar year, rounded to the next lowest multiple of $10. 3, disposition of adjustments of status application fees. During each fiscal year, A, not more than 25% of the fees collected pursuant to this subsection 1 shall be derived by transfer from the Immigration Examinations Fee account established under Section 286M, 8 U.S.C. 1356M, and 2, shall be credited to the Executive Office for Immigration Review to retain and spend without further appropriation, and B, any amounts not derived by transfer and credited pursuant to subparagraph A shall be deposited into the general fund of the Treasury. B, fee for filing application for a waiver of grounds of inadmissibility. 1, in general, in addition to any other fees authorized by law, the Attorney General shall require the payment of a fee equal to the amount specified in paragraph 2 by any alien at the time such alien files an application with an immigration court for a waiver of a ground of inadmissibility, or before such application is adjudicated by the immigration court. 2, amounts specified. A, initial amount. For fiscal year 2025, the amount specified in this paragraph shall be the greater of 1, $1,050, or 2, such amount as the Attorney General may establish by rule. B, annual adjustments for inflation during fiscal year 2026 and during each subsequent fiscal year. The amount specified in this paragraph shall be equal to the sum of 1, the amount of the fee required under the subsection for the most recently concluded fiscal year, and 2, the product resulting from the multiplication of the amount referred to in Clause 1 by the percentage, if any, by which the consumer price index for all urban consumers for the month of July preceding the date on which such adjustment takes effect exceeds the consumer price index for all urban consumers for the same month of the preceding calendar year, round to the next lowest multiple of $10. 3, disposition of waiver of ground of admissibility application fees during each fiscal year. A, not more than 25% of the fees collected pursuant to this subsection 1 shall be derived by transfer from the Immigration Examinations Fee account established under Section 286M, 8 U.S.C. 1356M, and 2, shall be credited to the Executive Office for Immigration Review to retain and spend without further appropriation, and B, any amount not derived by transfer and credited pursuant to subparagraph A shall be deposited into the general fund of the Treasury. C, fee for filing an application for temporary protected status. 1, in general, in addition to any other fees authorized by law, the Attorney General shall require the payment of a fee equal to the amount specified in paragraph 2 by any alien at the time such alien files an application with an immigration court for temporary protected status, or before such an application is adjudicated by the immigration court. 2, amount specified. A, initial amount. For fiscal year 2025, the amount specified in the paragraph shall be the greater of 1, $500, or 2, such amount as the Attorney General may establish by rule. B, annual adjustments for inflation during fiscal year 2026 and during each subsequent fiscal year. The amount specified in this paragraph shall be equal to the sum of 1, the amount of the fee required under the subsection for the most recently concluded fiscal year, and 2, the product resulting from multiplication of the amount referred to in Clause 1 by the percentage, if any, by which the consumer price index for all urban consumers for the month of July preceding the date on which such adjustment takes effect exceeds the consumer price index for all urban consumers for the same month the preceding calendar year, rounded to the next lowest multiple of $10. 3, disposition of temporary protected status application fees during each fiscal year. A, not more than 25% of the fees collected pursuant to this subsection 1 shall be derived by transfer from the immigration examinations fee account established under Section 286M, 8 U.S.C. 1356M, and 2 shall be credited to the Executive Office for Immigration Review to retain and spend without further appropriation, and B, any amounts not derived by transfer and credited pursuant to subparagraph A shall be deposited into the general fund of the Treasury. D, fee for filing an appeal of a decision of an immigration judge. 1, in general, except for as provided in paragraph 3, the Attorney General shall require, in addition to any other fees authorized by law, the payment of a fee equal to the amount specified in paragraph 2 by any alien at the time such alien files an appeal from a decision of an immigration judge. 2, amount specified. A, initial amount for fiscal year 2025, the amount specified in this paragraph shall be the greater of 1, $900, or 2, such amount as the Attorney General may establish by rule. B, annual adjustments for inflation. During fiscal year 2026 and during each subsequent fiscal year, the amount specified in this paragraph shall be equal to the sum of 1, the amount of the fee required under the subsection for the most recently concluded fiscal year, and 2, the product resulting from the multiplication of the amount referred to in Clause 1 by the percentage, if any, by which the consumer price index for all urban consumers for the month of July, preceding the date on which such adjustment takes effect, exceeds the consumer price index for all urban consumers for the same month of the preceding calendar year, rounded to the next lowest multiple of $10. 3, exception. The fee required under paragraph 1 shall not apply to the appeal of a bond decision for disposition of fees for appealing immigration judge decisions during each fiscal year. A, not more than 25% of the fees collected pursuant to the subsection 1 shall be derived by transfer from the immigration examinations fee account established under Section 286M, 8 U.S.C. 1356M, and 2 shall be credited to the Executive Office for Immigration Review to retain and spend without further appropriation. And B, any amounts not derived by transfer and credited pursuant to subparagraph A shall be deposited into the general fund of the Treasury. E, fee for filing an appeal from a decision of an officer of the Department of Homeland Security. 1, in general, in addition to any other fees authorized by law.
Who's ready to earn Harris Teeter fuel points with me? Shopping with your Vic card automatically earns you fuel points. You now have 400 fuel points. That's 40 cents off a gallon.
Redeem fuel points at Harris Teeter fuel centers and partnering Amoco and BP gas stations.
Girl, you're about to save $1 a gallon on gas. Up high. What?
The amount of fee required under the subsection for the most recently concluded fiscal year, and 2, the product resulting from the multiplication of the amount referred to in Clause 1 by the percentage, if any, by which the consumer price index for all urban consumers for the month of July preceding the date on which such adjustment takes effect exceeds the consumer price index for all urban consumers for the same month of the preceding calendar year, rounded to the next lowest multiple of $10. 3, disposition of fees for appealing Department of Homeland Security officer decisions during each fiscal year. A, not more than 25% of the fees collected pursuant to the subsection 1 shall be derived from transfer from the immigration examinations fee account established under Section 286M, 8 U.S.C. 1356M, and 2 shall be credited to the Executive Office for Immigration Review to retain and spend without further appropriation, and B, any amounts not derived by transfer and credit pursuant to subparagraph A shall be deposited into the general fund of the Treasury. F, fee for filing an appeal from a decision of an adjudicating official in a practitioner disciplinary case. 1, in general, in addition to any other fees authorized by law, the Attorney General shall require the payment of a fee equal to the amount specified in paragraph 2 by any practitioner at the time such practitioner files an appeal from a decision of an adjudicating official in a practitioner disciplinary case. 2, amount specified in A, initial amount for the fiscal year 2025. The amount specified in this paragraph shall be the greater of 1, $1,325, or 2, such amount as the Attorney General may establish by rule. B, annual adjustments for inflation. During fiscal year 2026 and during each subsequent fiscal year, the amount specified in this paragraph shall be equal to the sum of 1, the amount of the fee required under this subsection for the most recently concluded fiscal year, and 2, the product resulting from the multiplication of the amount referred to in Clause 1 by the percentage, if any, by which the consumer price index for all urban consumers for the month of July preceding the date on which such adjustment takes effect exceeds the consumer price index for all urban consumers for the same month of the preceding calendar year, rounded to the next lowest multiple of $10. 3, disposition of fees for appealing Department of Homeland Security officer decisions during each fiscal year. A, not more than 25% of fees collected pursuant to the subsection 1 shall be derived from transfer from the immigration examinations fee account established under section 286M, 8 U.S.C. 1356M, and 2 shall be credited to the Executive Office for Immigration Review to retain and spend without further appropriation. And B, any amounts not derived by transfer and credited pursuant to subparagraph A shall be deposited into the general fund of the Treasury. G, fee for filing a motion to reopen or a motion to reconsider. 1, in general, except as provided in paragraph 3, in addition to any other fees authorized by law, the Attorney General shall require the payment of a fee equal to the amount specified in paragraph 2 by any alien at the time such alien files a motion to reopen or a motion to reconsider a decision of an immigration judge or the Board of Immigration Appeals. Two, amount specified. A, initial amount. For fiscal year 2025, the amount specified in this paragraph shall be the greater of 1, $900, or 2, such amount as the Attorney General may establish by rule. B, annual adjustments for inflation. During fiscal year 2026 and during each subsequent fiscal year, the amount specified in this paragraph shall be equal to the sum of 1, the amount of the fee required under the subsection for the most recently concluded fiscal year, and 2, the product resulting from the multiplication of the amount referred to in Clause 1 of the percentage, if any, by which the consumer price index for all urban consumers for the month of July preceding the date on which such adjustment takes effect exceeds the consumer price index for all urban consumers for the same month of the preceding calendar year, rounded to the next lowest multiple of $10. 3, exceptions. The fee required under paragraph 1 shall not apply to A, a motion to reopen a removal order entered in absentia if such motion is filed in accordance with section 240B 5C2, 8 U.S.C. 1229AB 5C2. Or B, a motion to reopen a deportation order entered in absentia if such motion is filed in accordance with section 242B C3B prior to April 1st, 1997. 4, disposition of fees for filing certain motions. During each fiscal year, A, not more than 25% of fees collected pursuant to this subsection 1 shall be derived by transfer from the immigration examinations fee account established under sections 286M, 8 U.S.C. 1356M, and 2 shall be credited to the Executive Office for Immigration Review to retain and spend without further appropriation. And B, any amounts not derived by transfer and credited pursuant to subparagraph A shall be deposited into the general fund of the Treasury. H, fee for filing application for suspension of deportation. 1, in general, in addition to any other fees authorized by law, the Attorney General shall require the payment of a fee equal to the amount specified in paragraph 2 by any alien at the time such alien files an application with an immigration court for suspension of deportation. 2, amount specified. A, initial amount. For fiscal year 2025, the amount specified in this paragraph shall be the greater of 1, $600, or 2, such amount as the Attorney General may establish by rule. B, annual adjustments for inflation. During fiscal year 2026 and during each subsequent fiscal year, the amount specified in this paragraph shall be equal to the sum of 1, the amount of the fee required in the subsection for the most recently concluded fiscal year, and 2, the product resulting from the multiplication of the amount referred to in Clause 1 by the percentage, if any, by which the consumer price index for all urban consumers for the month of July preceding the date on which such adjustment takes effect exceeds the consumer price index for all urban consumers for the same month of the preceding calendar year, rounded to the next lowest multiple of $10. 3, disposition of fees for filing application for suspension of deportation during each fiscal year. A, not more than 25% of the fees collected pursuant to this subsection shall be derived by transfer from the immigration examination fee account established under section 286M, 8 U.S.C. 1356M, and 2, shall be credited to the Executive Office for Immigration Review to retain and spend without further appropriation, and B, any amounts not derived by transfer and credited pursuant to subparagraph A shall be deposited into the general fund of the Treasury. I, fee for filing application for cancellation of removal for certain permanent residents. 1, in general, in addition to any other fees authorized by law, the Attorney General shall require the payment of a fee equal to the amount specified in paragraph 2 by any alien at the time such alien files an application with an immigration court, an application for cancellation of removal for an alien who is a lawful permanent resident. 2, amount specified. A, initial amount. For fiscal year 2025, the amount specified in this paragraph shall be the greater of 1, $600, or 2, such amount as established by the Attorney General may establish by rule. B, annual adjustments for inflation. During fiscal year 2026 and during each subsequent fiscal year, the amount specified in this paragraph shall be equal to the sum of 1, the amount of the fee required under this subsection for the most recently concluded fiscal year, and 2, the product resulting from the multiplication of the amount referred to in Clause 1 by the percentage, if any, by which the consumer price index for all urban consumers for the month of July preceding the date on which such adjustments take effect exceeds the consumer price index for all urban consumers for the same month of the preceding calendar year, round to the next lowest multiple of $10. 3, disposition of fees for filing application for cancellation of removal during each fiscal year. A, not more than 25% of the fees collected pursuant to this subsection 1 shall be derived by transfer from the immigration examinations fee account established under Section 286M, 8 U.S.C. 1356M, and 2, shall be credited to the Executive Office for Immigration Review to retain and spend without further appropriation, and B, any amounts not derived by transfer and credited pursuant to subparagraph A shall be deposited into the general fund of the Treasury. J, fee for filing an application for cancellation of removal and adjustment of status for certain non-permanent residents. 1, in general, in addition to any other fees authorized by law, the Attorney General shall require the payment of a fee equal to the amount specified in paragraph 2 by any alien who is not a lawful permanent resident at the time such alien files an application with an immigration court for cancellation of removal and adjustment of status for any alien. 2, amount specified. A, initial amount. For fiscal year 2025, the amount specified in this paragraph shall be the greater of 1, $1,500, or 2, such amount as the Attorney General may establish by rule. B, annual adjustments for inflation. During fiscal year 2026 and during each subsequent fiscal year, the amount specified in this paragraph shall be equal to the sum of 1, the amount of the fee required under the subsection for the most recently concluded fiscal year, and 2, the product resulting from the multiplication of the amount referred to in Clause 1 by the paragraph percentage, if any, by which the consumer price index for all urban consumers for the month of July preceding the date on which such adjustment takes effect exceeds the consumer price index for all urban consumers for the same month of the preceding calendar year, rounded to the next lowest multiple of $10. 3, disposition of fees for filing application for cancellation or removal during each fiscal year. A, not more than 25% of the fees collected pursuant to this subsection 1 shall be derived by transfer from the immigration examinations fee account established under Section 286M 8 U.S.C. 1356M, and 2, shall be credited to the Executive Office for Immigration Review to retain and spend without further appropriation, and B, any amounts not derived by transfer and credited pursuant to subparagraph A shall be deposited into the general fund of the Treasury. K, limitation of use of funds. No fees collected pursuant to the section shall be expended by the Executive Office for Immigration Review for the Legal Orientation Program or for any successor program.
Section 100014, Electronic System for Travel Authorization Fee. Section 127H3B 8 U.S.C. 1187H3B is amended. 1, in Clause 1, A, in Subclause 1 by striking and at the end, B, in Subclause 2, I, by inserting of not less than $10 after an amount, and 2, by striking the period at the end and inserting semicolon, and C, by adding at the end of the following: 3, not less than $13 per travel authorization. 2, in Clause 3, by striking October 31, 2028 and inserting October 31, 2034, and 3, by adding at the end the following: 4, subsequent adjustment during fiscal year 2026 and each subsequent fiscal year. The amount specified in Clause 1, 2 for a fiscal year shall be equal to the sum of 1, the amount of the fee required under the subparagraph during the most recent concluded fiscal year, and 2, the product of the amount referred to in Subclause 1 multiplied by the percentage, if any, by which the consumer price index for all urban consumers for the month of July preceding the date on which such adjustments take effect exceeds consumer price index for all urban consumers for the same month of the preceding calendar year. Section 100015, Electronic Visa Update System Fee. A, in general, in addition to any other fee authorized by the law, the Secretary of Homeland Security shall require the payment of a fee in the amount specified in subsection B by any alien subject to the electronic visa update system at the time of such alien's enrollment in such system. B, amount specified. 1, in general, for fiscal year 2025, the amount specified in the subsection shall be the greater of A, $30, or B, such amount as the Secretary of Homeland Security may establish by rule. 2, annual adjustments for inflation. During fiscal year 2026 and each subsequent fiscal year, the amount specified in the subsection shall be equal to the sum of A, the amount of the fee required under the subsection during the most recently concluded fiscal year, and B, the product resulting from the multiplication of the amount referred to in subparagraph A, by the percentage of any by which the consumer price index for all urban consumers for the month of July preceding the date on which adjustment takes effect exceeds the consumer price index for all urban consumers for the same month of the preceding calendar year, rounded to the lowest multiple of 25 cents. C, disposition of electronic visa update system fees. 1, in general, section 286(8) USC 1356 is amended by adding at the end the following. W, CBP electronic visa update system account. 1, establishment. There is established in the general fund of the Treasury a separate amount which shall be known as the CPB electronic visa update system account. Refer to this in this subsection as the account. 2, deposits. There shall be deposited into the account an amount equal to the difference between A, all of the fees received pursuant to section 100015 of the Act entitled An Act to Provide for Reconciliation pursuant to Title II of H. Congress 14, 119th Congress, and B, an amount equal to $5 multiplied by the number of payments collected pursuant to each section. 3, appropriations. Amount deposited in the account, A, are hereby appropriated to make payments and offset program costs in accordance with section 100015 of the Act entitled An Act to Provide for Reconciliation pursuant to Title II of H. Congress 14, 119th Congress, without further appropriation, and B, shall remain available until expended for any U.S. Customs and Border Protection costs associated with administering the CBP electronic visa update system. 2, remaining fees. Of the fees collected pursuant to the section, an amount equal to $5 multiplied by the number of payments collected pursuant to the section shall be deposited into the general fund of the Treasury. D, no fee waiver. Fees required to be paid under the section shall not be waived or reduced. Section 100016, fee for aliens ordered removed in absentia. A, in general, as partial reimbursement for the cost of arresting an alien described in the section, the Secretary of Homeland Security, except as provided in subsection C, shall require the payment of a fee equal to the amount specified in subsection B on any alien who, 1, is ordered removed in absentia pursuant to section 240B5, 8 U.S.C. 1229A, B5, and 2, is subsequently arrested by U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement. B, amount specified. 1, initial amount for the fiscal year 2025. The amount specified in the section shall be the greater of A, $5,000, or B, such amount as the Secretary of Homeland Security may establish by rule. 2, annual adjustments for inflation. During fiscal year 2026 and during each subsequent fiscal year, the amount specified in this subsection in the section shall be equal to the sum of A, the amount of the fee required under this subsection for the most recently concluded fiscal year, and B, the product resulting from the multiplication of the amount referred to in subparagraph A by the percentage, if any, by which the consumer price index for all urban consumers for the month of July preceding the date on which such adjustments take effect exceeds the consumer price index for all urban consumers for the same month of the preceding calendar year, rounded to the next lowest multiple, $10. C, exception. The fee described in this section shall not apply to any alien who was ordered removed in absentia if such order was rescinded pursuant to section 240B5C, 8 U.S.C. 1229A, B5C. D, disposition of removal in absentia fees. During each fiscal year, 1, 50% of the fees collected pursuant to this section A shall be credited to U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement. B, shall be deposited into the Detention and Removal Office fee account, and C, may be retained and expended by U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement without further appropriation. And 2, any amounts collected pursuant to this section are not credited to U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement pursuant to paragraph 1 shall be deposited into the general fund of the Treasury. E, no fee waiver. Fees required to be paid under the section shall not be waived or reduced. Section 100017, an admissible alien apprehension fee. A, in general, in addition to any other fee authorized by the law, the Secretary of Homeland Security shall require the payment of a fee equal to the amount specified in subsection B by any inadmissible alien at the time of such alien is apprehended between ports of entry. B, amount specified. 1, initial amount. For fiscal year 2025, the amount specified in the section shall be the greater of A, $5,000, or B, such amount as the Secretary of Homeland Security may establish by rule. 2, annual adjustments for inflation. During fiscal year 2026 and during each subsequent fiscal year, the amount specified in the section shall be equal to the sum of A, the amount of the fee required under the subsection for the most recently concluded fiscal year, and B, the product resulting from the multiplication of the amount referred to in subparagraph A by the percentage, if any, by which the consumer price index for all urban consumers for the month of July preceding the date on which adjustment takes effect exceeds the consumer price index for all urban consumers for the same month of the preceding calendar year, rounded up to the next lowest multiple of $10. C, disposition of inadmissible alien apprehension fees. During each fiscal year, 1, 50% of the fees collected pursuant to this section, A, shall be credited to U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement. B, shall be deposited into the Detention and Removal Office fee account. And C, may be retained and expended by U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement without further appropriation. And 2, any amounts collected pursuant to this section are not credited to U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement pursuant to paragraph 1 shall be deposited into the general fund of the Treasury. D, disposition of inadmissible alien apprehension fees. All of the fees collected pursuant to the section shall be deposited into the general fund of the Treasury. Section 100018, amendment to authority to apply for asylum. Section 208D3, 8 U.S.C. 1158D3 is amended. 1, in the first sentence by striking may and inserting shall. 2, by striking such fees shall not exceed, and all that follows, and inserting the following. Nothing in this paragraph may be construed to limit the authority of the Attorney General to set additional adjudication and naturalization fees in accordance with Section 286M. Part 2, Immigration and Law Enforcement Funding, Section 100051, appropriation for the Department of Homeland Security. In addition to the amounts otherwise available, there is appropriated to the Secretary of Homeland Security for fiscal year 2025 out of any money in the Treasury not or otherwise appropriated $2,055 million to remain available through September 30th, 2029 for the following purposes. 1, immigration and enforcement activities, hiring and training of additional U.S. Customs and Border Protection Agency and the necessary support staff to carry out immigration enforcement activities. 2, departures and removal, funding for transportation costs and related costs associated with the departure of or removal of aliens. 3, personal assignments, funding for the assignment of Department of Homeland Security employees and state officers to carry out immigration enforcement activities pursuant to sections 103A and 287G of the Immigration and Nationality Act, 8 U.S.C. 1103A and 1357G. 4, background checks, hiring additional staff and investing the necessary resource to enhance screening and vetting of all aliens seeking entry into the United States, consistent with Section 212 of such Act, 8 U.S.C. 1182, or intending to remain in the United States consistent with Section 237 of such Act, 8 U.S.C. 1227. 5, protecting alien children from exploitation. In instances of alien and alien children entering the United States without a valid visa, funding is provided for the purposes of A, collecting fingerprints in accordance with Section 262 of the Immigration and Nationality Act, 8 U.S.C. 1302, and subsections A, 3, and B of Section 235 of such Act, 8 U.S.C. 1225, and B, collecting DNA in accordance with Sections 235D and 287B of the Immigration and Nationality Act, 8 U.S.C. 1225D and 1357B. 6, transporting and return of aliens from contiguous territory. Transporting and facilitating the return pursuant to Section 235B2C of the Immigration and Nationality Act, 8 U.S.C. 1225B2C of aliens arriving from contiguous territory. 7, state and local participation. Funding for state and local participation in Homeland Security efforts for the purposes of A, ending the presence of criminal gangs and criminal organizations throughout the United States. B, addressing crime and public safety threats. C, combating human smuggling and trafficking networks throughout the United States. D, supporting immigration enforcement activities. And E, providing reimbursement for state and local participation in such efforts. 8, removal of specified unaccompanied alien children. A, in general, funding removal operations for specified unaccompanied alien children. B, use of funds. Amounts made available under this paragraph shall only be used for permitting a specified unaccompanied alien child to withdraw the application for admission of the child pursuant to Section 235A4 of the Immigration and Nationality Act, 8 U.S.C. 1225A4. C, definitions. In this paragraph, 1, specified unaccompanied alien child. The term specified unaccompanied alien child means unaccompanied alien child is defined in Section 462G of the Homeland Security Act of 2002, 6 U.S.C. 279G, who the Secretary of Homeland Security determines on a case-by-case basis. 1, has been found by an immigration officer at a land border or port of entry of the United States and is inadmissible under the Immigration and Nationality Act, 8 U.S.C. 1101 et sec. 2, has not been a victim of severe forms of trafficking in persons, and there is no credible evidence that such child is at risk of being trafficked upon return of the child to the child's country of nationality or country of last habitual residence. And 3, does not have a fear of returning to the child's country of nationality or country of last habitual residence owing to a credible fear of persecution. 2, severe forms of trafficking in persons. The term severe forms in trafficking in persons has the meaning given such term in Section 103 of the Trafficking Victims Protection Act of 2000, 22 U.S.C. 7102. 9, expedited removal of criminal aliens. Funding for the expedited removal of criminal aliens in accordance with the provisions of Section 235B1 of the Immigration and Nationality Act, 8 U.S.C. 1225B1. 10, removal of certain criminal aliens without further hearings. Funding for the removal of certain criminal aliens without further hearings in accordance with the provisions of Section 235C of the Immigration and Nationality Act, 8 U.S.C. 1225C. 11, criminal and gang checks for unaccompanied alien children. Funding for criminal and gang checks of unaccompanied alien children is defined in Section 462G of the Homeland Security Act of 2002, 6 U.S.C. 279G, who are 12 years of age and older, including the examination of such unaccompanied alien children for gang-related tattoos and other gang-related markings. 12, information technology. Information technology investments to support immigration purposes, including improvements to fee and revenue collections. Section 100052, appropriation for U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement. In addition to amounts otherwise available, there is appropriated to the Secretary of Homeland Security for U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement for fiscal year 2025 out of any money in the Treasury not otherwise appropriated.
She's not a politician. She's a Marine. Winsome Earl Sears has a record of service and results. As Lieutenant Governor, she delivered safer streets, better schools.
September 30th, 2029 for the following purposes. 1, hiring and training. Hiring and training additional U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement personnel, including officers, agents, investigators, and support staff to carry out immigration enforcement activities, and prioritizing the streamlining and hiring of retired U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement personnel. 2, performance, retention, and signing bonuses. A, in general, providing performance, retention, and signing bonuses for qualified U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement personnel in accordance with the subsection. B, performance bonuses. The Director of U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement at the Director's discretion may provide performance bonuses to any U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement agent, officer, or attorney who demonstrates exemplary service. C, retention bonuses. The Director of U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement may provide retention bonuses to any U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement agent, officer, or attorney who commits to 2 years of additional service with U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement to carry out immigration enforcement activities. D, signing bonuses. The Director of U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement may provide a signing bonus to any U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement agent, officer, or attorney who, 1, is hired on or after the date of the enactment of this act, and 2, who commits to 5 years of service with U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement to carry out immigration enforcement activities. E, service agreement. In providing a retention or signing bonus under this paragraph, the Director of U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement shall provide each qualifying individual with a written service agreement that includes 1, the commencement and termination dates of the required service period or provisions of the determination of such dates, 2, the amount of the bonus, and 3, any other term or condition under which the bonus is payable subject to the requirements of this paragraph, including 1, the condition under which the agreements may be terminated before the agreed upon service period has been completed, and 2, the effect of the termination described in the subclause 1. 3, Recruitment, hiring, and onboarding. Facilitating the recruitment, hiring, and onboarding of additional U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement personnel to carry out immigration enforcement activities, including by A, investing in information technology, recruitment, and marketing, and B, hiring staff necessary to carry out information technology, recruitment, and marketing activities. 4, transportation. Funding for transportation costs and related costs associated with alien departure or removal operations. 5, information technology. Funding for information technology investments to support enforcement and removal operations, including improvements to fee collections. 6, facility upgrades, funding for facility upgrades to support enforcement and removal operations. 7, fleet modernization, funding for fleet modernization to support enforcement and removal operations. 8, family unity, promoting family unity by A, maintaining the care and custody during the period in which a charge described in Clause 1 is pending in accordance with the applicable laws of an alien who, 1, is charged only with a misdemeanor offense under Section 275A of the Immigration and Nationality Act, 8 U.S.C. 1325A, and 2, entered the United States with the alien's child who has not attained 18 years of age, and B, detaining such an alien with the alien's child. 9, 287G agreements, expanding, facilitating, and implementing agreements under Section 287G of the Immigration and Nationality Act, 8 U.S.C. 1357G. 10, Victims of Immigration Crime Engagement Office, hiring and training additional staff to carry out the mission of the Victims of Immigration Crime Engagement Office and for providing non-financial assistance to the victims of crime perpetrated by aliens who are present in the United States without authorization. 11, Office of the Principal Legal Advisor, hiring additional attorneys and the necessary support staff within the Office of the Principal Legal Advisor to represent the Department of Homeland Security and Immigration Enforcement and Removal Proceedings. Section 100053, Appropriation for Federal Law Enforcement Training Centers. A, appropriation. In addition to amounts otherwise available, there is appropriated to the Secretary of Homeland Security for the Federal Law Enforcement Training Centers for fiscal year 2025 out of any money in the Treasury not otherwise appropriate, $750 million to remain available until September 30th, 2029 for the purposes described in subsection B and C. B, training. Not less than $285 million of the amounts available under subsection A shall be for supporting the training of newly hired federal law enforcement personnel employed by the Department of Homeland Security and state and local law enforcement agencies operating in support of the Department of Homeland Security. C, facilities. Not more than $465 million of the amount available under subsection A shall be for procurement, construction, and maintenance of improvements to training equipment for and related expenses of facilities to the federal law enforcement training centers. Section 100054, appropriation for the Department of Justice. In addition to amounts otherwise available, there is appropriated to the Attorney General for the Department of Justice for fiscal year 2025 out of any money in the Treasury not otherwise appropriated $3,330 million to remain available through September 30th, 2029 for the following purposes. 1, Executive Office for Immigration Review. A, in general, hiring immigration judges and necessary support staff for the Executive Office for Immigration Review to address the backlog of petitions, cases, and removals. B, staffing levels. Effective November 1, 2028, the Executive Office for Immigration Review shall be comprised of not more than 800 immigration judges along with the necessary support staff. 2, combating drug trafficking. Funding efforts to combat drug trafficking, including trafficking of fentanyl and its precursor chemicals and illegal drug use. 3, prosecution of immigration matters. Funding efforts to investigate and prosecute immigration matters, gang-related crimes involving aliens, children trafficking, and smuggling involving aliens within the United States, unlawful voting by aliens, violations of the Alien Registration Act, 1940, 54 Stat, Chapter 439, and violation of or fraud relating to Title IV of the Personal Responsibility and Work Opportunity Act of 1996, Public Law 104-193, 110 Stat 2277, including hiring additional Department of Justice personnel to investigate and prosecute such matters. 4, non-party or other injunctive relief. Hiring additional attorneys and necessary support staff for the purpose of continuing implementation of assignments by the Attorney General pursuant to Sections 516, 517, and 518 of Title 28 United States Code to conduct litigation and tend to the interests of the United States in suits pending in a court of the United States or in a court of the state in suits seeking non-party or other injunctive reliefs against the federal governments. 5, Edward Byrne Memorial Assistance Grant Fund and Office of Community-Oriented Policing. In general, increasing funds for the Edward Byrne Memorial Justice Assistant Grant Program and the Office of Community-Oriented Policing for initiatives associated with investigating and prosecuting violent crime. 2, criminal enforcement initiatives. And 3, immigration enforcement and removal efforts. B, limitations. No funds made available under this subsection shall be made available to community violence intervention and prevention initiative programs. C, eligibility. To be eligible to receive funds made available under the subsection, a state or local government shall be in full compliance as determined by the Attorney General with Section 642 of the Legal Immigration Reform and Immigrant Responsibility Act of 1996, 8 U.S.C. 1373. 6, fiscally responsible lawsuit settlements, hiring additional attorneys and necessary support staff for the purposes of maximizing lawsuit settlements that require the payment of fines and penalties to the Treasury of the United States in lieu of providing for the payment to any person or entity other than the United States, other than a payment that provides restitution or otherwise directly remedies actual harm directly in proximity caused by the party making the payment or constitutes payment for services rendered in connection with the case. 7, compensation for incarceration of criminal aliens. A, in general, providing compensation to a state or political subdivision of a state for the incarceration of criminal aliens. B, use of funds. The amounts made available under subparagraph A shall only be used to compensate a state or local subdivision of a state as appropriate with respect to the incarceration of an alien who, 1, has been convicted of a felony or 2 or more misdemeanors, and 2, 1, entered the United States without inspection or at any time or place other than designated by the Secretary of Homeland Security. 2, was the subject of removal proceedings at the time the alien was taken into custody by the state or a political subdivision of the state, or 3, was admitted as a non-immigrant and at the time the alien was taken into custody by the state or a political subdivision of the state had failed to maintain the non-immigrant status in which the alien was admitted or to which it was changed or to comply with the conditions of any such status. C, limitation. Amounts made available under the subsection shall be distributed to more than one state. The amounts made available under subparagraph A may not be used to compensate any state or political subdivision of a state if the state or political subdivision of the state prohibits or in any way restricts a federal, state, or local government entity, official, or other personnel from doing any of the following. 1, complying with the immigration laws as defined in Section 101A.17 of the Immigration Nationality Act, 8 U.S.C. 1101A.17. 2, assisting or cooperating with federal law enforcement entities, officials, or other personnel regarding the enforcement of the immigration laws. 3, undertaking any of the following law enforcement activities as such activities relate to information regarding the citizenship or immigration status, lawful or unlawful, the admissibility or deportability, and the custody status of any individual. 1, making inquiries to any individual to obtain such information regarding such individual or any other individuals. 2, notifying the federal government regarding the presence of individuals who are encountered by law enforcement officials or other personnel of the state or political subdivision of a state. 3, complying with requests with such information from federal law enforcement entities, officials, or other personnel. Section 100055, Bridging Immigration-Related Deficits Experience Nationwide Reimbursement Fund. A, establishment. There is established within the Department of Justice a fund to be known as the Bridging Immigration-Related Deficit Experience Nationwide Biden Reimbursement Fund, referred to in this section as the fund. B, use of funds. The Attorney General shall use amounts appropriated or otherwise made available for the funds for grants to eligible states, state agencies, and units of local government pursuant to their existing statutory authorities for any of the following purposes. 1, locating and apprehending aliens who have committed a crime under federal, state, or local law in addition to being unlawfully present in the United States. 2, collection and analysis of law enforcement and investigation information within the United States to counter gang or other criminal activity. 3, investigating and prosecuting A, crimes committed by aliens within the United States, and B, drug and human trafficking crimes committed within the United States. 4, court operations related to the prosecution of A, crimes committed by aliens, and B, drug and human trafficking crimes. 5, temporary criminal detention of aliens. 6, transporting aliens described in paragraph 1 within the United States to locations related to the apprehension, detention, and prosecution of such aliens. 7, vehicle maintenance, logistics, transportation, and other support provided to law enforcement agencies by state agencies to enhance the ability to locate and apprehend aliens who have committed crimes under federal, state, or local law in addition to being unlawfully present in the United States. C, appropriation. In addition to amounts otherwise available for the purposes described in subsection B. There is appropriated to the Attorney General for fiscal year out of any money in the Treasury not otherwise appropriated, not to exceed $3.5 trillion to remain available until September, $3.5 billion to be remain available until September 30th, 2028 for the fund of qualified and documented expenses that achieve such purpose. D, grant eligibility for completed ongoing or new activities. The Attorney General may provide grants under this section to state agencies and units of local government for expenditures made by state agencies or local government for completed ongoing or new activities determined to be eligible for such grant funding that occurred on or after January 20th, 2021. Amounts made available under this section shall be distributed to more than one state. Section 100056, appropriation for the Bureau of Prisons. A, appropriation in addition to amounts otherwise available, there is appropriated to the Director of Bureau of Prisons for fiscal year 2025 out of any money in the Treasury not otherwise appropriated $5 billion to remain available through September 30th, 2029 for the purposes described in subsections B and C. Salaries and benefits, not less than $3 billion of the amount made available under subsection A shall be for hiring and training of new employees, including correctional officers, medical professionals, and facilities and maintenance employees, the necessary support staff, and for additional funding for salaries and benefits for the current workforce of the Bureau of Prisons. C, facilities, not more than $2 billion of the amount made available under subsection A shall be for addressing maintenance and repairs to facilitate maintained or operated by the Bureau. Repairs to facilities maintained or operated by the Bureau of Prisons. Section 10057, appropriation for the United States Secret Service. A, appropriation, in addition to amounts otherwise available, there is appropriated to the Director of the United States Secret Service, referred to in the section as the Director, for fiscal year 2025, out of any money in the Treasury not otherwise appropriate, $1.170 billion to remain available through September 30th, 2029 for the purpose described in subsection B. B, use of funds. Amounts made available under subsection A may only be used for 1, additional U.S. Secret Service resources, including personnel, training facilities, programming, technology, and 2, performance, retention, and signing bonuses for qualified United States Secret Service personnel in accordance with subsection C. C, performance, retention, and signing bonuses. 1, performance bonuses. The Director, at the Director's discretion, may provide performance bonuses to any Secret Service agent, officer, or analyst who demonstrates exemplary service. 2, retention bonuses. The Director may provide retention bonuses to any Secret Service agent, officer, or analyst who commits to 2 years of additional service within the Secret Service. 3, signing bonuses. The Director may provide a signing bonus to any Secret Service agent, officer, or analyst who, A, is hired on or after the date of the enactment of this act, and B, commits to 5 years of service within the United States Secret Service. 4, service agreement. In providing retention or signing bonus under the subsection, the Director shall provide each qualifying individual with a written service agreement that includes A, the commencement and termination dates of the required service period or provisions for the determination of such date, B, the amount of the bonus, and C, any other term or condition under which the bonus is payable subject to the requirements under the subsection, including 1, the conditions under which the agreement may be terminated before the agreed upon service period has been completed, and 2, the effect of the termination described in Clause 1. Subtitle B, Judiciary Matters. I'm going to do that.
Section 100101, appropriation to the Administrative Office of the United States Courts. In addition to amounts otherwise available, there is appropriated to the Director of the Administrative Office of the United States Courts out of the amounts in the Treasury not otherwise appropriated, $1,250,000 for each fiscal years 2025 through 2028 for the purpose of continuing analyses and reporting pursuant to Section 604A2 of Title 28 United States Code to examine the state of the dockets of the courts and to prepare the transmit statistical data and reports as to the business of the courts, including an assessment of the number, frequency, and related metrics of judicial orders issuing non-party relief against the federal government and their aggregate cost impact on the taxpayers of the United States, as determined by each court when imposing securities for the issuance of preliminary injunctions or temporary restraining orders against the federal government pursuant to Rule 65C of the Federal Rules of Civil Procedure. Section 100102, appropriation to the Federal Judicial Center. A, appropriation. In addition to amounts otherwise available, there is appropriated to the Director of the Federal Judicial Center out of amounts in the Treasury not otherwise appropriated $1 million for each of fiscal years 2025 through 2028 for the purpose described in subsection B. B, use of funds. The Federal Judicial Center shall use the amounts appropriated under subsection A for the continued implementation of programs pursuant to Section 620B3 of Title 28 United States Code to stimulate, create, develop, and conduct programs of continuing education and training for personnel of the judicial branch, including training on the absence of constitutional and statutory authority, supporting legal claims that seek non-party relief against the federal government, and strategic approaches for mitigating the aggregate cost impact of such legal claims on the taxpayers of the United States. Subtitle C, Radiation Exposure Compensation Matters. Section 100201, Extension of a Fund. Section 3D of the Radiation Exposure Compensation Act, Public Law 101-426, 42 U.S.C. 2210 note is amended. 1, by striking the first sentence and inserting the fund shall terminate on December 30.
Almost anything is possible these days. But that goes for cybercriminals too. With AI, they can create threats so realistic, it's hard to tell what's real and what's not. That's why Genie AI-powered scam detection is now included in our all-in-one protection, so you can live digital life on the bright side. Norton 360, advanced tech for advanced threats.
1958, and inserting November 6, 1962. B, in subclause 2, 1, by striking in the affected area and inserting in an affected area, and 2, by striking or after the semicolon. C, by redesignating subclause 3 as subclause 4, and D, by inserting after subclause 2 the following. 3, was physically present in an affected area for a period of at least 1 year during the period beginning on September 24, 1944 and ending on November 6, 1962, and 2, in clause 2, 1 of striking physical presence described in subclause 1 or 2 of clause 1, or on-site participation described in clause 1, 3, and inserting physical presence described in subclause 1, 2, or 3, and clause 1 or on-site participation described in clause 1, 4. B, amounts for claims relating to leukemia, section 4A1 of the Radiation Exposure Compensation Act, Public Law 101-426, 42 U.S.C. 2210 note is amended. 1, in subparagraph A by striking an amount and inserting B amount. 2, by striking subparagraph B and inserting the following, B amount. If the conditions described in subparagraph C are met, an individual who is described in subparagraph A shall receive $100,000, and 3, in subparagraph C, by adding at the end the following. 4, no payment under this paragraph previously has been made to the individual on behalf of the individual or to a survivor of the individual. C, conditions for claims related to leukemia, section 4A1C of the Radiation Exposure Compensation Act, Public Law 101-426, 42 U.S.C. 2210 note is amended. 1, by striking clause 1, and 2, by redesignating clauses 2 and 3 as clauses 1 and 2 respectively. D, specified diseases claims relating to the Trinity test in New Mexico and test at the Nevada site, section 4A2 of the Radiation Exposure Compensation Act, Public Law 101-426, 42 U.S.C. 2210 note is amended. 1, in subparagraph A by striking in the affected area and inserting in an affected area. B, by striking 2 years and inserting 1 year. And C, by striking October 31, 1958 and inserting November 6, 1962. 2, in subparagraph B, A, by striking in the affected area and inserting in an affected area, and B, by striking or at the end of inserting a semicolon. 3, by redesignating subparagraph C as subparagraph D, and 4, by inserting after subparagraph B the following. C, was physically present in an affected area for a period of at least 1 year during the period beginning of September 24, 1944, and ending on November 6, 1962. Or E, amounts for claims related to specified diseases, section 4A2 of the Radiation Exposure Compensation Act, Public Law 101-426, 42 U.S.C. 2210 note, is amended in the matter following subparagraph D as redesignated by subsection D of this section. 1, by striking $50,000 in the case of an individual described in subparagraph A or B, or $75,000 in the case of an individual described in subparagraph C and inserting $100,000. 2, clause 1, by striking and inserting a semicolon. 3, in clause 2, by striking the period at the end and inserting and. and 4, by adding at the end the following. 3, no payment under this paragraph previously has been made to the individual or on behalf of the individual or to a survivor of the individual. F, downwind states. Section 4B1 of the Radiation Exposure Compensation Act, Public Law 101-426, 42 U.S.C. 2210 note is amended to read as follows. 1, affected area means A, except as provided under subparagraph B. 1, the states of New Mexico, Utah, and Idaho. 2, in the state of Nevada, the counties of White Pine, Nye, Lander, Lincoln, Eureka, and that portion of Clark County that consists of townships 13 through 16 at ranges 63 through 71, and 3, in the state of Arizona, the counties of Coconino, Yavapai, Navajo, Apache, Gila, and Mojave, and B, with respect to a claim by an individual under subsection A1, A1(3) or subsection A2C, only New Mexico, and section 100203, claims relating to uranium mining. A, employees of mines and mills, section 5A1A1 of the Radiation Exposure Compensation Act, Public Law 101-426, 42 U.S.C. 2210 note, is amended to read as follows. 1, as employed in a uranium mine or uranium mill, including an individual who is employed in the transport of uranium ore or vanadium uranium ore from such mine or mill located in Colorado, New Mexico, Arizona, Wyoming, South Dakota, Washington, Utah, Idaho, North Dakota, Oregon, or Texas at any time during the period beginning on January 1, 1942, and ending on December 31, 1990, or 2, was employed as a core driller in a state referred to in a subclause 1 during the period described in such subclause, and B, minors, section 5A1A21 of the Radiation Exposure Compensation Act, Public Law 101-426, 42 U.S.C. 2210 note, is amended by inserting or renal cancer or any other chronic renal disease, including nephritis and kidney tubal tissue injury after non-malignant respiratory disease. C, millers, core drillers, and ore transporters. Section 5A1A22 of the Radiation Exposure Compensation Act, Public Law 101-426, 42 U.S.C. 2210 note is amended 1, by inserting core driller after was a miller, 2, by inserting or was involved in remediation efforts at such a uranium mine or uranium mill after ore transporter, 3, by inserting 1 after clause 1, and 4, by striking or renal cancers and all that follow, and inserting or renal cancer or any other chronic renal disease, including nephritis and kidney tubal tissue injury, or D, combined work histories, section 5A1A2 of the Radiation Exposure Compensation Act, Public Law 101-426, 42 U.S.C. 22 note, as amended by subsection C, is further amended 1 in subclause 1 by striking or at the end, and 2, by adding at the end the following. 3AA does not meet the conditions of subclause 1 or 2. BB worked during the period described in clause 1, or in 2 or more of the following positions: miner, miller, core driller, and ore transporter. CC meets the requirements under paragraph 4 and 5. And D, submits written medical documentation that the individual developed lung cancer, a non-malignant respiratory disease, renal cancer, or any other chronic renal disease, including nephritis and kidney tubal tissue injury, after exposure to radiation through work in 1 or more of the positions referred to in item B. E, special rules relating to combined work histories, section 5A of the Radiation Exposure Compensation Act, Public Law 101-426, 42 U.S.C. 2210 note, as amended by adding at the end the following. Special rule 4, special rule relating to combined work histories for individuals with at least 1 year of experience. An individual meets the requirements under this paragraph if the individual worked in 1 or more of the positions referred to in paragraph 1A23BB for a period of at least 1 year during the period described in paragraph 1A11. 5, special rule relating to combined work histories for minors. An individual meets the requirements of this paragraph if the individual during the period described in paragraph 1A11 worked as a minor and was exposed to such number of working level months that the Attorney General determines, when combined with the exposure of such individual to radiation through work as a miller, core driller, or transporter during the period described in paragraph 1A11, results in such individual being exposed to a total level of radiation that is greater or equal to the level of exposure of an individual described in paragraph 4. F, definition of core driller. Section 5B of the Radiation Exposure Compensation Act, Public Law 101-426, 42 U.S.C. 2210 note, is amended 1, in paragraph 7 by striking and at the end, 2, in paragraph 8 by striking the period at the end and inserting and and 3, by adding at the end the following. 9, the term core driller means any individual employed to engage in the act or process of obtaining cylindrical rock samples of uranium or vanadium by means of a borehole drilling machine for the purpose of mining uranium or vanadium. Section 100204, claims relating to Manhattan project waste. The Radiation Exposure Compensation Act, Public Law 101-426, 42 U.S.C. 2210 note, is amended by inserting after Section 5 the following. Section 5A, claims relating to Manhattan project waste. A, in general, a claimant shall receive compensation for a claim made under this act as described in subsection B or C if 1, a claim for compensation is filed with the Attorney General, A, by an individual described in paragraph 2, or B, on behalf of that individual by an authorized agent of that individual if the individual is deceased or incapacitated, such as 1, an executor of estate of that individual, or 2, a legal guardian conservative of that individual. 2, that individual, or if applicable, an authorized agent of that individual demonstrates that such individual, A, was physically present in an affected area for a period of at least 2 years after January 1, 1949, and B, contracted a specified disease after such period of physical presence. 3, the Attorney General certifies that the identity of that individual, and if applicable, the authorized agent of that individual is not fraudulent or otherwise misrepresented. And 4, the Attorney General determines that the claimant has satisfied the applicable requirements of this act. B, losses available to living affected individuals. 1, in general, in the event of a claim qualifying for compensation under subsection A that is submitted by the Attorney General to be eligible for compensation under this section at a time when the individual described in subsection A2 is living, the amount of compensation under this section shall be in an amount that is greater of $50,000 or the total amount of compensation for which the individual is eligible under paragraph 2. 2, losses due to medical expenses. A claimant described in paragraph 1 shall be eligible to receive upon submission of contemporaneous written medical records, reports, or billing statements created by or at the direction of a licensed medical professional who provided contemporaneous medical care to the claimant, additional compensation in the amount of all documented out-of-pocket medical expenses incurred as a result of the specified disease suffered by that claimant, such as any medical expenses not covered, paid for, or reimbursed through A, any public or private health insurance, B, any employee health insurance, C, any workers' compensation program, or D, any other public, private, or employee health program or benefit. 3, limitation. No claimant is eligible to receive compensation under this subsection with respect to medical expenses unless the submission described in paragraph 2 with respect to such expenses are submitted on or before December 31, 2028. C, payments to beneficiaries or deceased individuals in the event that an individual described in subsection A2 who qualifies for compensation under subsection A is deceased at the time of submission of the claim. 1, a surviving spouse may, upon submission of a claim and records sufficient to satisfy the requirements of subsection A with respect to the deceased individual, receive compensation in the amount of $25,000, or 2, in the event that there is no surviving spouse, the surviving children, minor or otherwise, of the deceased individual may, upon submission of a claim and records sufficient to satisfy the requirements of subsection A with respect to the deceased individual, receive compensation in the total amount of $25,000 paid in equal shares to each surviving child. D, affected areas. For purposes of this section, the term affected area means 1, in the state of Missouri, the zip codes of 63031, 63033, 63034, 63042, 63045, 63074, 63114, 63135, 63138, 63044, 63121, 63140, 63145, 63147, 63102, 63304, 63134, 63043, 63341, 63368, and 63367. 2, in the state of Tennessee, the zip codes of 37716, 37840, 37719, 37748, 37763, 37828, 37769, 37710, 37845, 37887, 37829, 37854, 37830, and 37831. 3, in the state of Alaska, the zip codes of 99546 and 99547, and 4, in the state of Kentucky, the zip codes of 42001 and 42003 and 42086. E, specified disease. For purposes of this section, the term specified disease means any of the following. A, 1, thyroid, 2, male or female breasts, 3, esophagus, 4, stomach, 5, pharynx, 6 small intestine, 7 pancreas, 8 bile ducts, 9 gallbladder, 10 salivary gland, 11 urinary bladder, 12 brain, 13 colon, 14.
In Washington, D.C., all eyes are on Capitol Hill as Republican Senate leaders release their revised version of President Donald Trump's cornerstone legislation, the One Big Beautiful Bill, a sweeping tax and spending package central to his second-term economic agenda. As backbench skepticism simmers and party unity is tested, the GOP is racing against a self-imposed July 4th deadline to send the bill to the president's desk for signing. The bill is a legislative behemoth. It proposes extensive tax cuts, major spending increases in defense, energy, and border security, and deep cuts to healthcare and entitlement programs to offset the cost. At the core of the bill lies an extension of Trump's 2017 Tax Cuts and Jobs Act, which is due to expire at the end of the year. Senate Republicans now seek to make those cuts permanent, framing it as essential to sustaining economic momentum. But the road ahead is anything but smooth. The latest Senate draft includes harsher cuts to Medicaid, tightening eligibility, and imposing what experts are calling the strictest work requirements ever proposed for the federal healthcare program. Among the most controversial changes are mandatory 80-hour monthly work requirements for childless, non-disabled adults by the end of 2026. Additionally, adults with children aged 15 and over would also need to work or volunteer to remain eligible for coverage. Medicaid enrollees would be required to re-verify income and residency twice a year instead of once, risking the loss of coverage for millions who may struggle to meet the administrative demands. Another flashpoint is the reduction of provider taxes, which states rely on to fund their share of Medicaid. The Senate proposal lowers the cap from 6% to 3.5% by 2031, sparking resistance from lawmakers in rural states. To ease tensions, the draft includes a $25 billion rural hospital fund aimed at protecting essential services in underfunded areas. At the same time, the bill also fulfills several of Trump's key campaign promises. It would eliminate federal taxes on tips and overtime pay, and allow Americans to deduct interest on car loans, but only if the vehicle is U.S.-made. These are populist measures aimed at working-class voters and union-heavy manufacturing states. The Senate bill also makes concessions to moderates concerned about the current cap on state and local tax deductions, commonly known as SALT. The 2017 tax law capped deductions at $10,000, a move that hit high-income taxpayers in blue states the hardest. Under the new proposal, the SALT cap would rise to $40,000 for married couples with incomes up to $500,000, a temporary relief extended only until 2030. This adjustment may be key to swaying moderate Republicans from urban districts. Meanwhile, the bill increases the child tax credit from $2,000 to $2,500 per child until 2028, but with strict eligibility limits. Only families where both parents have Social Security numbers can qualify. This move is pitched as a pro-family measure, though critics argue it excludes mixed-status immigrant households. Despite all this, the bill's funding mechanisms remain under intense scrutiny. The Congressional Budget Office estimates the legislation could add nearly $3 trillion to the federal debt over the next decade. Republicans insist that economic growth spurred by tax cuts will compensate for the deficit expansion, though this supply-side rationale has been debated heavily by economists. One major divide between the House and Senate versions is on clean energy. Both chambers agree to end Biden-era green energy tax credits, but the Senate proposes a more gradual phase-out. Projects that begin construction this year could still receive full credits, scaling down over the next 2 years before vanishing in 2028. However, both versions include strict provisions that deny credits to companies with supply chains tied to foreign entities of concern, a clear nod to rising bipartisan concern over Chinese involvement in critical sectors. With negotiations intensifying, the coming days will be pivotal. Whether the Senate can reconcile its version with the House's and whether it can do so in time for a July 4th signing ceremony remains uncertain. As the clock ticks, the fate of the one big, beautiful bill hangs in the balance, an ambitious, controversial, and potentially defining piece of legislation for Trump's second term.
When I lost an apartment for my client, I knew I needed to make a change. And Monday Sales CRM helped me take my real estate game to the next level.
Just this morning said it will explode the debt by $3.3 trillion. And they said it will likely cost more over time. More than that, closer to $4 trillion. Rather than be honest with the American people about the true costs of their billionaire giveaways, Republicans are doing something the Senate has never done before, deploying fake math and accounting gimmicks to hide the true cost of their bill. Look, Republicans can use whatever budgetary gimmicks they want to try and make the math work on paper, but you can't paper over the real-life consequences of adding tens of trillions to the debt. Sky-high interest rates, higher borrowing costs for cars, for homes, for credit cards. Americans are going to feel this, unfortunately, everywhere they look. Americans' household wealth will be permanently hobbled. There aren't enough budgetary gimmicks in the world to change that fact. And for what? Why are Republicans doing this? So that billionaires can pay less in taxes while tens of millions lose their health care benefits and pay more for everyday expenses. I now yield to my colleague from Oregon for the first parliamentary inquiry.
Mr. President.
I recognize the senator from Oregon.
Parliamentary inquiry.
The senator will state his inquiry.
When the House bill was first laid before the Senate, was the operative baseline under which it would be considered the current law baseline under Section 257 of the Balanced Budget and Emergency Deficit Control Act of 1985?
Yes.
Thank you.
I recognize the Democrat leader.
I rise for a parliamentary inquiry.
The senator will state his inquiry.
Has the Senate ever used a baseline other than current law baseline under 257 for enforcement of budget points of order, including under Section 313 of the Budget Act, during the consideration of a reconciliation measure? Has it ever been used?
No.
Mr. President.
Recognize the senator from Oregon.
Mr. President, when the Republican majority is going to the floor, what they're doing is hiding trillions of dollars in handouts to corporations and the wealthy. Trillions of dollars. If you measure this bill the way we measure every other reconciliation bill, it simply doesn't comply with the rules. But the Republican majority has figured out a trick that allows them to sidestep the parliamentarian, violate the Congressional Budget Act, and lift the filibuster for Trump's entire legislative agenda in one fell swoop. It is fakery. The budget numbers are a fraud, but the deficits will be very real. The prospect of a catastrophic debt spiral is very real. The hardship this terrible bill is going to inflict on tens of millions of Americans will be very real. So my parliamentary inquiry will proceed now. Does the score of the finance title of the Senate substitute, which the chairman asserts complies with its instruction, rely on the use of two distinct baselines, current policy for taxes and current law for health provisions like Medicaid?
Yes. Mr. President. I recognize the senator from Washington.
Mr. President, parliamentary inquiry.
The senator will state their inquiry.
Are the remaining 9 titles of the Senate substitutes scored by CBO using a current law 257 baseline?
Yes.
Mr. President.
I recognize the senator from Washington.
Mr. President, I've been here a long time. Not only have I been the budget chair, I am the longest-serving Democrat on that committee. And in my 33 years here in the United States Senate, things have never worked this way, where one party cuts for billionaires and corporations, suddenly the budget doesn't matter anymore. Suddenly the rules do not matter anymore. Suddenly a couple trillion goes away with a sprinkle of fairy dust. And bypassing the parliamentarian and president isn't really bypassing if you just close your eyes and just pretend real hard. Have you no shame? If you think you can look the American people in the face and tell them we have to bring down the debt after passing what might be the most expensive bill in history, if you think you can do that and then be taken seriously, well, you know what? If you believe that, maybe you are foolish enough to think that 0 and a trillion are the same. Mr. President, I can't believe this is what we're doing today. Because I can tell you right now, if this happens, we will all laugh you out of the room, because we have never seen anything like this. Not in my time here in the Senate, not in my time on this planet. We are not going to let anyone forget that you're trashing the rules in order to pass this egregious bill. I yield the floor.
Mr. President.
I recognize the senator from Oregon.
Thank you. I want to share a couple comments with my colleagues, including my Republican colleagues, because I've made these points on the floor, but generally the floor is empty, and some of you are here now. In 1974, 100 senators agreed on reconciliation as a fast-track, filibuster-free, but only for one purpose: reducing the deficit. It had three pillars: reduce the deficit over a 10-year period. Second, reduce the deficit in each and every year after that 10-year period, in each title of the bill. And third, use honest numbers. In 1996, the Republican team was in the majority and decided on a nuclear option to allow that reconciliation process to be used to increase deficits in the 10-year window. That was unfortunate because it destroyed the agreement all 100 senators had agreed to in 1974. But now, today, if we proceed with this current policy baseline, there's two other pillars that you're destroying of the architecture to create fiscal discipline. The second pillar was no deficits after the 10-year period. That's been destroyed. And the third was to use honest numbers from the Congressional Budget Office on a current law basis, comparing each provision in the bill as compared to the provision not being in the bill. So here we are, taking a step that is as significant as it was in 1996. All three pillars will be brought down, not by Democrats, but by Republicans. It's not necessary to do this to get what you want within the 10-year period. Why tear down these additional two pillars of honesty about the numbers, no more smoke and mirrors, and creating deficits after the 10-year period? It's extremely unfortunate if you press forward with that vision in this bill. President.
Mr. President,
I recognize the senator from Oregon.
I want to pick up on the point that my colleague from Washington State touched on. Everybody ought to understand this is the nuclear option. It's just hidden behind a whole lot of Washington, D.C. lingo. The only difference is instead of pressing a big nuclear button right at the beginning of the Congress, Republicans decided that they'd hide behind a cloak of Senate procedure and go nuclear for every individual bill they want to pass on party lines. And I just say to my colleagues, there's going to be a lot of horrendous messes to clean up after this legislation. But my colleagues need to understand the moves, as my colleague from Washington State has said, cut both ways. I yield the floor.
Mr. President. I recognize the Democrat leader.
I ask that debate time come off the bill unless otherwise advised.
Without objection.
Mr. President.
I recognize the senator from Rhode Island.
In this place where big money now rules and in which fakery is now the order of the day and numbers no longer have to be real, there is one point that stands out, and that is that the fakery on the floor is belied by the language of the bill. If these assertions were true, they would not need to raise the debt limit. All of this fun and games, all of this parliamentary mischief that is happening right now crashes into the fact that in real markets, in the real world, outside of this fakery, the debt limit is actually a real thing. And I will take a moment to read from page 754 of this midnight monstrosity what it actually says, where it collides with the real world. Subtitle C, Increase in Debt Limit. Section 72001, Modification of Limitation on the Public Debt. Line 20. The limitation under Section 3101B of Title 31 United States Code, as most recently increased by Section 401B of Public Law 118.5, 31 U.S.C. 3101 Note, is increased by $5 trillion. $5 trillion. That's the real number here. That's where the rubber hits the road in real life. The maneuver that is being pulled right now to avoid that fact, the fact that the debt limit has to be increased by $5 trillion so that Republicans can give immense tax breaks to billionaires, has not been used for this before. I used it once. In the year 2000, a deal had been struck on how to score activities of the Power Marketing Administration. Does anybody really know about the Power Marketing Administration? It's a small thing. Over the years, the Congressional Budget Office started scoring the program differently than the Senate had agreed to in 2000. So in 2023 and 2024, Senate Budget Chair, me, and the House Budget Chair, Jody Arrington, on a bipartisan basis, invoked this section to have CBO return to the original Senate agreement and not the variation that they had created. This is what Section 312 has been used for, to resolve technical ambiguity, to advance a bipartisan appropriation deal, not to create Senate floor fakery belied by the $5 trillion debt limit hike that Republicans are obliged to pass to make good on this huge billionaire blowout that we're forcing through the Senate floor now. I yield the floor.
I recognize the senator from South Carolina.
I am using and yielding time off the bill.
Without objection.
Okay, thank you very, very much. So the debate and eventual voting on the big, beautiful bill has begun. Hallelujah. It's taken a while for us to get here, but we're going to have a debate worthy of a great country. We'll have what they think and what we think, and we're going to vote on this bill in the coming days, and I'm excited about that. I've worked a long time with my colleagues to get to where we are today. So to the American people, the debate is beginning right now regarding the big, beautiful bill, and I'll tell you why that's good news for you, but let me take a little bit of time to talk about current policy versus current law. I know everybody's on the edge of their seat at home, but here's what I would tell you about numbers and budget chairmen. I'm not the first budget chairman. There have been those who came before me. In 2008, Chairman Kent Conrad, a really nice guy from North Dakota, used a new baseline in the budget so he could get the farm bill in the budget. And Judge Gregg, really smart guy, former budget chairman, said the chairman of the budget committee declared the new baseline under a new budget. The budget chairman has a right to do that. That's what I'm doing. I'm setting the numbers. The parliamentarian said, that's my job as budget chairman. The resolution we're operating under to get us here, we voted to make that the case. So we're not doing anything sneaky. We actually voted to give me the authority to do this, and it passed. But again, I'm not the first chairman to change a baseline for different reasons. One, to get the farm bill in, and another occasion, Senator Sanders changed the baseline in 2022 when he was budget chairman under budget reconciliation to issue a budget rule allowing the numbers to change to get more money for Head Start. So Senator Sanders, as budget chairman, directed a new rule be written to get more money for Head Start. So don't tell me you've never done this before in terms of changing the baseline as budget chairman. The budget chairman under 312 sets the baseline. This has been acknowledged by Republicans and Democrats. The baseline has changed in the past based on the budget committee chairman's desire, one to get a farm bill in, and the other to change the numbers, a new rule to get Head Start spending. So this has been done before, but I'll be the first to say that what we're doing here is historic in a good way. In 2017, we passed the Trump tax cuts. They're due to expire in December. Why is that? Before I got here, current law was the way to score or implement tax policy. After 10 years, the tax cuts expired, current law. As budget chairman, I've decided to use current policy when it comes to cutting taxes. If you use current policy, they never expire, so the policies that were created in 2017 would not end in December, they would continue, and that's a good thing for the American people, that's a good thing for the economy because it gives you certainty. So I made a decision as budget chairman, working with my colleagues, to look at tax cuts, something important for the country, to give certainty to businesses and individuals and make sure after 10 years they don't arbitrarily go away and have a cliff. So I made that decision, my colleagues backed me up, and that's in the budget resolution governing the debate that we're here today. So why do we want to make the tax cuts permanent? Because if they expire in December, the average family of four in South Carolina will have a $1,700 increase. I don't want that. And I bet you people at home don't want that. So we have to deal with that. That cliff is coming, and not only do I want to avoid that cliff, I don't want to put us in that position ever again. So the tax cuts have generated more revenue for the government than CBO estimated in 2017. The one thing about our friends at CBO, I appreciate all your hard work, you've worked really hard. When it comes to taxing, they always get it wrong about how much revenue to be collected. So when you look at the years that have passed since 2017, on the corporate side and on the individual side, the revenue to the government has actually grown because of those tax cuts, and that's a good thing. So cutting taxes means more money for you and your family. Our friends on the other side, if you're waiting on them to cut your taxes, you're going to die waiting. So they're never going to do it. Why are we doing it? Because they won't do it. We could never get 60 votes for this. So the bottom line is we're going to make these tax cuts permanent, and that's a good thing for businesses. Expensing will be allowed so you can invest in growing your business. You can buy new equipment. You can write it off sooner, and that will get more activity in the economy. It's not me saying that. There's a track record, Mr. President. You've been in business. This stuff works. They don't like it, but it works. If you're in business and the tax code encourages you to invest in your business, you will. This stuff literally works. And they hate it because it's money that could have gone to the government went back into the economy. What they don't realize, actually, the government gets more money. They just keep spending it. And we could do better on the spending side. And we are going to do better on the spending side. So this bill makes the 2017 tax cuts permanent. It avoids a tax increase for your family that's coming in December if we don't act now. It secures the border. One of the reasons there are more of us than our Democratic friends is how you screwed the country up for the last 4 years. We went from secure borders to completely open borders, absolute chaos, and that's why we're winning and you're losing. And you want to take us back to open borders. We're not going. We're not going back to your policies that allowed 8.3 million encounters at the border, 1.7 million gotaways, chaos to cities and communities. We're not going back to the policies that led to Laken Riley's murder in Georgia, where the man convicted for murdering her was captured several times, released because there was no detention space to hold him in Texas, and he left a free man, went to Georgia and killed this lady. That's happened too many times, and it's going to stop. Now, what are we doing to secure the border? We went from lawless borders to the most secure borders in 6 months because of President Trump. President Trump, you should be exceedingly proud. Holman, the whole team, you've locked that border down, but we want to do it in a way that it'll stay locked down for the president after you and beyond. So how do we secure the gains made by President Trump and his team? We're going to, in this bill, hire more ICE agents to expedite removal of people that shouldn't be here, particularly criminal elements, people that are dangerous. We're going to finish the wall. Not one Democrat, maybe one, no way would get 60 votes.
Who's ready to earn Harris Teeter fuel points with me? Shopping with your Vic card automatically earns you fuel points. You now have 400 fuel points. That's 40 cents off a gallon.
Redeem fuel points at Harris Teeter fuel centers and partnering Amoco and BP gas stations.
Girl, you're about to save $1 a gallon on gas. Up high. What?
We're delivering through this bill. And they would never do what we're doing. I'll be the first to admit, when it comes to securing the border, they're never going to do what we're doing. We're hiring more ICE agents, we're finishing the wall, and we're increasing more detention beds so we don't let people out that can go and murder. I'm very proud of this. I wrote this part. This is money well spent. This will secure that border in perpetuity. President Trump, this is your plan. It is in our bill. Well done. To my friends on the other side, you had your chance and you screwed it up big time, and that's why we're in charge. Revitalize our military. The world is a dangerous place. We have $150 billion in this bill to help build out the Golden Dome, to help improve the quality of life of men and women serving in the military by improving their barracks and housing. They need the money, more weapons. It's in this bill, and we didn't have to get extorted to buy a bunch of butter to get $150 billion. We reduce government spending over a decade by $1.6 trillion. We're running deficits, national debt at $37 trillion. So what have we done here? In the last 5 years, from 2020 basically to now, Medicaid has grown by 50%. So what's happened is that Medicaid was originally intended for children and poor families, children and people who were disabled and couldn't work to provide health care. Count me in for that, makes a lot of sense. Along comes President Obama. He expands Medicaid to include able-bodied adults for the first time. And what he did was he incentivized states to include these people in Medicaid. For every new able-bodied adult, you get 90% of the cost from the federal government, 10% from the states, and Medicaid has grown 50%, is going to take over Medicare because of what President Obama did. So what are we going to do? We're going to try to deal with that in a responsible way. What about this idea? If you're not a child, if you're not disabled, you're able-bodied, and you don't have any children under 14, we're going to have a 20-hour-a-week work requirement for you to stay on Medicaid. That's a good thing. It's a good thing for the individual involved to be working. It's a good thing for the taxpayer for them to be working. But that seems to be a crime on the other side, to ask somebody to work that can work. How many people out there are listening to this? I don't know how many you are, but are you working every day? Are you going to work with kids? A lot of people do that, by the way. So one of the reforms in this bill is to introduce a work requirement to the additional population that President Obama put on Medicaid that was never intended on the original purpose of Medicaid. This work requirement is going to save a bunch of money. Finally, we're addressing the biggest scam I've seen in a very long time. Somewhere along the line, somebody figured out that at the state level, that if you tax doctors and hospitals and medical providers on the funds they get and take that revenue, you can actually get more Medicaid money. This is a money laundering scheme. It needs to come to an end as we know it. States have gone up to 6% of a provider tax. They take that tax revenue and they use it to get more money from the federal government. The hospitals and doctors don't lose, they get the money back. The state doesn't lose, they get more money. The only group that loses is the federal government, and we're deep, deep in debt. So we're going to reform the provider tax system that I think is abusive, very abusive. As to Medicaid, it's on a growth trajectory that will overtake Medicare. Now is the time to put common sense reform in place, not only to slow the growth, and we're not talking about cutting Medicaid, we're slowing the growth, but try to create some sense of fiscal responsibility. So to our chairman of the Finance Committee, you have constructed a package better than 2017. You have included some growth elements in the package that will allow the economy to grow because it will be in businesses' interest to invest. And I want to applaud you for this growth package. Now, what does this all mean? Current policy, current law. If you do what I have decided to do, make the tax cuts permanent, and you implement these reforms to Medicaid in other areas, you will, over the next 10 years, reduce the deficit by $507 billion. That's CBO, not me. Now, how do you do that? You grow the economy and you begin to control spending in a common sense way. Most people can relate to that because they do it all the time. People at home sometimes have to work extra to meet the needs of their family, and they have to tighten their belt. So what have we achieved here in the one big beautiful bill? We're going to make your border as secure as it possibly can be and never go back to open borders. We're going to put in place border security measures to keep it secure. We're going to make the tax cuts permanent so your taxes do not go up in December of this year, and we're going to add additional pro-growth policies to help our economy. We're going to reform Medicaid in a way that makes sense, deal with the waste, fraud, and abuse of that program so that there's more money for the disabled and children, because the more money you give the able-bodied who can work, it's less money for children and people on disability. And one of the most perverse things about what President Obama did is that the reimbursement rates to states are higher for able-bodied adults than they are for disabled people and children. 90%. So
there
President
you
Obama
go. My mic is
created a
back.
system
What's
to
good?
entice states, lure them in to add people to
They've
Medicaid
been
that are not disabled,
reading this
not
bill
poor
for
children,
hours, man.
because his goal was put everybody in the country under
So I
government
thought I'd let it
healthcare,
rock out.
and
You know, I
the
jump on here for a while. I was in the
government
backyard cutting the
reimbursement
grass.
is higher
I'm soaking
for
wet.
an
You can't even
able-bodied
tell on
person
here, but
than
I'm
it
gonna
is
sweat
for
through
a
my
poor child or a disabled
through
person.
my what you
And
call
we're going
it.
to stop that.
Through my shirt. I got a long sleeve
Because
just for
that's not
bugs
fair.
and stuff.
It's not fair to the taxpayer, and it's not
Yeah,
fair
they
to the
reading this.
population that we're trying to help.
They reading this joint is 940
So we're going
pages.
to
I feel like they could have.
control spending in
It should be
common
at
sense
least
way.
9 separate bills if it's that
We're going
damn
to
long.
revitalize
They should
our
do 9
military
separate
at a time
bills
of
to
great
break
need.
down for each
We're going to give
main
the
talking point. You know what I
secure the
mean?
border,
Or condense it to
and we're
like
gonna
3
make the
bills
tax
or
cuts
something.
that
You know?
expire in December
Not
permanent,
just
so we don't have to deal with this
you just stuff,
every
but that's
10
how they do it
years.
though. They make these long ass
It's a
bills
big,
and then hide the
beautiful
devil in the
bill
details.
if you believe in cutting people's taxes, securing the border, having
Yeah,
a
it's
strong
hot as hell, but
military,
it's cooler
and
today than what it
controlling
usually
government
was. Cause like this whole
It is
last
a
week, it been in
nightmare, this
the
bill,
80s.
for
No, I mean in the
those
hundreds. Right
who
now it's
want to raise
92, but it
taxes,
feel like it's way
who
cooler
want
compared to
open
what it
borders,
was
who want
all
a weak
last week.
military, and never want
That shit's
to
beating my
control
ass.
one dime of federal spending. This bill is your
Turn this
nightmare
damn
if you're for open borders. This bill is
AC
your
up,
nightmare
turn the house.
if you want the government to
Put this
grow
on.
without any limitation.
Set it
This
60.
bill is your nightmare if you want a weak military, because it's going to give us a stronger
hot, so-
military. So why do we
I don't
have
know. I
this
don't even
debate?
think I'm ready for
That's
hell if I
what
can't
they,
handle this regular.
through years of
Sovereign
effort,
son.
have done. The military is
Hungry, too.
always the last
Something to eat.
thing
I ain't eat nothing. I
that
got
gets
two
funded
slices
when
of
they're in charge.
pastrami.
When they're in charge, you have no border. Completely broken, millions of people running through our country lawless. When they're in charge, there is no limit to growing the
I got
government.
an easy way
They
for us to
entice
save money.
everybody
Stop
to
giving
grow
all the money
government.
to these other countries.
And when they're in charge, they're
Stop giving
never
money
going
to these other countries and
in
invest
any
that same
meaningful way.
money into our own infrastructure and shit over here.
Tax rates since
our U.S.
2017,
territories.
the top rate
Build
has
up
been
Puerto
37.
Rico, build up Guam.
If these tax cuts
First off, I don't
expire,
even think we should have these other
your
territories. They
taxes,
should just
if your
become
family
states.
four, will
That
go
way
up
they
by
can have
$1,700.
voting
And
rights
we'll go
and
back to the
everything too.
39.6 rate.
Right now, I feel we should at least
Here's
have.
a question for the country. How much
I think we
should
put
the
everything
federal
together.
government
We could
take
have at least
of
55
anybody's
states.
income?
You could count the
What's
U.S.
a
Virgin
fair
Islands all as
share?
one. One voting block.
37% seems
Or,
pretty damn fair to me.
Fucking give
Over
each
a third of
individual,
what
they
you
could have
make,
one
that
electoral
doesn't count state and local taxes.
Make
The
Washington,
number they would
D.C. its
pick
own
is
state,
probably a
little
90.
tiny state. Make
So is
Guam a
37%
state. Make
fair? I
Puerto
think
Rico a state.
yes. Most Americans think 25% is fair. You know, Jesus wants 10%.
I'm tired. I heat. You don't realize how draining it is
There
until you
is
come up out of the
no
heat.
number they won't embrace. So somewhere
Come up out of the
between
heat, that's when you
90
realize
and 10,
how hot it
37
is because you come in.
is fair.
That's the heat drains you.
This is not rewarding the
drinking water
wealthy.
right now?
It's creating a number that makes sense. 37% going to the federal government is a
Still
fair
only
share.
Like halfway done.
It's over a third of what you make. And that doesn't count state and local taxes. This has been long, it's been hard, but we're about done. In a couple of days, we're going to pass the one big beautiful bill. President Trump's going to sign it. Mike Crapo and his staff deserve at least one day off. I cannot thank you enough for what you and your team have done. To my budgeteers, you have been terrific. You have worked really hard. To CBO and Joint Tax and all these people, hats off to your efforts to get us a quality product.
Sit underneath it.
To all of my colleagues who've rowed the boat with us, we're about to reach the shore.
Over there.
And when this boat comes ashore, every family in America can have a sigh of relief. Your taxes will not go up this December. You'll get a Christmas present of not having a tax increase. To those who've been yearning for a secure border, it will be secure. To those men and women in uniform, you're going to get some help and you desperately need it. And to those who think we should do something about the government's growth in a common sense way, we've achieved that. I am very proud of this bill. I'm very proud of President Trump. I'm very proud of the Republican team that has gotten us to this point. And to my Democratic colleagues, we'll work together where we can. But nobody over here ever expects you to do anything about the border because you've proven you can't. Nobody over here believes you're ever going to reduce the size of government because you don't want to. So the bottom line is we're about to make history, Mr. President. This is your first term. I don't know what comes later for you. I hope you're here a long time if that's what you want to be. You're a great senator. You're a good businessman. You've made a real success story. Family from Columbia. You've created a lot of job opportunity. I doubt if you'll ever do anything more important than this. Senator Crapo, you've been here a while. You're one of the smartest guys I ever met. Everything you've done all your life has led to this moment. This is what you were built to do. This is what you were meant to do. You're the right man at the right time to do what this country desperately needs to stay on track to be safe and prosperous. To all my colleagues who are going to vote for this bill, you should be proud and you should talk about it because it's going to make us all safer and it's going to make us all more prosperous. Me being budget chairman is a quirk in the history of the Senate. This is not my thing normally, but I have really gotten into it. And I've learned a lot thanks to my colleagues, and I'm proud to have the honor of being budget chairman at a time I think it matters the most. Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that the following staff members from my staff and from Senator Merkley's staff be given all access floor passes for the consideration of the bill. Caitlin Wilson, Lillian Meadows, Scott Graber, Walker Turlock, Taylor Reedy, Democratic staff Mike Jones, Melissa Pistner, Josh Smith, and Tyler Evilsizer. Tyler, Evilsizer. I ask that unanimous consent.
Without objection.
With that, I will yield to my good friend from Idaho.
There's one more behind it.
Huh?
Behind that.
Oh, wait a minute.
Nope.
That the use of calculators, whatever they are, be permitted on the floor of the Senate during consideration of the bill.
Without objection.
Mr. President.
I recognize the senator from Idaho.
Thank you, Mr. President. And first of all, let me thank my colleague from South Carolina, Senator Graham, for his very kind words. I return the same kind of compliments to him for his great work in helping to build this bill and get us moved to this point. I'm going to make just a few remarks right now in response to some of the allegations and mischaracterizations that my colleagues on the other side have made about how this bill has been structured in terms of its evaluation and scoring. And then later I'm going to come and give a much longer speech, sorry sir, on the bill itself. But the things that were said this morning just have to be responded to. First of all, it is said that the reason that we are going to increase the debt ceiling in the bill is because we are spending so much money and driving the deficit up. Well, first of all, our bill drives the deficit down, not up. And secondly, the reason we are dealing with the debt ceiling in the bill is because under the previous administration's operations, the debt ceiling has already been breached. It was breached on January 2nd. And we are limping along with extraordinary measures, is what we call them here in Washington, to try to keep the government funded until Congress can extend the debt ceiling. This has nothing to do with President Trump. It happened before he even was sworn into office. It has nothing to do with this bill. It has to do with the profligate spending that drove us into a breach of the debt ceiling on January 2. Secondly,
it could cost you up to $8,000 to fix a transmission, or up to $10,000 to fix your engine, or up to $2,500 to get your AC repaired. CarShield offers plans to protect up to 5,000 parts and systems.
With CarShield, you get nationwide protection, unlimited miles, month-to-month plans, and with the CarShield guarantee, your low rate stays the same for as long as you cover your car.
Every plan from CarShield includes benefits like 24/7 roadside assistance, courtesy towing, and rental car options.
With so many places to see in this country, CarShield gives drivers freedom to enjoy more of it worry-free. Just don't wait until it's too late. Call now before a breakdown.
Call CarShield now and get the CarShield guarantee, where your rate never goes up and your coverage never goes down. Call 800-579-6554.
Before, because it was not intended to apply to taxes. That ruling and that system that was set up was intentionally designed to favor tax increases over spending cuts and to force Congress to increase taxes and increase spending. It was a strategy to achieve what we all know of as tax and spend. And no matter how they try to cover it over today in their debate, it comes down to this. They are furious that we refuse to raise taxes in America by $4.3 trillion on Americans. And they claim that our refusal to raise your taxes, America, is going to run up the deficit because they can't get $4 trillion more of your tax revenue into their pockets. Well, the first failure of that rationale is, if you believe that you give them $4.5 trillion by letting them raise your taxes again, if you believe they're going to use that to pay the debt down, let me tell you, there's not a tax increase that I've seen in this Congress in my lifetime that was used to pay the debt down. It was used to increase spending. It's called tax and spend. And it's that bias in our scoring system that we are fixing today. We are fixing it so that current policy is how you treat taxes, just like you treat $2.5 trillion of spending this year in your scoring system. We're evening the balance board between taxing and spending. And America should sigh a sigh of relief that finally we are fixing our scoring procedures so that we don't have a built-in drive to increase taxes. Let's put it another way. One of my colleagues said, just even children can understand the difference between $1 trillion and $0. I think they can also understand that if you don't raise taxes, you're not changing the tax code. You're making it bring in the same revenue that it brought in before. You're not increasing the deficit. You're protecting their wallets. And the bottom line here is very simple. I think every American, at least 90% of them, intuitively understand that the refusal to let your taxes go up by $4 trillion is not a deficit increase. You are not the responsible. Us keeping your money in your pocket is not making you responsible for increasing the deficit. Deficit increases come when Congress keeps spending your money and never, ever controlling its spending. The problem is not a lack of revenue. It is too much spending. So let's make it clear. This is not a gimmick. The gimmick is the one that's been used for all these years. We're making a balance between the treatment of tax and spend so that those taxpayers in America have at least a fair chance against the rules of this chamber. Now, one other thing that I think needs to be made here is there was a lot of talk on the other side, and then I'll stop and bring my longer speech later. One other point that needs to be made here is it was suggested that this has never been done before, even on taxes. Well, there's a president named President Obama who faced a similar situation like we face today. Only then, he was president when a huge tax cut that President Bush had accomplished was expiring. And all of those tax cuts that President Bush had been able to achieve were going to go away, and everybody's taxes were going to go up. And President Obama said, no, I'm not going to let that happen. So he put a bill out on the floor to stop those tax increases from happening. And he was attacked, actually, for increasing the deficit by not letting taxes go up. And President Obama, through his OMB deputy director, said that keeping tax policy current should be scored under a current policy, and that if his act in letting those tax increases be kept in place should be scored as current policy, not as a tax increase. So you've got one of your own presidents from the Democratic Party saying that letting existing tax law stay in place and protecting against huge tax increases on the American people is the appropriate approach to take. That current policy, and those are their words, current policy is the way we should treat tax policy. So I say to everybody in America who's been hearing all of the politics of fear about what we're doing here and running up the deficit, need to remember that only in Washington, D.C. is the refusal to raise your taxes an increase in the deficit. And we're not going to let that happen. Thank you very much, Mr. President. I yield the floor.
If no one yields time, time will be charged equally to both sides.
They supposed to vote on it after they finish reading every page of the bill. the president gave them a deadline of July 4th. So that's what they're trying to do. Eat something before I go back. I think they need to lower the taxes, not raise anything. Lower the taxes. Make it that we gotta oh, they look like they gonna vote on it today.
Mr. President.
I recognize the senator from Michigan.
They might
Mr. President, I rise
vote on it today.
In opposition
They're taking a
to
little short break now.
Widely irresponsible legislation that is before us now. Although our colleagues are calling it the big, beautiful bill, this bill would instead be a betrayal to our economic future, hardworking American families, and some of our most vulnerable seniors, children, and people with disabilities. This bill will blow up our national debt, kick millions of people off of their health care, and take food off of families' tables while cutting food assistance. And for what? What our colleagues are mortgaging our country's future for? What are they slashing health care and food assistance to pay for? Well, they're doing it for tax cuts for billionaires. So before my colleagues rush to pass this irresponsible, reckless legislation, let's take a moment to go through exactly how much harm this bill will actually cause and hear from the people in my state who are going to suffer if this law becomes law. To start, this bill will blow up the national debt. Since President George Washington
I ain't gonna say
gave
pretty
his
sure. It's a
farewell
great
address,
chance they probably do
our
a
nation's
revision
leaders
of
have
the bill
warned against the
to
dangers
try to, make everybody happy.
a national debt. 15 years ago, Admiral Mike
You know,
Mullen,
that's
former
what it is,
chairman of the Joint
negotiation.
Chiefs of Staff, stated, quote, "The most significant threat to our national security is our debt." The national debt is at an all-time high, $36.2 trillion. And just in the last 16 years, it has tripled. Our annual deficits frequently exceed $1.5 trillion, including a record $3.1 trillion deficit in fiscal year 2020 during the Trump administration. Unfortunately, these are the first of many grave financial milestones that we face. Within the next decade, our country will spend more on servicing the debt than we do on any other federal account outside of Social Security. Our fiscal house is basically on fire. But if our Republican colleagues jam through this bill, it's not going to pour water on that fire, it's going to pour gasoline on those flames.
Democrats have tried to make efforts to pay down that debt in recent years. In fact, under the Inflation Reduction Act, a law that this bill attempts to actually gut, we reduced the deficit in that bill by nearly $250 billion. And in 2023, we passed the Bipartisan Fiscal Responsibility Act, which responsibly addressed the debt ceiling and had the potential to reduce deficits by up to $1.5 trillion. But unfortunately, the bill before us basically wipes all of that away. And I have always said that I'm open to making smart cuts to spending, but that those cuts should be matched with increases in revenues. Doing so would put us back on a sustainable financial path. Our Republican colleagues are doing the exact opposite.
Pages is diabolical.
They're making drastic cuts to revenue. And according to the nonpartisan Joint Committee on Taxation, the tax provisions in this bill alone would decrease revenues by $4.2 trillion and add, yes, add $3 trillion to our national debt. This is a recipe for disaster. If we face another emergency, like a pandemic or global financial crisis, we will be too hamstrung by our debt to respond effectively. We are on the brink of a financial disaster, and passing this bill could push us over that edge.
Get that shit away anyway.
Also, my Republican colleagues can cut taxes for billionaires. At the same time, our Republican colleagues are not making smart, sensible spending cuts to cover the costs that these billionaire
Hopefully we don't end up like Greece.
Instead, they're gutting health care for millions of Americans, including hundreds of
Greece in like 2012. They was bankrupt.
It's reckless and it is wrong. Medicaid is a lifeline for people in every single community across this country.
We done gave billions of dollars
millions
to
of Michiganders
Ukraine.
and Americans can have access to quality, affordable health care. And right now, folks across my home state of Michigan are scared. Scared about what this bill will mean for their families. I've heard from thousands of my constituents from every corner of the state of Michigan on how these cuts are going to hurt them. So today, I just want to tell you, through my constituent stories, just how detrimental this bill will be for most Americans. Take Isaac from Lansing, for example, who says Medicaid is the only lifeline he has to pay for the medicine that literally keeps him alive. We've also seen how more and more Michiganders and people all across our nation have shouldered the burden of serving as a primary caregiver for an aging parent. It's the ultimate gift that we can give to the people who have raised us. But the cost of critical nursing home and assisted living care continues to rise. Medicaid has become an essential way for our aging seniors to pay for the care that they need. Take Gwen from Grand Rapids, who says she wouldn't be able to pay for an assisted living facility for her grandmother
I agree with you on that.
without Medicaid. Many of us know someone, or maybe even love someone, who lives with a disability. Thanks to Medicaid, people with disabilities can get the care that allows them to live healthy and independent lives. That is the case for Wanda from Westside.
I look at all that
takes
stuff.
medication for an eye condition.
Last year I was
Without
driving
Medicaid,
to Florida.
she would not be able to afford her
17-hour ride, and I
medication,
was driving through
and she could actually
Alabama and Florida and all that empty
As too many of us
space
know
and
from
empty land. I'm
personal
like, we should not have
experiences or from
homeless.
friends and
We got
loved
plenty
ones,
of spaces we could build.
our country is facing a
houses
mental
and buildings
health
and
crisis.
stuff to put them in.
Medicaid has become a saving grace for those who desperately need mental health care, but simply cannot afford it. Take Alan from Fort Gratiot, who says losing Medicaid would feel like losing the lives he's been given back through mental health care from Medicaid. Under this bill, rural communities will be especially impacted by cuts to Medicaid. In some counties in Michigan's Upper Peninsula.
Not a politician. She's a Marine. Winsome Earl Sears, a record of service and results. Vote Winsome for governor.
Up to 50 miles to get routine or emergency care. Medicaid helps keep these hospitals open. And if this bill passes, people in these rural communities are going to be cut off from basic health services.
Medicaid also plays an essential role in making sure that children across Michigan get the care that they need. I heard from Gladys, a mother from Flint, who says Medicaid is the only reason her kids can get their asthma medication or have regular health checkups. Expecting mothers also reached out to share their concerns. While she is busy preparing to welcome a newborn baby into the world, Chelsea from Fenville is now afraid that she will lose her access to both pre- and post-natal care under this absolutely disastrous bill. I simply can't understand how my Republican colleagues would leave thousands of people across Michigan without the care that they need, all so they can give a tax break to billionaires. On top of that, my Republican colleagues are also proposing deep, harmful cuts to food assistance delivered through SNAP. SNAP serves as an absolute lifeline for millions of Americans, including children, seniors, people with disabilities, and working families. So simply put,
Flip it around.
if
Give
this
the tax
bill
break
is
to us
passed, it
regular
will mean
people.
people in Michigan and all across our country will go hungry. They will not be able to put food on the table while billionaires pay less taxes. That is just wrong. But it also makes no economic sense either. Every dollar in SNAP benefits generates more than $1.50 in economic activity. This supports local grocery stores, farmers all across our country, and the entire food supply chain. So on top of jeopardizing families' ability to put food on the table, to feed their children, these proposed SNAP cuts would also hurt businesses and jobs, particularly in rural America and in low-income areas. This bill produces the most amount of pain for the least amount of gain of any legislation that I can remember in all the years that I've had the privilege of serving here in the Senate. Mr. President, I can't believe that we are standing here debating this reckless, irresponsible bill. The harm this bill will do to the American people and to the people in my state of Michigan who are counting on Medicaid for health care and on food assistance to help feed their families is absolutely reprehensible. The damage this bill will do to our nation's economic security is not only reckless, it is unconscionable. This is not what our constituents want us to be focused on. They want us to help make their life better. But instead of focusing on that, here we are on the brink of passing a bill so irresponsible that it will destroy our country's economic health, harm millions of Americans, all so a handful of billionaires, the wealthiest of the wealthy, can have another tax break. Mr. President, I will never support such a reckless and catastrophic plan. Mr. President, I yield the floor. No, this is.
Mr. President.
I recognize the senator from Idaho.
Thank you, Mr. President. You get to be here for my second speech. I'm here to talk now about the centerpiece of this reconciliation bill, making the 2017 tax cuts permanent. The One Big Beautiful Bill prevents the largest tax hike in history. and provides groundbreaking new tax relief for middle-class workers and families. This legislation permanently extends the Trump tax cuts, which proportionally benefited the middle class the most. If these tax cuts were allowed to expire, taxpayers in all income groups would see massive tax hikes. And a point that my colleagues on the other side seem to consistently forget or ignore is that the vast majority of them, $2.6 trillion worth of those tax cuts or tax increases, would fall on taxpayers making less than $400,000 per year. And the vast majority of that is on taxpayers making and earning in the middle and lower middle income categories. But before I go on to discuss what would happen, I want to address an issue that is just a constant theme on the other side, and that is that this bill is going to be a huge increase in the deficit. Now here's a quick handwritten chart that my colleague from South Carolina made quickly to respond to them. You heard the previous speaker say that CBO has scored this bill to have a huge multi-trillion-dollar deficit increase. The fact is that CBO has scored this bill to have a $507 billion deficit reduction. You heard that right, a $507 billion deficit reduction. And later on in my remarks, I will point out that that score doesn't even take into account the growth in the economy and the revenue that will come to our Treasury from revitalizing and giving a boost to our economy. So now let's go to the next chart. What will happen if we don't do this? What will happen if we do what the Democrats are demanding that we do? And that is to let this tax increase happen so that they can say they're going to use it to pay the deficit down. The average family of four would see a tax hike of $1,700, and their child tax credit would be cut in half. 20 million small business owners would face massive tax hikes, with some of them facing rates as high as 43%. The standard deduction, which simplifies tax filing for 90% of Americans, would be cut in half. Small businesses and farms would see their death exemption cut in half. The Council of Economic Advisors warns us that this $4 trillion tax hike would also lead to an economic downturn and potential recessionary headwinds, noting that the impacts would disproportionately fall on young people, minorities, and workers without college degrees. We've been working for more than a year on legislation that prevents that outcome and provides an opportunity for us to have additional tax relief that is specifically targeted to benefit low and middle income families and workers. Despite the rhetoric of fear, our critics' rhetoric about tax cut as being for billionaires and corporations, the reality of this legislation prevents a massive tax hike across the board and overwhelmingly benefits middle-class households and job creators. According to the Joint Committee on Taxation, this bill provides more than $600 billion, that's $600 billion more of new tax relief for hardworking Americans. How does it do that? $73 billion in inflation tax relief targeted at income brackets below $100,000 per year.
Still cutting.
$205 billion in tax relief to the 90% of taxpayers who claim the standard deduction. $93 billion in additional tax relief for seniors through a $6,000 bonus exemption. $124 billion investment in children of low and middle income families, in addition to the permanent doubled child tax credit. I'm going to say that again. The permanent doubled child tax credit.
Degree.
The significant tax relief we are providing to hardworking families includes
career that I got, I didn't need. I mean, I'm in the military.
Permanent lower tax rates, letting Americans keep more of their hard-earned money. Permanent increased and enhanced standard
we
deduction,
get
claimed by over 90% of taxpayers.
salary, and
On
I
top
feel
of
like they
making that
overwork
double
us for the
child
amount of
tax credit
salary they
permanent,
give
we
us.
are also increasing it for tens of millions of families.
That's what I
Tax
think
relief
they
for
should
seniors
do.
in the form
It
of
should
a
be after you work
$6,000
40
bonus exemption
hours
for low and middle
that they
income
need to
seniors, slashing their
give us
tax
some
burden.
type of bonuses if you
No
want
tax
salary
on
pay.
tips for millions of tipped workers like waitresses, barbers, hairstylists, and taxi drivers. No tax on overtime for millions of America's hourly workers who work overtime and keep America running. No tax on auto loan interest for new cars made in the United States, allowing the hardworking families of America to fully deduct auto loan interest on American-made cars. Enhanced 529 education savings accounts, making education expenses more affordable and accessible for families. New Trump savings accounts for newborns and children set up to the age of 18, building financial security for the next generation. We make child care more accessible and affordable for working families by enhancing the Child and Dependent Care Credit and the Dependent Care Assistance Program. The list goes on and on. We extend the paid family and medical leave credit and expand health savings and accounts for health care expenses. We repeal onerous IRS reporting requirements on gig workers, reduce the paperwork burden for small businesses, and much more. And all of this just on the individual side of the code. The business side of the tax code has the potential to generate phenomenal economic growth. When my Republican colleagues and I began talking about how to best extend and enhance the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act, we agreed that one of our top priorities was to make it permanent. The reforms we made in 2017, including lower rates for corporations and small business owners, along with the international tax reforms, increased domestic investment, boosted economic growth, and increased take-home pay. A growing economy powered a strong labor market. Workers saw record wage growth, and the unemployment rate fell dramatically to the lowest in 50 years at 3.5%. Corporate inversions, which we used to debate endlessly, or businesses leaving America, became a thing of the past. They literally ended, and America became the place to do business again. Capital formation exploded in the United States. Restoring these critical business provisions and making them permanent is a key to driving additional growth and investment in the United States. For businesses that spur investment and economic activity across the country, this bill makes the 20% small business deduction permanent, enabling job creation and spurring local economic activity. Restores and makes permanent full expensing for domestic research and development, encouraging domestic innovation. Restores and makes permanent full expensing for new capital investments, like machinery and equipment, boosting domestic production. Restores and makes permanent interest deductibility, helping to finance critical domestic investments and keep America globally competitive. It includes full expensing for new factories and factory improvements to accelerate domestic manufacturing. Permanently renews and enhances the Opportunity Zone program, driving $100+ billion of investment to rural and distressed communities. According to the Tax Foundation, permanence for the bill's 4 cost recovery provisions I've just reviewed would more than double the long-run economic effect. The National Association of Manufacturers predicts $248 billion in economic growth will come from the manufacturing sector alone, along with over 1 million jobs and over $100 billion in new wages. The National Federation of Independent Businesses says that making the small business deduction permanent will create 1.2 million jobs over 10 years, growing to 2.4 million jobs in the long run. That growth also means more federal revenue created right along the way. And the Council of Economic Advisors estimates that this tax legislation alone, will drive more than $2 trillion in offsetting deficit reduction, thanks to permanent provisions that power economic growth and incentivize investment. Over a 10-year window, with this legislation in effect, the Council of Economic Advisors estimates that debt as a share of GDP will fall to 94%, compared to 117% if the Trump tax cuts expire. And this chart is important to look at. This is what happens to our deficit if we pass this tax legislation and grow our economy. And this is what happens if we don't. The red line is what happens if we don't. Over a 10-year window with this legislation in effect, as this chart shows, the estimate is 94% compared to 117% if the Trump tax cuts expire. So while my colleagues on the other side complain and complain that we will not let taxes go up, this is what will happen if they do go up. Far from adding to the deficit, this legislation will finally put us on a sound financial footing as we power growth and curb spending. For those who claim that this bill will add over $4 trillion to the deficit, it bears repeating. Preventing a $4 trillion tax hike is not the same as deficit spending. And those who say that we should let a $4 trillion tax hike go into effect to pay down the national debt, every tax increase that Congress has adopted for as long as I can remember was not used to pay down the national debt. It was used to increase spending. And that's exactly what is going to happen if the Democrats have their way and force this tax hike to happen. It was used by Congress to spend more money, not to reduce debt. Extending current tax policy means that tax revenue as a percent of GDP will remain relatively unchanged. We do not have a revenue problem in America. We have a spending problem. That's why we asked JCT to score this legislation under a more realistic scenario using a current policy baseline. The Council of Economic Advisors estimates that making the Trump tax cuts permanent, combined with other Trump administration pro-growth policies like regulatory reform and so forth, it will increase federal revenues by more than $4 trillion, far more than offsetting any deficit estimates.
Let's open Claude Code, Shift Tab, bam, we're in plan mode. The debate is over. Claude Code is taking over the engineering world. The team has stealth launched plan mode. It's simple and powerful. How does plan mode work and why does it exist? There are two powerful ways to use plan mode we're going to break down right now. Let's master Claude Code plan mode in 20 minutes.
We cut spending by $1.6 trillion. This chart shows how other bills have tried to take a shot at reducing spending in the past. We far exceed any spending reduction bill that Congress has ever passed. We're paying attention to the revenue side, and we're paying attention to the spending side. To achieve this record level of savings, we are slashing President Biden's Green New Deal spending and promoting an America First energy policy. We are eliminating hundreds of billions of dollars of the Green New Deal subsidies, including ending wasteful credits like the EV tax credit. We stopped penalizing fossil fuels in favor of unreliable and expensive green energy, and instead support consistent energy sources, making energy affordable again. We are also rooting out waste, fraud, and abuse in federal spending programs, as my colleague from South Carolina mentioned, like those that we have identified in Medicaid. This will not reduce benefits for those who are qualified and for whom Medicaid was intended. It will reduce waste, fraud, and abusive scams that are being used to get the American taxpayer to funnel money into states or into other programs. This program was created to help pregnant women, children, and seniors in America and those with disabilities. We are continuing to protect them. They will not lose benefits, and the politics of fear that you hear constantly are simply false. But in recent years, the Democrats have incentivized Medicaid to enroll healthy Americans and illegal immigrants, driving up costs for taxpayers and risking the program's sustainability for those who need it the most. This is what has happened. This is what's happening to the enrollment and the spending in Medicaid. The fate of this expansion is an unsustainable path and puts the future of the program at risk, including the United States federal debt. As spending has surged, so have inappropriate payments and ineligible enrollments, along with gimmicks and loopholes. People are alarmed by these statistics, but official reports indicate that the federal government made $543 billion in inappropriate Medicaid payments from 2015 through 2024. Some experts think that that number is closer to $1 trillion. That is what we are addressing in this legislation. We have the responsibility to ensure that programs like Medicaid work efficiently and effectively and remain financially viable for those for whom it was designed to help. For months, my Democrat colleagues have engaged in the politics of fear, warning that Republicans are going to rip this critical program from those most in need. Let me be clear. This legislation does not take Medicaid away from any recipients for whom the program was designed to help. Children, the elderly, the disabled or infirm, adults caring for children, and elderly relatives are protected by this bill. We would not be honoring our obligation to these recipients if we allow the program to continue to balloon, forcing vulnerable populations to compete for available resources with able-bodied adults who refuse to work. As one father recently wrote in the Wall Street Journal, Medicaid was created to help people like my son. He is 17, has severe autism and epilepsy, and needs constant attention. Yet thanks to Obamacare's Medicaid expansion, he is stuck on a multi-year waiting list for an in-home care because able-bodied adults are competing for the same results. CBO estimates that over 1.4 million illegal aliens are receiving Medicaid benefits. I'm talking about those who are not United States citizens and are not legally in the United States, receiving Medicaid benefits, and pushing those like this man's 17-year-old son out of his opportunity to get access to those benefits. Brett Guthrie, the chairman of the Energy and Commerce Committee in the House, correctly notes, every dollar misspent on illegal immigrants and ineligible individuals in the Medicaid program means less money going to our children, our pregnant women and mothers, individuals, and others who are disabled and seniors. Republicans are committed to preserving and strengthening Medicaid for the people Medicaid was intended to serve. That starts with making common sense reforms to eliminate waste, fraud, and abuse in the program. This bill targets rampant fraud in the program by removing illegal aliens, deceased recipients, or those enrolled in multiple states. It eliminates wasteful spending by ensuring that Medicaid payments align with levels in Medicare and other spending programs, and increases the frequency of eligibility checks. It requires more personal accountability and promotes pathways to work for able-bodied adults. The work requirements proposed in this legislation are simple. Many people are amazed that they're so easy to meet and yet so rigorously opposed. If you are an able-bodied adult without dependents, you can qualify for taxpayer-funded Medicaid by spending 20 hours per week working or participating in work training or going to school or participating in community service or volunteer work. The majority of Americans agree that these rules are responsible guardrails to protect a program that was designed to protect America's most vulnerable Americans. The bill also corrects abusive practices by freezing and reducing provider taxes, a financial gimmick used by states to increase federal spending that they receive. For those concerned about funding for rural hospitals during the transition back to responsible funding levels, the legislation creates a bridge funding system to help stabilize rural hospitals and enhance their long-term financial solvency. And while Democrats claim Republicans are slashing Medicaid spending, the reality is that even with these reforms, Medicaid spending is projected to continue to grow by billions of dollars over the next 10 years. Only in Washington is a smaller increase in spending considered a cut. In reality, these reforms will improve, protect, and preserve Medicaid for the most vulnerable Americans. We've had a very robust debate over how to best deliver on President Trump's agenda, and I'm proud of what we achieved in this legislation. The tax provisions in our bill, from permanent extension of the lower tax rate to the increased child tax credit to the permanent tax relief for businesses, will deliver financial security for American families and grow our economy. The health care provisions will protect and preserve Medicaid for the Americans that the program was designed to serve. And while more work remains, this bill's economic growth, combined with deficit reduction that we have in it, finally puts our country on a much better fiscal trajectory. Speaking of work, I would be remiss if I did not take a moment to thank the excellent staff from the Joint Committee on Taxation, the Congressional Budget Office, and the Senate Legislative Council for the hard work and countless hours they have put in to get us to this point. Some of them have been working with us on these provisions for years, and we greatly appreciate your partnership in this effort. I ask unanimous consent to have these individuals' names printed in the record. Thank you. I also have to thank my incredible staff who have foregone sleep over the past several months to provide timely, indispensable insight, facts, legislative text, counsel, and so much more. Without them, we would not be at this point and ready to deliver this much needed growth-focused policy for the American people. I ask unanimous consent to have the names of my entire Finance Committee staff printed in the record.
Without objection.
Thank you. Even with all that, and all that we accomplish in this legislation, there are dozens of additional good ideas, smart policies, and common sense reforms that we were not able to include today. And I commit to working with my colleagues to advance those goals as well as we move forward. But today's historic legislation is more than a good start and will pay dividends for American families, extending good tax policy, delivering targeted relief, and reining in wasteful spending as achieved in this bill is the best way to restore economic prosperity and opportunity for all Americans. I look forward to getting it to the President's desk as soon as possible. Thank you, Mr. President.
Mr. President.
I recognize it. Democrat Whip.
Mr. President, we're here today debating a clumsily assembled package, still a work in progress, that would rip away health care from 16 million American families to give tax breaks to millionaires, billionaires, and our largest corporations. Think about that for a moment. The Republicans have decided that the best avenue to generate revenue that they can then give in tax breaks to wealthy people is to eliminate health insurance coverage for 16 million Americans. That's going to have a dramatic impact on their lives. If you have ever been a young father with a baby with a serious medical problem and you had no health insurance, you'll never forget it as long as you live. I know, I've been there. The notion of losing your health insurance leaves you as vulnerable as possible in some of the most important moments of your life. and that they would consider this provision to eliminate health insurance coverage for 16 million families is unimaginable and cruel. Let's not act like there is a unified Republican front on this issue. Even some of my colleagues on the other side of the aisle don't want to be here at this moment, jamming this unpopular bill through this chamber under arbitrary deadlines. One of my colleagues took a look at tax breaks, and you're going to hear them say over and over again, well, the average family, if we don't act, the average family is going to have to pay more in taxes. There's a way around that. If we limit any tax breaks in this bill, in this effort, to people making $400,000 a year or less, $400,000 a year or less, it virtually eliminates 2/3 of the cost of this undertaking. And it means you don't have to take away the health insurance of 16 million families. So there are ways to do tax breaks which make sense. Count this Democrat in with the Republicans for helping working families who are struggling to get by, and a lot of them are, living paycheck to paycheck. And the notion that we would say to them, we're going to take away your health insurance, we're going to raise the cost of health insurance for you, is no answer to their problems. Behind closed doors, my Republican colleagues continue to be consumed with infighting, bickering over the bill's substance, and for good reason. We have a process here which is almost impossible to explain to an ordinary person of how we reach reconciliation. The parliamentarian's office, and she's sitting here, God bless you for what you've been through for the last several months, and all your staff, have to make decisions on a daily basis over and over again as to whether or not provisions of this bill are eligible under the law that governs the United States Senate. We're in the process of debating this on the Senate floor. I see our ranking member on the Budget Committee, Senate Budget Committee, the senator from Oregon. We're in the process of still appealing to the parliamentarian's office on provisions in the bill. This is truly a work in progress. I think what they do know is troubling, and it should be. This bill would be a disaster for hospitals. The Senate Republican bill, unfortunately, is going to endanger hospitals all over the United States. But if you happen to live in a small town, rural area, and I represent a lot of them in the state of Illinois, you're the most vulnerable. You are the target. When they cut back on Medicaid programs, these are the hospitals that will close their doors. What's the impact of a hospital closing its door in a downstate community in Illinois? Devastating. Hospitals are not only the center for emergency medical care, good doctors, nurses, and such, they are also a major economic force in small town America. Take away a hospital and then try to attract a new business to your community. Good luck. This Senate bill cripples one of the main ways that states fund their Medicaid programs and keep hospitals afloat, especially rural and low-income areas. It's called the provider tax. Earlier this week, a Republican senator, circulated a flyer to his fellow caucus members, so they're all on notice, detailing just how much each state will lose in Medicaid provider tax funding under their proposal. Let's take a look at my neck of the woods, the Midwest. Iowa would lose $4.1 billion. Missouri, $6.1 billion. Kentucky, $12 billion. Louisiana would lose $20 billion. North Carolina, $38.9 billion. Senator Tillis and I were in conversation yesterday, and he used that very same figure. His analysis says that to go forward with this bill cuts Medicaid reimbursement in his home state of North Carolina by a whopping $38.9 billion. This list of states and what they will lose was passed around by a Republican senator to his own caucus. They know what they're up against here. If Republicans have their way and pass this bill, hospitals will be forced to shrink or eliminate services. In Decatur, Illinois, one of the major hospitals facing the crunch time had to make a decision whether they keep their doors open. They did, but they eliminated OBGYN, delivering babies, and they eliminated all mental health and addiction counseling, two critical areas for the hospitals. So these doctors, this bill will force hospitals to shrink or eliminate services. Doctors and nurses will leave, and in some cases, the hospital will close. Imagine that in a rural area, a remote area, an extra 45 minutes, an extra hour in the car with somebody in the front seat you love very much who's in a desperate situation. As it stands today, half of the rural hospitals around the country already operate in a danger zone. And it's the same thing for children's hospitals. Do you have one in your community that you...
At CAT, we know small parts make a big impact. Visit parts.cat.com and buy online, operate anywhere. Visit us online at parts.cat.com.
Clinicians and doctors, along with decreasing quality of care. The American Hospital Association has estimated how these cuts to Medicaid could impact not just jobs at red state hospitals, but across the entire economy. Here's what they found. If the Republican provision goes through that cuts Medicaid reimbursement in order to provide tax breaks for wealthy people, Maine, as an example, one state, would lose 5,000 jobs. Kansas, 6,200 jobs. Iowa, 11,000 jobs. Missouri, 26,600 jobs. I've talked to the administrator of BJC in St. Louis, Missouri. The reason is it's not just a Missouri hospital. They have their facilities on the Illinois side of the river. In fact, 1/3 of their patients are from Illinois, and 1/3 of their patients overall use Medicaid to go to their hospital. So he's told me what's going to happen if the Republican measure goes through and the cutbacks to these hospitals. They came up with, incidentally, the rescue fund to solve the political problem. I want to check to make sure Senator Murray can back me up on this. Our overall cut in Medicaid now is at about $1 trillion. Correct. $1 trillion. Imagine, this is Washington, we talk in those terms. Cutting Medicaid nationwide $1 trillion. And the rescue plan for the small hospitals that are in danger, the ones I've talked about, $1 trillion cut. How big's the rescue plan? $25 billion. Do the math. It's a joke. It is a joke. If Republican leaders think this is an adequate amount to alleviate pain all of our nation's rural hospitals are going to feel, then that's like trying to put out a forest fire with a garden hose. This simply won't work. I want to conclude by saying this. We passed the Affordable Care Act 15 years ago. Of all the things that I've worked on in Congress, I think it had more positive impact to help the families across America than anything. We found a way to make health insurance more affordable for families 15 years ago. And to do it, we held hearings, 100 hearings on the Affordable Care Act. Obamacare is what they called it. Roundtables, walkthroughs. 2 committees spent a combined 21 days holding markups so that everyone could offer an amendment. Do you know how many amendments were made to the Obamacare program? 400. 400 votes in committee and on the floor on amendments. 147 Republican amendments were included, though not a single Republican senator ended up supporting Obamacare when it was all over. What do we have here with this measure? At the end of the day, that legislation, the Obamacare, allowed more than 40 million Americans to gain health insurance. Today, how many hearings have we had on the bill that's before us, this dramatic multi-trillion-dollar bill? None. 0. Not a single one. 0 markups for senators to offer amendments. 400 amendments on Obamacare. None on this one until it comes to the floor today. 0 bipartisan input. Our friends on the Republican side have said basically, it's a big deal. Take it or leave it. Should this bill become law, do you know what we'll done? Thrown 16 million Americans off health insurance and closed many vulnerable small hospitals, all to pay for tax breaks for millionaires and billionaires. Maybe some of my Republicans are okay with that. I don't think the American people are. I'm hoping that sanity and common sense prevail. We need 4. We need 4 senators to step up and say, stop this train. We've got to sit down and do our homework. We cannot expose the American families and the American economy to do this in the name of preserving tax breaks for the wealthiest people. Elon Musk seems to be doing okay in life, right? The wealthiest man in the world. Do you know what the tax break is for Elon Musk on the bill that's before us on the floor? $346,000, a lot of money. To him, he won't even notice it. Giving him a tax break, he won't notice, and taking away health insurance from families who will be devastated, 16 million around the country. It's an important choice, and it's one we should make the right one. I yield the floor.
Mr. President.
I recognize the senator from Kentucky.
In deciding whether to vote for the big, not-so-beautiful bill, I've asked a very specific question. Will the deficit be more or less next year? The answer, without question, is this bill will grow the deficit. The federal government has fancy formulas and hundreds of wonky accountants who inform us of their projections over 10 years. But you often can't trust these projections. In an excellent piece written by the Foundation for Economics and Education entitled "The CBO's Projections Are Worse Than Useless," Eric Schuler writes, "Long-term analysis and language is commonplace in U.S. national politics, but it achieves no useful outcome. It confuses far more than it clarifies. It does not provide accurate estimates of long-term results. It does not improve the average voter's understanding of policy effects. And it gives politicians a means to claim they are being fiscally responsible without actually exercising any prudence whatsoever. Sometimes the predictions are off because a new Congress is elected and changes the law. Eric Schuler writes that for any projection of a 10-year budget to be accurate, the Congressional Budget Office has to assume that the law won't change for 10 years, even as most of the politicians that make the laws risk being replaced every 2 years, and all of them advocate for changes of one stripe or another. Schuler states that few in Washington will admit Congress has a knack for starting any proposed cuts in the later years while letting spending run wild in the immediate future. Sometimes these predictions are off by $1 trillion or so because the economy grew more slowly or more quickly than anticipated. Bruce Thompson, a former Senate aide and Assistant Secretary of Treasury, writes, "The Congressional Budget Office miscalculated the deficit last year by $1 trillion. So in deciding whether to vote for any big, monstrous bill, it helps to ask the right question. To me, the most pertinent question is how will the bill affect the deficit in the next year? Currently, our deficit is estimated to be a little under $2 trillion this year. What will happen to the debt in 2026 if this bill passes? Well, using the math most favorable to the supporters of the bill, referred to as the policy baseline, the deficit in 2026 will still be $270 billion more than this year. So even using the math, even using the formulas that the supporters of the bill like, the deficit will grow by $270 billion next year. That's just not good if you profess to be fiscally conservative. Why will the deficit grow next year? Well, even if you argue that the 2017 tax cuts don't need to be counted in the calculation at all, the new tax cuts add up to $234 billion to the debt next year. In addition, the big not-so-beautiful bill adds new spending of over $500 billion, military, border, agricultural subsidies, etc. That spending is front-loaded and will be spent in the first 4 years of the 10-year window. Legislated spending is one of the few items in the bill that is exact. It isn't estimated. If they say they'll spend $500 billion, they're going to spend $500 billion, all in the first few years. So in order not to add to the deficit, the BBB, the big not-so-beautiful bill, has to have corresponding spending cuts to counter all the new spending. Unfortunately, the spending cuts are backloaded to the final 5 years of the 10-year window when several tax cuts expire and the spending increases are finished. In addition, elections occur every 2 years and could easily wipe out any perceived savings that might occur in the later years. The only real certainty in this budget drama are the budget years coming in the immediate future. It's the next year or two are the only things that are actually of any certainty. So if we analyze this bill from that perspective, we discover that the bill increases the debt by $500 billion in the first 5 years. This is not the CBO projection that Republicans have not liked. This is the projection they are using, says the debt will add $500 billion in the first 5 years. Now, they say somehow, miraculously, in the last 5 years, it gets to a $500 billion in savings. So it's $1 trillion shift from year 5 to year 10. The CBO scores it differently, not as encouraging, and says it adds over $3 trillion in debt. So which is it? Does this bill save $500 billion over 10, or does it add $3 trillion over 10? The truth is that anybody, that even a person with a magic crystal ball, it's anybody's guess. Which brings us back to maybe we have to judge the effects of the big, not so beautiful bill by looking at what happens to the debt next year. Supporters of the bill admit it adds $270 billion to the debt next year. That's the only thing we know for certain. We don't know what happens in year 3, 4, 7, 8, 9, 10, but we know next year this bill will grow the deficit by $270 billion. In addition, the bill increases the debt ceiling by $5 trillion. What does that mean? That is an admission that they know they aren't controlling the deficit. They know that the ensuing years will add trillions more. So we're adding $2 trillion this year, but they're anticipating, the authors of the bill anticipating adding more than $2 trillion next year. That doesn't sound at all conservative to me, and that's why I'm a no.
Mr. President.
I recognize the senator from Oregon.
Mr. President, joining me on the floor are experts in the budget process, former chairs and ranking members, Senator Murray, who's been Senate Budget Chair from 2013 to 2015, Senator Whitehouse, who's Senate Budget Chair 2023 through 2025, Senator Van Hollen, who was the ranking Democrat on the House Budget Committee in 2011 through 2017. We're here to address a fundamental violation of the law, of Law 313, Section 313, and it is the set of rules for reconciliation. To try to summarize this in the simplest words possible, 100 senators voted to have a special fast-track, filibuster-free pathway solely for reducing the debt. First principle was no deficits could be created in a 10-year period. My Republican colleagues blew that up in 1996 when they wanted to do a tax bill that would create massive deficits. Then, a second pillar was no deficits in any title of the bill in any year after the first 10 years. This bill right now, if this passes, that blows that up. And the third was use honest numbers, Congressional Budget Office numbers. I have a letter here from the Congressional Budget Office, and they say, the estimate is relative to CBO's January 2025 baseline. CBO is required to construct its baseline under the assumptions specified in the Balanced Budget and Emergency Deficit Control Act and the Congressional Budget and Impoundment Act. In response to your questions about the cost of Title VII, the question was, would Title VII increase the deficit by more than the $1.5 trillion over the 2025 through 34 period? The answer is yes. CBO estimates that enacting would increase the deficit by nearly $3.5 trillion over the 2025-2034 period, $3.5 trillion. We then asked, would it increase deficits in the years beyond 2034, beyond the 10-year window? The answer was yes. But if you ask my Republican friends, they say, no, no, no. We're inventing a new theory, and that is that anything that the 2017 tax giveaway to the billionaires put into the law that expired after 10 years, we're just going to assume it would have continued, and therefore us continuing it doesn't cost anything. That's a pretty crazy notion, that if they didn't put it into the bill, the law says it ends, but they say, no, no, it would have continued anyway through some magical way. So therefore, a tax break for the really wealthy costs nothing. This is exactly the type of lying to ourselves, smoke and mirrors that 100 senators agreed to end back in 1974. And that it has continued, that piece of it has continued in place for 51 years until this moment in this Senate by this Republican majority says we're going to start lying to ourselves and lying to the American people about what this bill costs. But we're not going to lie. We're going to tell you the truth. This bill costs well over $3 trillion over 10 years and some $30+ trillion on top of existing deficits and debt because of the provisions that are in this particular bill. Our current debt, national debt, that's been run up since the Declaration of Independence is around $36.5 trillion. This bill basically matches that in creating that much additional debt over the next 30 years. This is a huge assault on the programs that we can sustain as a nation for the people of America, people struggling to get on their feet. So we want affordable housing programs. We want to have fair and quality health care. We want to have an education system that gives every child the opportunity to thrive. We want to create a robust economy through investment so there are good jobs, because no government program is better than a good job. All those imperiled by this bill because the Republican leadership is lying to the American people and lying to ourselves. So we're here to tell the truth. And first of all, we're going to turn to Senator Murray, who, as I mentioned, was the Senate Budget Chair from 2013 to 2015.
Mr. President.
I recognize the senator from Washington State.
I thank the senator from Oregon and our other budget chairs, ranking members from previous years, because this is really important. Mr. President, there are some things you can't change with legislation, despite what my colleagues on the other side of the aisle seem to believe. For example, 1 + 1 is 2. And while $1 trillion might have a lot of zeros in it, it is, in fact, a much, much bigger number. Now, that might sound obvious, but apparently my colleagues across the aisle need a little reminder, because right now, Republicans are pretending not to get it. It is almost beyond belief, and it is certainly beyond common sense. After years of complaining about the debt, in fact, at the same time they're talking about how we need to address the debt, Republicans now are suddenly pretending they don't know how to count. Republicans are suddenly pretending the parliamentarian doesn't exist if they don't talk to her. Republicans are suddenly pretending that precedent doesn't exist if they just fake amnesia, and that norms and consequences for breaking them will just disappear if they wish it away really hard. My preschool students had more common sense. Republicans should know if they replace math with magic, if they tear up the Senate process, if they blow off the Senate parliamentarian, that bill will come due. And not just the bill for $4 trillion blown on tax cuts for billionaires and corporations. The bill will also come due for trashing this Senate process and precedent when Republicans are no longer in the majority. Mr. President, if Republicans are serious...
Who's ready to earn Harris Teeter fuel points with me? Shopping with your VIC card automatically earns you fuel points. You now have 400 fuel points. That's 40 cents off a gallon.
Redeem fuel points at Harris Teeter fuel centers and partnering Amoco and BP gas stations.
Girl, you're about to save $1 a gallon on gas. Up high. What?
Or math. Give me a break. To every Republican who really thinks that is a convincing argument, to anyone who thinks we can is just an acceptable rationale for going nuclear and pretending the most expensive bill in the history of our country can be paid for by some magic bean counting, here is my challenge to you. Go back home and try that game with your constituents. Tell them it's okay. Yes, the debt's going to be $4 trillion, higher 10 years from now. That's true. But it's fine. We voted on it. And we get to say $1 trillion is actually 0. Go ahead. See how that works for you. And you may as well tell them you are voting against gravity next, because that's just as reasonable. And don't forget, when you tell your families back home that trillions of dollars in tax cuts for billionaires and companies are free because you waved a wand or you said some magic words, don't forget to tell them those are just tax cuts for the billionaires, not for working families. Don't forget to tell the folks back home, yeah, I voted to say $1 trillion is nothing, but we still need to kick people off of their health care. That's just too expensive. We still need to close those hospitals. We have to cut costs, and we still have to kick people off SNAP because the debt is out of control. And don't forget to mention that, no, we can't afford childcare. We can't afford paid family leave. We can't afford to solve your problems. Magic math is apparently just for billionaires. You all are getting less. Please, Republicans, send that message to your constituents. Just see how it goes over. Because you can fool yourself, but you are not going to fool the American people. They don't get to balance their budget with magic math. They don't get to pretend $1 trillion is nothing. And they don't get to pretend that this bill is free. Because at the end of the day, regardless of what policy baseline you all want to use in DC, those families back home, they're the ones who will be paying the actual cost. I yield back to the Senator from Oregon.
I yield to a question.
I would.
In the time that you were budget chair, did you ever contemplate a situation in which you argued that renewing a tax break that was by law expiring would somehow have no impact on the deficit?
To my friend from Oregon, I never would have contemplated and I never would have put it forward. And I happen to know that if I had have suggested that my Republican colleagues would have been all over me telling me that breaks the rules.
Thank you very much. We're turning to Senator Whitehouse, who was Senate Budget Chair from 2023 to 2025.
Thank you, Senator Merkley. I mentioned earlier the history of the section that the Republican budget chairman is using to perform this multi-trillion-dollar magical act of making huge deficit-busting numbers disappear. It's called Section 312. It has been used before, but it has always been minor, corrective, and bipartisan. I mentioned earlier the adjustment that was made on a bipartisan basis to the Power Marketing Administration's numbers to return the CBO to an agreement that the Senate had previously made. That was not enormously consequential. This is almost certainly the first time you're hearing about it. Again, in 2023, as budget chair with Republican Chair Jody Arrington on the House side, we made a $105 million adjustment to a dairy program. Today we're talking about trillions. This was a $105 million adjustment. Again, bipartisan, minor, and corrective, fixing a technical issue on a bipartisan basis. Last year, Speaker Johnson and Leader Schumer agreed to direct CBO to score a fee program with an OMB estimate, and they used this rule again, collaborating on a bipartisan basis with a matter that was minor and corrective. Well, this is different. This is trillions. And Republicans are using this rule to pretend that it's not. Well, there are lots of ways to look at who's right. Time obviously will tell. But this bill actually has a tell right in it. Page 754 of this bill is the reality check on whether or not they're running up the debt by trillions. We know they're running up the debt by trillions because they say so in this bill. You can play Senate procedural fakery You can wave magic wands around numbers all day long, but someday, soon, you hit reality. And you hit reality in the real world of markets and selling treasury bonds and having a legal debt limit. If this did not raise the debt by trillions, they would not need to raise the debt limit by trillions. Here is the text. Subtitle C, increase in debt limit. Section 72001, modification of limitation on the public debt. The limitation under Section 3101B of Title 31 is increased by $5 trillion. They're dodging the parliamentarians' ruling by letting the budget chair make a $1 trillion magic wand maneuver because they know pretty darn well what the parliamentarians' ruling would be. And how do they know what the parliamentarians' ruling would be? Because the answer's in their own damn bill. I yield the floor.
Would the senator from Rhode Island yield for a question?
Of course.
You mentioned the use of Section 312, which gives some flexibility to resolve, as you put it, minor issues on a bipartisan basis to correct an issue, a technical issue. In those cases you mentioned, were those on a reconciliation bill?
Were they on a reconciliation bill? I don't believe they were.
No, they were not.
They were
In fact,
just...
that power has never been used on a reconciliation bill because the following Section 313 gives very specific instructions. It says each provision must be costed out for its impact on both outlays, the spending side, or revenue, should it be a revenue measure. And if you're saying, well, how do I do that? You say, well, if we pass this provision, what will it cost as compared to not passing this provision, not having the bill? That's a comparison to current law. This ability of the budget chair, and actually the law says the budget committee, to correct technical issues on narrow issues on a bipartisan basis, basically solve snarly little budgeting questions like on the dairy program you mentioned, never used on reconciliation ever, never used on a broad basis ever, never used to create a lie about what a bill costs in this fashion. Now we're turning to Senator from Maryland, who was ranking Democrat on the House Budget Committee for 6 years. So he brings a lot of experience and knowledge about the budget process. Senator Van Hollen.
Well, Mr. President, I thank my colleague and the ranking member of the Senate Budget Committee, Senator Merkley. I just want to start by reading a statement. This is a quote. Anyone that says current policy baseline is the right way to go is engaging in intellectual and economic fraud. It's intellectually lazy. My basic mission in life is just to try to create some honest math, unquote. That wasn't from Senator Van Hollen or anyone on this floor. This was from a Republican member of the House, Congressman Schweikert from Arizona, talking about exactly the issue we're debating here in the United States Senate. Let me read you another quote, a little more colorful. Again, about this Republican accounting fraud. Quote, this is fairy dust, and they're just full of crap, and I'm going to call them out on it. Republican Congressman Chip Roy of Texas. They're right. This is a fraud. This is a fraud that would make the Enron scammers blush. And I quote those House members for a reason, because we can disagree with what they did in their bill, and I strongly disagree with it. But at least they used honest math, and at least they used the math that is required by the rules here in the Senate. The honest math that Republicans here in the Senate want to dodge because it will both tell the American people just how big the deficits are, but also because it will screw up their whole entire plan. Just so people listening have some sense of how these Senate numbers are designed to disguise the real impact of their deficits. Look at, for example, the basic individual tax rates in the House bill. When they extended those tax rates from the Trump 2017 bill, it costs $2.2 trillion. Under what we call the current law baseline, which is the reality baseline, because that's what it will cost when you understand that they sunset at the end of this year, and that's what it will cost to renew them. So under honest accounting, it's $2.2 trillion. Under the Senate fraudulent accounting, that $2.2 trillion deficit miraculously becomes an $83 billion deficit. Let's look at the House permanent extension of key deductions for businesses. That would cost honest accounting $821 billion. Under the Senate accounting scam, $6 billion. So what we're seeing here is this blatant, deliberate effort to mislead the American people about the true costs of this bill, about the deficit impacts of this bill, about how it will impact the debt. And we all know that when the debt goes up and we have to put more of our costs on Uncle Sam's credit card, it puts upward pressure on interest rates. That means Americans will pay higher interest rates on their mortgages, on their car loans, and everything else. So when you try to hide the deficit impact, you really are trying to fool the American people, and we're here to blow the whistle. Now, I just want to show our colleagues something that was put together by the Committee for a Responsible Budget. And if you look at the blue, you can see for each year, starting this year, 2025, 2006, the blue is what Senate Republicans claim their bill will add to the deficit. The red is how much more it will actually add to the deficit. So at the end of this 10-year period, what you see is Senate Republicans are claiming that their bill will add $441 billion, which is still a big number, but the real number when you do honest accounting, when you add up all of these, it's $4.2 trillion, a much bigger number. Now, I do want to point something out on this chart. I think everybody watching should understand it. If you look at these orange parts, these are the additional deficits from tax cuts. Starting here in year 2029, 2030, you'll see that they actually do start going down. Why is that? It's because the tax cut that President Trump promised for no tax on tips, they phased those out. This is all just a make-believe ruse. Yeah, we start providing no tax on tips, but those disappear. The tax breaks for wealthy people, they go on. And they go on not just for this 10-year period, but the reason they violate all the rules of reconciliation is because they keep going on after that. And as Senator Merkley said, if you look at the entire history of the Byrd rule, that's Senator Byrd, it was designed to make sure that 51 senators through a vote could not make these kind of permanent changes in any area, but specifically they were worried about areas that increased the national deficit and debt. So what Republican senators are doing is not only misleading the American people, but they're violating the entire structure that carved out this special procedure that we call reconciliation for the budget, which was intended to lower deficits and debts, not have them go on forever. As Senator Merkley has pointed out, I think if you look over a 30-year period, we're talking about $35 trillion plus additional to the debt. And Republicans want to hide that from the American people. That is budget fraud, pure and simple, and it is a violation of the rules of the United States Senate. This whole special structure that was created not to blow bigger holes in the debt and deficits, but to actually try to constrain them. So shame on everybody who's part of this fraud on the American people. I yield back my time.
Would the senator from Maryland yield for a question?
I will.
I found it very interesting that you pointed out that these tax provisions for the middle class, no tax on tips, is phased out, and no tax on overtime is phased out. And what you're saying, I believe, is that when they put into this bill that a tax break is ending, they're saying that it doesn't cost any more in the following years.
So they are certainly saying that their current policy baseline that they want us to make believe about would say that this wouldn't cost them. In other words, if they extended this, it wouldn't cost anything. It is interesting to note, not only does that expose the fraud behind the current policy baseline, but they made a very deliberate choice. Even though they now say that they can make these tax cuts permanent and still comply with the rules, they decided to make the tax cuts for very rich people permanent. But even though they say it's not going to cost anything anymore to provide, tax cuts with no tax on tips, they're phasing those out. And all of these areas are where President Trump made promises that he was going to take care of some working people. Well, man, those go away fast. Tax cuts for the rich, they go on for not just the full 10 years, but they keep going, which is why this is a violation of the entire reconciliation process.
So I find two things very interesting. They're saying if something was in the law that they passed in 2017 and it expires, they're pretending it doesn't expire and therefore extending doesn't cost anything. But in their own bill, when they say a provision expires, they're saying, no, it really does die, and therefore we're saving money in the year.
With AI, almost anything is possible. But that goes for cybercriminals too. They can create threats so convincing, it's hard to tell what's real and what's not. Norton 360, advanced tech for advanced threats.
Dust and why the Congressman from Arizona said this was pure intellectual and economic fraud. That's what it is. That's the bottom line.
Well, I really thank the senator from Maryland also pointing out that President Trump, he did, when he was campaigning, say he was fighting for ordinary families. But at his inauguration, who did he have standing behind him? Not champions for health care or champions for housing, certainly not champions for nutrition or education, but in fact a series of like 5 or 6 billionaires. And now you're telling me that in this bill, and I want to make sure the American people understand this, the provisions that were sweeteners to say we were helping working people are being phased out, but they're keeping all the tax breaks for billionaires.
Well, you're right. It was right down this hall, actually, that President Trump was sworn in, and he said it was going to be a new golden age for working people. Well, as you're pointing out, and this chart clearly shows, and their own budget reveals, it's clearly a golden age for billionaires and people who make a lot of money. And in this bill, they make sure that that golden age for very rich people goes on forever. They had a few little crumbs that they were throwing for a little while, we can see, to others, but just for a little while and just small amounts compared to the golden age for the billionaires.
Well, I must say my impression is, and I hope you'll correct me if I'm wrong, is that the Republicans are embarrassed by the fact that they're proposing a bill that creates over $3 trillion in debt in 10 years and over $30 trillion over 30 years, and that the vast bulk of it goes to billionaires. And so they want to say, we're so embarrassed because we mentioned fiscal responsibility when we were running for office. We were going to get the budget under control, and they're doing the opposite. And they're embarrassed that they're doing these cuts in programs to fund tax breaks for billionaires, cutting regular health care, 16 million people losing health care for tax breaks for billionaires that, as you point out, go on and on and on, actually permanent. I would certainly love to yield to my colleague from Rhode Island.
When I was budget chairman and we were trying to focus, for instance, on the impending economic nightmare coming our way through climate-caused property insurance failures. What I would get is nonstop regular lectures from Republicans on the Budget Committee about how we had to take responsibility for the deficit, we had to reduce the debt, nothing else mattered as much, it was absolutely vital. And now, of course, we see that at their very first shot, with the power to do anything through their majority and using reconciliation, they're raising the debt. They're raising the deficit, and not by a little, but by trillions. And I'm wondering if in your time as chairman, or perhaps in Senator Murray's time on the committee, or perhaps in Senator Van Hollen's time over on the House committee, you were favored with such constant lecturing by Republicans about the debt and the deficit, and how credible that all seems right now.
I'll yield to Senator Murray.
I thank the senator for his question, because it's just stunning to me that the vast majority of debate, in fact, all the debate that came from Republicans at the time I was chair of the Budget Committee trying to put forward a smart budget for the United States of America, the only thing they talked about was debt and deficit. The only challenge they made to us was debt and deficit. The only time we tried to do anything for childcare, for healthcare, they threw the debt at us. So it is pretty stunning to me that now that they need to raise the debt for giving tax breaks to the very rich people who stood behind the president at his inauguration, then they play with the numbers and pretend it's not real, and a trillion all of a sudden becomes zero, and I'm using some rule you've never heard of to try and pretend that this isn't real. It's fairy dust.
I just want to say, to answer the question from the senator from Rhode Island and pick up on what my colleagues have said, that when I was the senior Democrat, the ranking member on the House Budget Committee, Paul Ryan was the chairman of the committee. And look, we disagreed on many things. We agreed on many things. We both agreed that we should get our deficits and debt under control. We had different ideas on how to do it. He wanted to privatize Medicare. We wanted to close tax breaks for the rich. But we wanted to close tax breaks for the rich. But the reality is that the holy grail, I mean, the only guiding North Star for Republicans at that time was we've got to bring down deficits and debt. This is not that Republican Party, not in any way, shape, or form. They clearly don't give a damn. In fact, they are worried, as we can see, that the American people still care, which is why they want to engage in this fraudulent scheme. But I'll just close on this. I remember one of those years, I believe it was the 2012 Republican convention. They even put up a debt clock. They put up a debt clock at the convention. I can't find it. Right? I'm looking under my desk for the debt clock here because Republicans seem to have hidden it away forever. They want to wish it away. That's what they're telling us.
But the bill actually is required to raise the debt limit by $5 trillion. So in reality, there's a huge hit to our debt, huge additions to our deficit, and it makes me a little bit frustrated to think back to all those lectures that I had to receive as budget chairman, which the senator from Maryland witnessed as a longtime member of the Senate Budget Committee, which the ranking member witnessed in his time on the Budget Committee, and which Senator Murray experienced when she chaired the Budget Committee. We have been lectured to death by our colleagues, and at the very first instance when they had the power to do something about it, they went 180 the other direction and are cranking the national debt in order to give big benefits to the rich people who fund their campaigns.
For a question, and I know we need to move on here. I just want to add one thing. It's not just that it's going to be debt. It's the cost to families because this debt they are putting in place. I would ask the chair of the Budget Committee now, as he knows as I do, people's houses are going to cost more because their mortgage interest rates are going to go up. Their cars' interest rates are going to go up. This is not just magic numbers sitting out there pretending they're not. Real families are going to feel the cost of this debt and this deficit.
I really appreciate that point from my colleague from Washington State, because in this bill, it creates so much necessitated borrowing that CBO estimates that that borrowing will cause interest rates to go up. And when interest rates go up for the Treasury, it goes up on your car loan, on your adjustable rate, a mortgage on your house, and just in general. These are costs that are borne by ordinary families. And I find it very interesting because the Republicans were demanding what they called the dynamic score, saying, well, won't these cuts produce such a great economy that it will kind of lift all boats and produce more revenue, and maybe the deficit won't be as bad. Here's what Congressional Budget Office found. Again, that's the nonpartisan, honest broker numbers. They found that because of the interest rates rising as a result of this massive sea of red ink that necessitates massive borrowing, that in fact those rising interest rates will hurt the economy. So there's no dynamic score that produces, oh, well, it isn't so bad after all. No, it's the opposite. And in fact, that dynamic argument has always been wrong. And we are looking at the folks who lectured, my colleague from Rhode Island, and I sat through many of those lectures as well. And I went, in my head, I went, wait a minute, aren't these folks who did the massive ocean of red ink in the 2001 Bush tax bill? Aren't these the same folks that produced a massive ocean of ink in another tax bill 2 years later? Aren't the same ones that in 2017 did a massive ocean of red ink, and now they're doing it again? How could they possibly be putting themselves forward as deficit hawks or debt hawks? Not to mention that they cheered on two adventures that were a huge tragedy for the United States of America, trying to occupy Afghanistan and going to war in Iraq, which together added $8 trillion to our debt. And if you take a look at this chart, every time there is a Republican administration, the last deficit while they're in office compared to their first deficit goes up. For Clinton, it went down. That's fiscal responsibility. For George W. Bush, first term, it went up. For Obama, it went down. In other words, the Democratic presidents, time after time after time, Clinton, Obama, Biden, they reduced the deficits while they were in office. And the Republican presidents, while they were in office, every single time increased the deficits. So none of us want to hear any more talk about fiscal responsibility from across the aisle. You want to be fiscally responsible? Vote no on this bill, because this bill takes and fires 16 million people off of health care to finance those tax breaks for billionaires. This bill says 4 million children will go hungry to finance tax breaks for billionaires. This bill is families lose and billionaires win, and the debt goes up, endangering our ability to do basic programs for the entire next generation. It is wrong on every count. And I think collectively, we urge our colleagues to honor the argument they've made over time, that in fact they were concerned about the deficit. They were concerned about American families. Because if you are concerned about the deficit and debt, if you are concerned about families, you must vote no on this bill. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator from Washington.
Mr. President, I really want to thank my colleagues. I mean, you just said they used to call themselves deficit hawks. We need to call them deficit robins. They're robbing from you to pay for the billionaires. They are no longer deficit hawks. Agreed? Thank you.
My colleagues, and I think as Senator Merkley said, if you care about deficit and debt and you don't want working families to have to pay for these tax cuts for billionaires and the rich, vote no on the bill.
I'd only add in my last words, watch. Everybody watch as this goes forward, because we will give the Republicans a chance to reduce the increase to the debt and the deficit by peeling back just the tax cuts for the greedy billionaires. We would be voting for working class tax cuts, I'm almost certain. We'll have a chance to bring into stark focus through our amendments what really matters to the folks on the other side of the aisle, and that is the tax cuts for the super wealthy, for the billionaires, for the corporations that are offshoring jobs and for the biggest polluters in the country. That's where their sweet spot is, and we will expose that through these votes.
Those votes, we're not sure when they will start because the Republicans are redrafting provisions of this bill right now. That's how little time this Senate will have to actually know what's in this 1,000-page bill with all kinds of special deals tucked into it for various members. We will have little time to see because they're still writing it. So those amendments that my colleague from Rhode Island mentioned, stay tuned. We're not sure if those amendments are going to start at 2 in the morning or if they'll start sometime later tomorrow, but stay tuned and pay attention because you're going to find out who stands with families and who stands to hurt families in favor of helping billionaires. Thank you.
Senator from Washington.
Mr. President, thank you. I think it's really important, the discussion we had right now about the deficit and debt, but I want to talk a little bit more about this bill in general. You know, recent KFF polling shows that this Republican big, ugly betrayal bill is overwhelmingly unpopular. In fact, this thing is more underwater than the Titanic. Nearly 2 in 3 Americans view this bill unfavorably. That goes up to nearly 3 in 4 when they learn it will kick millions off their health insurance. And it goes up to nearly 4 in 5 when they learn it will choke off funding to their local hospital. In other words, the more the American people hear about what is actually in this big, ugly betrayal bill, the more they dislike it. So with that in mind, I want to be here today to say a little bit more about what is in the Republicans' latest version. Spoiler alert, it is still big, it is still ugly, and it is an absolute betrayal of the people who sent us here to fight for them. The Republican plan is still going to mean over 16 million people losing health care as patients get kicked off their ACA plans. Kids and struggling families will get kicked off Medicaid. Rural hospitals are going to be forced to shut their doors. The Republican plan is still going to mean more starving families. New red tape is going to cut people off from their SNAP benefits that they need to put food on the table. And it is going to take away kids' school meals. The Republican plan still rips away support from the people in this country who are struggling the most to give away billions in tax breaks to billionaires who need help the least. In short, this latest version of Republicans' bill would still be one of the biggest transfers of wealth from the people at the bottom to the people at the top in our nation's history. When it comes to health care, this Republican abomination will cause millions of people to lose their insurance and see their costs skyrocket in one way or another. It will create mountains of new paperwork and bureaucratic barriers that are positively meant to kick people off their Medicaid and ACA coverage. And there is new sabotage to the ACA healthcare markets, which will mean more people losing their affordable coverage. Meanwhile, there is nothing, a big fat zero, when it comes to renewing the tax credits Democrats passed to lower your healthcare costs. That's right. While Republicans are showering their billionaire donors in new tax breaks, they will not lift a finger to extend healthcare tax credits that are saving millions of families thousands of dollars a year on health coverage. Instead, they're going to make sure people lose health care coverage, including our seniors, people with disabilities, pregnant women, millions of patients who rely on Medicaid. And let's not forget, the cuts in their bill are going to shutter hospitals across the country, especially in our rural areas. Do you have Medicaid, Medicare, employer-sponsored coverage? Regardless, Republicans have some pretty bad news for you, because it hardly matters what insurance you're on when you don't have a hospital to get care anymore. In Washington State, we have 14 rural hospitals that are fighting to survive and would likely close under this bill, mostly in areas represented by Republicans, I should add. Not to mention we have 6 rural labor and delivery units that could be forced to close their doors under this bill. And you know what the Senate Republicans did? They made that problem worse. They put even more pressure on our rural hospitals. I'm telling you, this betrayal is getting bigger and uglier by the day. And this cannot get lost. Republicans want to shut the doors of one of the biggest healthcare providers in the country. They want to defund Planned Parenthood. That is wildly harmful and wildly unpopular. It would shutter at least 200 health centers that provide a wide spectrum of care, including cancer screenings, pap smears, birth control for millions of women. And let's not forget, Republicans are cutting nutrition assistance too. This big, ugly betrayal would make one of the biggest cuts to SNAP in history. We are talking around a $200 billion cut over the next 10 years. Now, it should be obvious, but that would be devastating for our country and for our kids' future. And yet, Republicans are not giving up on taking dinner off the table, taking school lunch off kids' trays, all so they can shovel tax cuts at billionaires and wealthy corporations. And it is worth underscoring the new red tape in their bill is even targeted at some of our most vulnerable families, because it expands work requirements to apply to seniors and parents with kids in school. Mr. President, when my dad, World War II veteran, got sick with multiple sclerosis, he lost his job. He lost his job. My mom was at home, 7 kids she was raising. My dad lost his job, and they had to spend, my mom had to spend some time getting some new skills so she could go back to work and take care of our family. You know what, during that time? We had to rely on food stamps in my family to feed those 7 kids in my family. But under this Republican bill today, because neither of my parents had a job during those few months, my family would not be eligible for SNAP benefits. We would not have even gotten food on our table at the worst time in my family's life. This is wrong. Thanks to those food stamps, my family did get through that rough patch. And all 7 of us kids grew up to give back to our communities. Whether it's a firefighter or a middle school teacher, or even here as a United States Senator. So I can't emphasize enough. Republicans want to cut families from SNAP and Medicaid, programs that give people a hand up in hard times. Why? So they can give an enormous handout to the richest people and biggest companies in our country. Oh, and at the same time, they're making it harder to afford groceries and health care. I should mention, they are also gutting energy investments in a completely chaotic way that is all but guaranteed to drive away jobs and drive up energy costs for all of American families. And at the same time, in this bill, they're giving billionaires billions of dollars. Republicans are going to give students the short end of the stick. This big mess of a bill would tear away programs and protections that make it possible for many students to pursue a higher education. It eliminates Grad Plus loans. It cuts families off from Parent Plus loans. It punishes students who go into public service or a medical residency, and more. Meanwhile, they are tearing down the guardrails from gutting regulations that protect students whose universities commit fraud, to opening a Pandora's box for Pell Grants with a new loophole that will let low-quality programs suck up our taxpayer dollars. These changes are especially going to hurt students from low-income families and first-generation college students and our veterans. Some of them will have no way to go to college when Republicans take their support away. Some will be driven into predatory private loans they can't afford. and some will get lured into low-quality programs that take their money, waste taxpayer dollars, and leave the student worse off. And if that wasn't enough, if the Secretary of Education wanted to try and stop this kind of fraud and protect students, Republicans will leave them about as much authority as a school hall monitor. Because in this bill, Republicans prevent any Secretary of Education from making regulations that carry added benefits for borrowers. And it hardly matters if that is a good impact, like saving students money or protecting taxpayer dollars from fraud or making higher education more accessible. Republicans are going to make problems worse and make fixing them even harder. Students in this country should be outraged. And I want to be perfectly clear about something. If Republicans charge ahead with this big, awful mess, which they seem intent on doing, they can kiss any last shred of credibility goodbye, as we just talked about, when it comes to pretending they care about balancing the budget or addressing the national debt. The idea was already laughable. For the entirety of the 21st century, the biggest driver of the national debt has been tax cuts that Republicans championed. But now, as we just talked about, they want to put at least $4 trillion, that is trillions with a T, on the national credit card. Why? So they can shower the richest people on the planet with more money. And then they're pretending all the math works and it's kind of easy peasy if they can do it if they kick people off health care or take enough meals away from kids or close enough hospitals or better still, use some absurd accounting gimmick to pretend that billions of dollars in new tax cuts for their billionaire donors actually just don't cost anything. Well, I've got some bad news for Republicans. Your math is terrible, and so's this bill. This thing is very expensive, and you don't have to take my word for it. Ask the nonpartisan Congressional Budget Office, which just said the latest version of this bill will add $4 trillion, to the debt with just over the next 10 years. If Republicans want to ignore them, you can also ask the fiscal hawks at the Committee for a Responsible Federal Budget. They calculate that the House bill adds $5 trillion to our debt when you include interest payments and the cost of making temporary provisions in this bill permanent. And we are told the Senate bill is even less fiscally responsible. Everyone agrees this thing is not beautiful, but it is recklessly big, and it won't just increase the debt, it will blow it up. Mr. President, this may very well be the most expensive bill in history. I say may because Republicans are still planning changes. We have not yet gotten the final bill. They already cut out even more taxes for multinational corporations. SNAP benefits, they're still on the chopping block. Healthcare, still on the chopping block. In fact, they want to cut Medicaid even more painfully. We may not know how expensive the Republicans will be in the end, but we know who is paying for it. Paying for it is you, working families. And it is important for people to know, as bad as this bill is, Republicans were trying to make it even worse. Now, Democrats have been fighting them every step of the way, and we have notched a few important wins by challenging every single provision we possibly could under the Senate rules. So I want to talk about some of the things Democrats were successful in getting out. Because if Republicans had had their way, not only would this bill take away more food from our struggling families or shutter even more hospitals and kick even more people off their health insurance, it would have also sold off all of our public lands. And if instead of just slashing CFPB funding, it would have completely shuttered the doors of a very important federal watchdog that protects Americans from getting scammed. If Republicans had have had their way, this bill would make it easier to buy gun silencers, harder to get your earned income tax credit or pay off your student loan, and effectively impossible to get insurance plans on the marketplace that cover abortion care. If Republicans had had their way, this bill would have also given Trump more power to deny funding to our constituents on a whim and less power for the courts to stop him. We're talking about a whole smorgasbord of really awful, unpopular ideas and policies that would have hurt our families and weakened our democracy. Ideas that were this close to making it into this bill. But Republicans did not have their way. Democrats have been fighting back at every single step. We got those provisions tossed in the shredder, and we are still doing our darndest to send the rest of the bill to the shredder as well. Now, let's be clear. When we talk about how unpopular this bill is with the American people, the reason is simple. This bill polls like garbage because it is garbage. That's why it should go nowhere except a trash bin. Democrats are going to keep pushing back on this monstrosity with absolutely everything we've got at every step we can. We're not going to stand by as Republicans shutter hospitals so the richest people in the country can build another vacation home. We are not going to sit around and let Republicans kick millions of people off of their insurance and raise working families' premiums so corporate executives can get a bigger bonus. And we are not going to be silent as Republicans take food away from struggling families so they can help billionaires fuel up their private jets. We're going to keep speaking up, we're going to keep pushing back, and we're going to make sure everyone knows exactly what is going on here. This bill is deeply unpopular, that much is clear, but if Republicans keep pushing for this disaster, buckle up, because we are only going to keep getting louder and louder about how big this is, how ugly it is, and it is only going to get more unpopular with the folks back home as these provisions are enacted if this bill passes. I'm pretty astounded by how far some Republicans are trying to stick their heads in the sand on this. One Republican senator told their concerned constituents, and I quote, "We're all going to die." Well, maybe that's a better name for the bill. At least it's more honest. Because when you take health care away from people, when you make it harder to get, when you make it harder to afford, when you close the only hospital for miles, yeah, you're right, people will die. You'd think my colleagues would show a bit more concern about that. Instead, that senator actually doubled down, and in a response video, she filmed walking through a cemetery. I don't know how you get out of touch that much to misunderstand this, but let me be clear about something to our Republicans. Whistling past the graveyard is a metaphor to stop ignoring dangers. It is not a literal messaging suggestion. And if you thought Republicans couldn't be any more dismissive to their own constituents, this week another Republican senator who was speaking about people voicing their concerns about these Medicaid cuts that said they will, quote, "people will get over it." Mr. President, I have news for every one of my Republican colleagues who is trying to deny the reality of this bill and pretend the fairy tales they are telling themselves are true. When someone's local hospital closes, they don't get over it. When someone's kid is kicked off health care, they do not get over it. And if Republicans don't want to take my word for it, they can listen to the doctor I spoke with who warned when patients go uninsured, they delay care and it increases costs for everyone. Instead of paying $10 for diabetic medication, we'll pay $10,000 for an amputation. Or Republicans can actually read the countless letters I'm getting from my constituents, sharing their stories. Quote, "My dad is a double amputee. He relies on Medicaid. Without Medicaid, we couldn't get my kids anti-seizure medication." Or, "I'm a full-time caregiver for my daughter with cerebral palsy, or my son with spina bifida, or my elderly mother, and this bill threatens to kick them off their health care and the support services they rely on to survive." Or better yet, Republicans can go out and talk to their own constituents, because I have no doubt they will hear similar stories. They will even come to you. Advocates have been here in DC all week. I've seen them in the halls. I've heard them from my office. And now Republicans can listen to the people across the country who are warning them about this bill, and they can do the right thing and abandon this effort, or they can keep ignoring them. But make no mistake, in the end, the American people will have their voices and their votes heard. Because at the end of the day, this bill, this monstrosity of a bill, is all in the goal of a tax break for multi-billionaires and corporations, and the way they pay for it is by taking away your health care and your nutrition, the things your family or your neighbors or people you know rely on. And that's just wrong. It's un-American, and we're fighting back. Thank you, Mr. President. I yield the floor.
Mr. President.
Senator from Rhode Island.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I rise today to oppose this partisan reconciliation bill. Republicans have named it the One Big Beautiful Bill, but you'd only use that kind of title if you were trying to hide something. And here's the simple truth. This bill takes health insurance and food assistance away from millions of Americans and gives President Trump's billionaire and millionaire friends giant tax cuts. And this bill, it would provide hundreds of billions of dollars in tax giveaways to the country's 902 billionaires and millionaires, while kicking 17 million Americans off their health insurance. Just weigh the balance. 902 beneficiaries with extraordinary tax deductions and tax benefits versus denial of health care to 17 million Americans. It doesn't balance. And despite slashing health care, somehow this bill will add trillions of dollars to our national debt. It will further weaken our financial position in the world. It will indeed have many countries wondering if the United States is, as it has been since the end of World War II, the place to put their resources, their investments, their reserves. This could have profound fiscal and monetary implications for the United States. And if you tie that together with this tariff battle, we are headed economically in the wrong direction as we are socially. This bill is loaded with outrageous special interest giveaways and President Trump's personal political priorities. For example, $7.5 billion for wealthy developers to use for luxury housing and other high-priced developments at a time when affordable housing for working family is a crisis in every state in the country. $1.7 billion for gun makers who will be able to sell silencers, sawed-off shotguns, short-barrel rifles, and other very dangerous weapons and components tax-free, making our streets more dangerous for police and for the American people. And indeed, especially for the police, because they're the first responders. They're the ones that are typically going to the door wondering if the person behind that door has an automatic weapon or some other weapon designed not to hunt or shoot, but to kill. Hundreds of millions of dollars in new tax cuts for extraordinarily wealthy oil and gas companies, and $40 million for a Garden of Heroes, a sculpture garden to honor President Trump's favorite historical personalities. And at the same time, it slashes the budget for the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau, which makes sure that shady payday lenders, mortgage lenders, and banks don't fleece American families. And in particular, the military division of the CFPB protects men and women in the uniform of the United States. We were able to pass an interest cap of 36% for active duty personnel. And that is going to be ignored because there's no one to enforce it. And we are going to see, as we have in the past, our soldiers, sailors, airmen, guardians exploited, systematically exploited by all those little automobile shops and payday lenders and everything else that surrounds every military fort base in this country. It's a tale as old as time. My Republican colleagues showering the rich with tax benefits and prioritizing favored industries and friends. President Bush joined with the Republican Congress to do that. Of course, I opposed it. And well, by the way, when President Bush did that, we were projected to have, over the next 10 years, a multi-trillion-dollar surplus. Of course, this legislation will lead us to a multi-trillion-dollar deficit. And it's interesting because when I was younger, the Republicans all associated themselves with fiscal responsibility, balanced budgets, surpluses. That's not the case. President Trump exacerbated the situation in his first term by his grand giveaway. But this time, President Trump and my colleagues on the other side of the aisle are depriving millions of Americans of their health care coverage to pay for it. They are intent on punishing the most vulnerable Americans in this bill, simply for the crime of being poor. In fact, in many cases, despite working very long hours and being poor. I came here to Congress, to the Senate, after serving my country in the U.S. Army, as the President did with great distinction in the United States Navy, as a Navy SEAL. I came here to serve my constituents and improve the lives of average Americans. And I think most of my colleagues, Democrats and Republicans alike, came with the same goal. And according to press reports, a few of my colleagues on the other side of the aisle are starting to realize that this bill is going to do great damage to their constituents. One Republican colleague has warned that this bill could leave 600,000 of his constituents without health care coverage and blow a $38 billion hole in his state's budget. That would be a devastating effect. One of the other aspects of this attack on our health care system is there's some people that believe, well, Medicaid doesn't touch me. It certainly does. Because when you extract that much money from the health care system, what will private health insurance do? They'll raise their rates. Everyone will be paying more. And some won't be able to afford it. They'll have to go without coverage. And that is going to be a tragedy for this country. Now, knowing the damage this bill is going to do, one must ask, why would anyone support this? But this legislation is more than just numbers. I've heard from countless Rhode Islanders who are concerned about these cuts during meetings, in letters, when I bump into them at the grocery store or the pharmacy. They've been telling me about how Medicaid has helped them and their families. I've been meeting, for example, with Christina from Smithfield, Rhode Island, for many years. Her daughter, Lauren, was born with cystic fibrosis and has endured countless hospitalizations, procedures, medications, and other challenges as she navigates life with this disease. Christina, Lauren, and their family have private insurance. But Medicaid also helps cover the expenses not covered by private insurance for people with serious illnesses who are not able to work. When President Trump and congressional Republicans began proposing these cuts to Medicaid, Christina told me, and I quote, Lauren was born with CF, a rare genetic progressive disease which affects her lungs, GI, and endocrine systems. I had no idea we carried this gene. When Lauren was born, she spent a month in the hospital. We almost lost her. When she was 5, she contracted a germ that put her in the hospital for a month and almost killed her. Her lung function fell to 70%. At 13, I thought she was going to die. Her hospital stays were every 3 months for 2 weeks with IV treatments. Her lung function fell to 30%. With one of the medicines for CF, she was able to finally get her lung function back to 65% at 23 years old. She still suffers every day. Just trying to breathe is difficult. If she catches the common cold, it could put her in the hospital. She has had a hard time keeping weight on, and her GI is a disaster. She spends hours in the bathroom. She developed CF-related diabetes, which always puts her in danger. Every day is rigorous treatments and medications just to stay alive. It is with the help of the NIH and the FDA that she is still alive. Please do not make these cuts. If Medicaid is cut, when she is 26, 2 years from now, she will have no way to pay for all of her hospitalizations, medications, and treatments. Few could afford to keep her alive. It is this simple. Without Medicaid, she will die. We need your help. Carolina from Central Falls, Rhode Island, shared similar concerns for her daughter. My daughter has special needs, and we rely on Medicaid for her needs. Not having Medicaid would create a sinkhole for us. People with profound autism need lifetime, 24/7 care. As you consider budget cuts, it is important to me as your constituent that you work to ensure that this vulnerable population has access to the critical supports that it needs to survive. I will be looking to you for your courage and leadership. Indeed, and now we're looking across the aisle for courage and leadership to reject this flawed bill. I received an email from one constituent, Wally, in Cranston, Rhode Island. She is a 71-year-old retiree on Medicare. Her husband is 72 with Alzheimer's disease, living in a nursing home under hospice care and relying on Medicaid for his health care. She wrote to me that she was, quote, terrified at all the cuts to programs and services that she and her husband so desperately rely on. Without Medicaid, she wonders if she or her husband would be able to continue receiving care. I also heard from Diane in Coventry, Rhode Island, whose daughter gets life-saving care through Medicaid. Diane said, Medicaid is important to me personally. Medicaid matters to me and my family. My 15-year-old daughter suffered a brain bleed and a stroke at the age of 5. It came out of nowhere and was very unexpected. She has spent a lot of time in the hospital, rehabilitation services, doctor's offices, appointments, etc. over the past almost 10 years. Medicaid allows her to be home and taken care of on a daily basis. Without Medicaid, she would not be able to receive hospital-level care at home. She wouldn't have a wheelchair or any other durable medical equipment. She wouldn't be able to get her life-saving medications or the nourishment she needs through her G-tube. Please, I urge you to save Medicaid, not only for my family, but for millions of others. All of our lives depend on it. Now, my colleagues on the other side of the aisle may say, we're not going to cut these people's Medicaid. We're just going after the fraudsters, the freeloaders who aren't working. Now, who exactly are these fraudsters and freeloaders? Is it the elderly patient who needs expensive nursing home care? Is it the child with a serious chronic health condition? Should we cut off these people's access to health care because they can't work? they physically cannot work, or because the constant paperwork requirements got lost in the shuffle. Let's be clear. If my colleagues were serious about eliminating fraud, they would be providing states with more resources to investigate questionable claims and bad actors. Medicaid coverage is not extravagant, it is a lifeline. If my colleagues were sincere in their claim that these cuts are about protecting the program, quote, for the people who need it the most, as the majority leader has claimed, then they would be investing the so-called savings back into Medicaid instead of blowing it on tax cuts for the well-off. Instead, this bill is cutting funding to states for Medicaid, and states will have no choice but to pick and choose who will get access to care. But don't take my word for it. The Nonpartisan Congressional Budget Office, CBO, estimates that this bill will cause nearly 17 million Americans to lose their health insurance. 17 million people. That's not fraud. It's just making it harder for people to get health care. On top of that, even if you're one of the lucky ones who gets to keep your Medicaid, will you still be able to get it? Nursing homes rely on Medicaid. More than 6 in 10 nursing home residents in Rhode Island are on Medicaid. As Medicaid funding is cut, what will nursing homes do? I imagine some will have to close their doors or dramatically reduce the number of beds. So you could be one of these fairly well-to-do Rhode Islanders trying to get mom in the Medicaid home, the nursing home, I should say, and you're willing to pay, but if it's closed, or there's only 5 beds where there used to be 20, she's going to be where, in my generation, grandparents were, in the living room, in a hospital bed, being cared for, in those days, typically by your mother. So this approach to Medicaid is going to touch every aspect of American life. And the same can be said about the community health care centers. Medicaid makes up a huge portion of the operating budget for community health centers, which provide primary, dental, and behavioral care to more than 200,000 Rhode Islanders. That's roughly 1 in 5 Rhode Islanders. It's hard enough to find a doctor now. It will only get harder if a community health center closes its doors and thousands of patients don't have a doctor anymore. And where do all those patients end up when they can't get routine care? The emergency room. That means there will be lines out the door, and if you have a serious health event and need to get in, you better get used to waiting a long time. This is not how a health system is supposed to run. And in Rhode Island, our health system is already on the brink. People are just getting by. People are waiting in the hallways of ERs for a bed upstairs. People are spending days on the phone trying to find a doctor. We should be making these things better, not worse. But again, Republicans' main priority seems not the physical or financial health of everyday Americans. It is providing massive tax cuts to President Trump's billionaire and millionaire friends. There's certainly nothing wrong with being successful, and there's nothing wrong with wealth. That's something that has been part of the American dream since our beginning. But what it requires is opportunity. And one of the fundamental opportunities it requires is good health and good education. And what this bill will do is destroy our healthcare system and force the states to make dramatic cuts to the education system. We are shutting down opportunity in America while we enrich the wealthy elite. The American dream, as I believe it, is about the middle class and a government that's focused on them, not taking $1 trillion from Medicaid so Republicans can gift to those who've already benefited from many other gifts. Mr. President, let's put the enormity of this transfer to the wealthiest in perspective. There are about 128 million households in America. Yet somehow this bill gives the top 0.1% of households a $250,000 tax cut, a giveaway that's over 3 times larger than what the median American household makes in a year. When confronted with this point, Republicans consistently try to hide the ball. Middle and working class Americans are getting tax cuts too, they say. Who cares if the rich gets richer? Well, the Senate bill raises taxes on the lowest income Americans, the same families from whom Republicans are ripping away health care and other benefits. While we are voting on this bill without a full analysis of its impact on households, the Congressional Budget Office found that the House-passed version would take around $1,600 away from these lowest income households each year, after accounting for tax changes and benefit cuts. And it's not just low-income Americans. Researchers at Penn's Wharton School of Business have found that most Americans lose money under the House bill in future years, too. I want to be crystal clear. We need to reform our tax care system. We need to make it fairer for working Americans, not just for the ultra-wealthy. We hear from people so often that government is broken. They're right. Our tax system is unfair and needs reform. But giving the top 0.1% of Americans an extra $250,000 every year is not fixing the government. It's just adding to the sense of unfairness and brokenness that so many citizens feel. We can do a bipartisan tax bill that is both fully paid for and that helps average Americans. In fact, we almost did that last summer when the House passed a tax bill 357-70 that would have extended the child tax credit and reinstated tax cuts for businesses without increasing the deficit. 48 bipartisan senators voted for that bill in this very chamber, but it was blocked because Republican leaders wanted to pass something like this bill before us today. My Republican colleagues have drafted a bill that is neither paid for nor helps most Americans. Worst of all, they have chosen to take from the poor and the middle class and the working class to give to billionaires. This bill is very bad policy. It's almost un-American if you believe that the essence of America, as expressed by one of our greatest presidents, Abraham Lincoln, was to give every person a fair chance in the race of life. This bill denies that chance to millions and millions of Americans while enhancing and filling the pockets of the wealthiest. And I oppose it. I yield the floor.
Mr. President.
Good.
Thank you. I'm honored to follow my colleague, Senator Reid, and he is absolutely right that this bill is almost un-American. In fact, I would say it is un-American because it is so destructive to the middle class, to health care, to education, to basic fairness and decency in our great country, the greatest country in the history of the world. It would balloon the debt and the deficit by $4 trillion, and yet my Republican colleagues have sought to disguise and hide that reprehensible pain and damage to the American system. It would cut Medicaid by $930 billion, which means billions in cuts for Connecticut, hundreds of thousands of Connecticut children and families off Medicaid, food nutrition shredded, and student loans decimated. These kinds of impacts on Connecticut are mirrored through the whole country. And the American people are beginning to get it. That's why this bill, the so-called One Big Beautiful Bill, is so deeply unpopular, in fact, by 2-to-1 majority. And I want to talk not only about Connecticut, but two of the states that are represented by colleagues here. They are so-called red states. But make no mistake, this bill is seismically catastrophic, not just for Connecticut, but for the whole country and for Louisiana, where this measure, if it's passed, will mean that my colleagues from Louisiana are voting to kick roughly 250,000 people in their state off health insurance. They will be voting for a bill that could close 33 rural hospitals in their state alone and cost their state's health care providers $588 million for services that newly insured patients simply will not be able to pay back. Their state program would lose $4 billion. That's Louisiana alone in funding. These numbers are staggering, and they're the reason that every major health system in Louisiana is opposing this bill. Just yesterday, they sent a letter warning that cuts in this bill, and I'm quoting the Louisiana healthcare providers here, quote, would be historic in their devastation and warrant our shared advocacy to protect our patients and the care we provide them in hospitals and clinics. I could go on about Louisiana. I'm going to abbreviate my remarks and put my full statement in the record if there's no objection, Mr. President.
Without objection.
But this bill also reduces SNAP benefits for 206,000 Louisianans. It eliminates the benefit entirely for 94,000 of them. I want to see my colleagues from Louisiana go home and face their constituents, having cut the legs from SNAP and Medicaid programs and many other benefits. And in Utah, same tragic scenario unfolding in a state where 337,000 children and adults depend on Medicaid. Nearly half of all children in Utah are covered by Medicaid. 59% of nursing home residents. 60,000 people living in rural Utah communities covered by Medicaid. If this bill passes, at least 180,000 Utahns will lose health care coverage, and Utah's uninsured rate will increase by a staggering 67%. If this bill passes, 31,000 of the people in Utah could see their benefits slashed, and 13,000 would risk losing their benefits entirely. Now, I just want to say in conclusion, these numbers for Connecticut, for Louisiana, for Utah, for the state of Washington, where my wonderful colleague, Senator Cantwell, will be talking shortly, they're not just numbers. They are faces. They are lives. They're children who are just beginning to be Americans. And their productivity, their contributions back to America will be hamstrung. Their lives will be financially handicapped. And health-wise, they will be impaired as a result of these irresponsible and reprehensible cuts. I couldn't be angrier about these kinds of cuts in programs done only so that the ultra-wealthy will receive tax cuts. I'm willing to bet that a lot of those billionaires and millionaires would forego those tax benefits if they understood the consequences. But my Republican colleagues, who are in disarray at this moment, they can't come together on a program because they know how abhorrent its effects would be on their states, ought to listen to the people of America, not the ultra-wealthy. And the people are speaking in the polls, they're speaking through their elected representatives, and they are speaking because their conscience simply won't let them support a bill that does such abhorrent damage to the American middle class, the American way of life, American values. And I'm proud to stand here. I wish we weren't here going all night into Monday morning, but I'm proud to stand here with my colleagues. And I just wish my Republican colleagues were on the same sides of these issues, because they're going to go home and they'll have to face the children and families who will be hurt so deeply by this bill. Thank you, Mr. President. I yield the floor.
Mr. President.
Senator from Washington.
Mr. President, I rise to ask my colleagues to turn down this legislation in front of us, to reject it, and instead work together on fiscal policy that would help us by growing our economy more successfully and not devastating our constituents. Before I start, I want to thank the presiding officer for speaking up about not selling public lands. I very much appreciate his voice in that debate, and it's critical that we were able to successfully get that out of this legislation. I want to work across the aisle to talk about these policies so that we can move our country forward in a competitive fashion. But I'm afraid that what we have in front of us is not the answer to what will make America competitive, particularly at a time when we are putting tariffs on American imported products, when we are basically getting into a trade war, and when we are devastating what I think is the underpinning of the economy of today, that is an information age, innovation economy, and here we are devastating all of our investments in NIH and NSF and in the competitiveness that we just implemented in the IRA and the CHIPS and Science Act that is making us the envy of countries around the world for innovation. We do have great capital markets, and those capital markets help us innovate. And I think some of my colleagues think, well, we have a promise to families here to give them a tax break, and while many of us would support that, you're asking us also to give tax breaks to big corporations before they can get their tax break. And that we don't like. We don't like it because it raises the cost on everybody, and that cost for middle class and lower income people will be devastating, particularly at a time when we continue with this tariff policy. This bill would make the entire healthcare system less responsive and more expensive for everyone by dismantling Medicaid and shifting more of the cost burden onto states and threatening the very existence of rural hospital. This bill also sells spectrum out from under our national defense and safety agencies and forces states to choose between protecting their citizens from dangerous AI or providing broadband service, and it just gives away big breaks to companies like Meta, that's Facebook, or Google, who I'm sure at this point in time don't really need that additional tax break. Clearly, though, the most egregious and certainly most destructive part of the bill of this reconciliation is the changes to health care. The fact that 17 million people will be uninsured and raise the cost on everyone. This is from the Congressional Budget Office. We don't need to be raising healthcare costs on our constituents. The CBO analysis revealed that hasty negotiated updates by Republicans discussed on behind closed doors early Saturday morning added that $130 billion in Medicaid cuts to the bill. That's a whopping $930 billion in total Medicaid cuts. That is how CBO got to this number of 17 million people. The challenge is nobody marked up a bill in committee. Nobody even had a hearing where somebody presented this information. No, this is all being changed on a daily basis, and everybody's trying to catch up. But what we're really trying to do is fight for our constituents and make sure that we know the impacts. The impacts of these 17 million people will be severe cuts felt in every corner of the United States. State governments will be the first to feel this tsunami of cuts. And unlike the federal government, they must balance their budget, so they can't borrow the money to make up for the deficit. In our state, the state of Washington, our governor and legislators have to grapple with an estimated $3 billion shortfall that this will bring to them as a result of this many people losing coverage. Yesterday, I held a virtual press conference with a group of Republican state representatives. A Republican Utah state representative who, Ray Ward, who just also happens to be a physician, warned that these cuts will amount to $1 billion budget deficit per year in his state of Utah. That budget shortfall forces his state government to make some very difficult decisions. They have to decide whether to cut reimbursements to providers, cut medical services, cut more people off the rolls, or make drastic measures like increasing everyone's taxes. Kevin Leonard and Steve Hobbs, one of them is the executive director of the Association of County Commissioners of North Carolina, and the other, Missouri representative, basically said as county government leaders and state leaders, they are worried that this bill basically is an unfunded mandate on them. Commissioner Hobbs said, where they will feel it most is that services like behavioral treatment will now have to be provided through the jails instead of a medical setting. Our own Peninsula Health expert who was on the call basically said that in their region of our state, this could be as much as a 25 to 45% cut in behavioral health. So that's what happens when you cut people off of Medicaid. The amount of money, since Medicaid is 1 in 5 dollars is a Medicaid dollar, you're going to take that much out of the system. These people do not operate on wild, profitable margins, oftentimes barely breaking even, or in behavioral health, oftentimes losing money. But I guarantee you, if instead of seeing this Medicaid population in a behavioral health setting, you think you're going to see them in the emergency room or a jail, it is going to cost us a lot more money. It's going to cost our state, our county, and the local region a lot more money. Not only will this bill diminish their Medicaid revenues, but it will also increase the uncompensated care. Some are estimating to be $42 billion. Our rural hospitals, our rural healthcare challenges will be devastating. In Washington, over 300,000 people will lose health insurance. And these are people who were easily treatable, conditions that if you treat them, chances are they will be dealt with. But now, if you don't treat them, they're going to go to the emergency room and they're going to raise costs on everyone. These families depend on this care. Last week, I spoke on the floor about one of my constituents. Britton Winterrose talked about his daughter Leda, a 5-year-old girl who had a rare condition that when she stopped breathing, she does stop breathing in her sleep if she doesn't have oxygen. Mr. Winterrose talked about how even though he had a very expensive platinum plan, it didn't cover her costs. And just by doing this Medicaid and covering their cost, basically they have saved her life and they have enjoyed her in the many years that they have given to them. Why are we making the Winterroses sweat over whether their daughter is going to be able to keep Medicaid, about whether the whole system in their part of our state is going to be able to keep doing Medicaid? Right now, people are estimating that 5.4 million people will get pushed into medical debt because of health care and the cuts in this bill. The total amount of medical debt that Americans will owe will increase by $50 billion. So is it really worth it to take $880 billion, or whatever it is now, $930 billion out of Medicaid, so that you're actually increasing the personal debt of people, making counties basically have unsustainable budgets, or having state legislatures come back in to cover our costs. As one of these commissioners said, this is nothing more than cost shifting to the states. It's irresponsible. According to the Center for American Progress, a 60-year-old couple who will be in the affordable care market today, making $85,000 a year, could see their annual premiums raise as much as $15,400. Why? Because when you have uncompensated care and you basically kick people out of Medicaid and off of the Affordable Care Act, what you're going to do is raise premiums on all of us. A low-income Medicare recipient also qualifying for Medicaid could see their costs go up as much as $8,340. So why are we doing this? And the out-of-pocket expenses now that a Medicaid person has to pay for, they could be paying as much as $1,650. You want to do that to give a tax break to Google and Facebook? That's why you're doing this? The tax break that you want to give them, multinationals, and I could just say for a minute about this. You know, when the 2017 tax bill came along and everybody said the corporate rate is too high, we need to have our companies be competitive around the world, I would have considered lowering that rate to something. In fact, my colleague, Senator Kaine from Virginia, proposed something, but we didn't accept that. Instead, they lowered it to a very low rate and then said this year, we'll smidge it back up. That means they'll increase it back up a little bit this year. That was their plan. But somehow these multinational corporations have got to my colleagues on this side of the aisle and basically said, give us the same rate that we had in 2017. Now, the reason I didn't support that in 2017 because it was kind of ludicrous. You were saying to companies like Microsoft, we'll give you a tax break. I don't think they really needed that big of a tax break. But by the way, we're going to raise taxes on the people who work at Microsoft. We are going to raise, because of the SALT deduction, we're going to raise your taxes. So literally hundreds of thousands of people in my state paid higher taxes to do what? Give Microsoft a tax break, which they gave in dividends. Now, did that help our economy? Did that help really grow our economy? I'm pretty sure the innovation at Microsoft helped grow our economy. I'm pretty sure the people who hustled on AI helped grow our economy. I'm sure the investments that we made at agencies across our federal government helped us meet the challenges that we are facing in innovation and competition from China. Not that dividend, but now we're doubling up again. And how much is that multinational tax break? To over $200 billion. So literally, you could take half of that money and you could give it to Medicaid instead and not cut Medicaid. Now let's see. Tax breaks to Meta and Google, or paying for Medicaid. Tax breaks for Facebook and Meta, the same company now changing their name, and Google, or a tax making sure there's enough revenue to pay for Medicaid. This is ludicrous. The notion that we are continuing to make big corporations the priority when they knew this tax extension was not coming. And I'm pretty sure if you look at the numbers that you see from Facebook, Meta, and Google, you will see they don't really need a tax break. They're doing pretty well right now. So the budget reconciliation bill really threatens our progress on health care. Now let me explain what I mean by that. It's not enough to just say that this health care issue, that we are really winning the day. When you look at what happened to us in health care, when our whole goal of doing the Affordable Care Act was to basically get more people covered under insurance. Why? Because we wanted to lower all the costs on health care overall. We wanted health care costs to go down, and we wanted the cost of premiums and the cost to individuals to go down and to be more like the rate of inflation, 3 to 4%. That has been our goal forever, forever. And so prior to the Affordable Care Act, it rates on an annual basis. Think about this, on an annual basis. Your healthcare premiums, your healthcare costs were generally rising about 5.4% a year. Okay, who could keep up with that? Who could keep up with every year your healthcare costs continuing to rise? And so we did the Affordable Care Act, and guess what? We did get that into the rate of inflation. I think there's more we could have done. Lots of things happened in between, but we literally got it down to 3.7%. And we did that by covering more people. The audacity of my colleagues over here to now claim that Medicaid expenses got too expensive, when in reality we made this choice to drive down these premium costs so they were only rising close to inflation, and that was our goal, and we succeeded. So what are we doing now? Well, under the GOP plan, Wakely Healthcare Institute and the Center for Budget and Policy, these are numbers that come from them. The GOP plan will now go back to raising your premiums and your healthcare costs between 7 and 11% a year. A year. So we're going to go blowing way past the 5.4. We're going to go back here. And why? Because you're going to cut off millions of people from health care. You're going to increase the cost of uncompensated care. You're going to make people wait to go to emergency rooms, and then they're going to be sicker, and that's going to cost, I don't know how much it costs, but it's definitely a multiple of 5 or more. I don't know if it's, what do you know? What do you think it is, Kevin, at emergency room? 10. Okay, 10. He says 10. It's 10 times more expensive to deal with somebody at an emergency room than just get health insurance and get covered. Okay, so now we want to know, why are we raising the cost on everybody's health insurance, including these plans? Because this side of the aisle basically wants to cut a bunch of people out of a system that lowered the cost of healthcare plans overall and kept it more in the rate of inflation. Why? Why would you want to do this? So it makes no sense, and I hope our colleagues will think long and hard about that. I also think that you could still take the Google Meta tax break for multinationals and pay for $100,000 and cover the Medicaid. You could take another $100,000 from that big tax break, and you could pay for some of the energy tax credits that were so essential to combating the Chinese in what they are doing on the clean energy front. The Chinese firms are doing everything they can to invest and undercut the United States in EV and battery technology. The US is responding aggressively to that. That's why we did the Inflation Reduction Act. In fact, the Inflation Reduction Act, we basically enacted more than 2,000 new clean energy industrial manufacturing jobs, more than 980 private sector jobs, and more than 3.4 million Americans claimed clean energy tax credits that improved their efficiencies. In fact, the Joint Economic Committee estimated that the typical household could save between $460 and $1,000 in annual energy costs, thanks to the Inflation Reduction Act. But what do we have now? We have President Trump and inflation. We have inflation because of multiple issues, consumers struggling to keep up amid higher prices, mounting debt, and fiscal uncertainty. That's what we have. And so we're reversing the very tax credits that help lower the cost, and we're going to help us be competitive against China and help us succeed as a nation in the one thing that I always think the United States is really great at, and that is innovation. I don't know if it just started with Ben Franklin or many other people along the way, but you give Americans the task and they will do the job. If you give them the education, if you give them the R&D with a university partner, they will get the job done. And so now, don't take my word for it, take Mr. Musk's word for it. The latest Senate draft bill destroys millions of jobs in America and causes immense strategic harm to our country. Utterly insane, destructive. It gives handouts to the industries of the past while severely damaging the industries of the future. Yeah, he said it best. But back to that chart, we were doing the energy because we wanted to diversify, but we also wanted to lower costs and we wanted to be competitive. Right here it says the vehicle, okay, natural gas, propane. Okay, that's why we were diversifying, because all those things are going up. So, and this bill is not going to help electricity. You're getting rid of the electricity tax credit. So again, instead of helping Meta and helping Google, you could be helping to lower the inflationary cost by making the investments in these tax credits. But Mr. President, there's more in this bill that I don't like. My colleague from Texas is proposing an AI moratorium. He literally wants to stop states from regulating the rollout of autonomous vehicles like Texas Governor Greg Abbott, who signed a letter last week to regulate how autonomous vehicles are licensed and deployed in Texas. And how do proponents of this moratorium propose to get started? By holding broadband money hostage unless you implement an AI moratorium. Well, I know what the Heritage Foundation said. The Heritage Foundation said that federal AI power grab could end state protection for kids and workers. Again, you are giving states a big fat bill, and now you're trying to override laws that have been on the books for a long time, protecting consumers from fraud, from abuse, and from protecting, they are there to protect kids, and now you want to get rid of them. So it's no surprise that stakeholders on the right and left oppose this in the bill. They include 17 Republican governors and 40 attorney generals from both Democrats and Republicans, and other organizations ranging from the Heritage Foundation to the Center of American Progress. So anytime you can get the Center for American Progress and the Heritage Foundation on the same side of an issue, chances are you should be listening to what they have to say. But Mr. President, this bill, this letter, I would like to enter into the record from the National Association of Attorney Generals.
Without objection.
This bill would affect hundreds, I'm quoting now from this letter, quote, this bill would affect hundreds of existing and pending state laws passed and considered by both Republican and Democratic state legislatures. Some existing laws have been on the books for many years, end quote. Okay, so these are attorney generals from a variety of states who basically know the laws on their books, and they're basically saying, don't do this to us. Don't override our laws. So I'd also like to enter into the record, Mr. President, a letter from 17 Republican governors also against this provision.
Without objection.
Their letter, I'd like to read from, is really about this point I was trying to make about fighting China. I mean, I thought we were here to be competitive against them, to basically beat them in a race on innovation, just like we did with chips and science to try to move for the future. But basically their letter says, quote, we fully recognize that AI is dominant in the next industrial competition between the United States and adversaries like Communist China. States have led anti-Communist China action, banning Chinese affiliated companies from owning farmland and property critical for infrastructure and military bases. But America should not sacrifice the health and safety and prosperity of its people in this fight. We must curb AI's worst excesses while also encouraging growth, which is exactly what states have done through their creation of their own regulatory framework, end quote. So they're basically saying the states are on the front lines of helping to protect on AI. Now, Mr. President, I have no idea why the President of the United States has not protected the American people or the American military from the Chinese scams that are happening on TikTok. No, we would never let China own ABC News and put out Chinese communist propaganda on ABC News. But we let them do that on TikTok. This body and our colleagues said, no, stop that and stop the Chinese. And yet we still haven't stopped the Chinese. So now, here we are in this bill cutting out the state's abilities to fight Chinese AI companies like DeepSeek or Alibaba, and they have no interest in stopping the scammers from using their AI products to harm Americans. They have none. And if you think we're going to pass something here, I'm always ready to sign up to get legislation done. But that isn't going to happen anytime soon. And so now you're telling these governors, these attorney generals, yep, I'm not even going to let you fight China because I'm going to take that tool away from you. So clearly, I don't support this part of the legislation, and I appreciate my colleague from Tennessee and her attorney general working on this very important issue. And finally, I come to the issue of spectrum. This is a very ill-conceived plan to auction off our precious spectrum. Such an auction will fundamentally compromise our defense capabilities while endangering aviation and important federal capabilities like weather forecasting and scientific research. This bill would require the FAA would require an auction of 800 megahertz of spectrum critical to our military and civilian infrastructure. It would compromise military radio frequencies and weather and other spectrum issues, most importantly, drone operations. And I know the presiding officer knows how much drones are now at the epicenter and forefront of warfare and is reshaping the battlefields across the globe. So why would we do this? Well, my colleague, Senator Cruz, is pushing for something that experts say would risk military operations. Last Congress, we got the Department of Defense and the Department of Commerce to agree that we should test bed the next generation of technology because we don't like interference. Now, I'm sure most Americans sitting at home thinking, what is she talking about? Well, if you drive in a car and you have a radio station and all of a sudden the radio station doesn't get its signal or has some interference, you know that there is an issue. The tower, not big enough, not strong enough. This is the same. This radio spectrum has been used by Department of Defense for secure purposes, very important secure purposes. Mr. President, think of the Chinese balloon and the fact that we want to detect when a Chinese balloon is flying through our airspace. We want to be able to stop people from spying on the United States of America. And yet, instead of basically saying, we are going to look at this military spectrum and make sure that it continues to be secure, my colleague is suggesting to all of us that we sell that and basically allow, I believe, for what is going to be a good amount of interference without solving this problem first. Why does that bother me? Because I think we live in a world where you're going to see more and more spectrum, more and more warfare based on satellite and communication, and the landscape is changing. So I certainly don't want our military preparedness to be affected. Air Force leaders warned that spectrum bands are crucial to this radar operations, and I'm not going to go into more about why, but I'm just saying, just like you can't have 4 radio stations basically interfering with each other, my colleagues want to allow the major telcos, mostly AT&T and Verizon, who are so hungry to sell more, whatever it is, $79.99 plans or $59.99 plans. They literally are going to give away national security just so they can sell more telephone plans. In fact, I would ask them, what have you done to clean up the last disaster that you had when the Chinese hacked you on Salt Typhoon? Now, they didn't successfully hack the telecom company in my state because they were smart enough to do all the preparatory work not to be hacked. But these guys didn't do the work, and now they're up here pushing our colleagues to say, give us more, give us more, give us more, without doing the homework required to figure out how to make sure our military is protected. But what's even more infuriating is they want the same spectrum from our airlines as well. They want to cause confusion between the spectrum of aviation and in this telecommunication. Last time the Trump administration did this, there was a major debate, and the White House and the Biden administration had to come in and fix it. It's all related to the altimeter on a plane. Again, the presiding officer knows this well. An altimeter helps tell the plane what altitude they're at and what to do. But if you have interference with that altimeter, as we just saw in this helicopter accident, we're pretty sure now that this accident between an American plane, regional jet, and an Air Force helicopter, there were some altimeter issues, and that caused a discrepancy and a crash. So I am not for any interference with an aviation altimeter. I'm not for it. But instead of figuring this out, working together, both commercial and defense, we're jamming into a bill the overriding of the defense interests and saying just give it to these two commercial bidders, maybe more, who then will basically just feel empowered to sell more of these telco plans. Mr. President, our competitiveness is too important. Our effectiveness is too important. Collaboration and working together to solve these problems is how the United States is going to succeed. Basically, trying to pit each other against each other in these kind of technology issues is not going to help us win. So, Mr. President, I've outlined many issues here, and I've outlined how you could fund Medicaid without basically doing what we are doing here. There is no reason. According to the Penn-Wharton budget model and analysis, families in the first 40% of earners are on average projected to experience losses in after-tax income and benefit transfers. In other words, Mr. President, yes, extending the 2017 tax cuts does help some middle-class families, and we would support that, but all the hits in other areas like health insurance mean they will actually lose money overall. The lowest 20% of income brackets are hit even harder. So in this massive bill, it is those who can least afford it who are going to be hit the hardest. We don't need the Trump inflation. We need to protect health care. We need to make progress in America's competitiveness. But this is not the answer, and I encourage my colleagues to vote against it. I thank the President, and I yield the floor.
Senator from Vermont.
Thank you. Mr. President, President Trump's so-called big, beautiful bill, now on the floor of the Senate, is the most dangerous piece of legislation in the modern history of our country. It is a gift to the billionaire class while causing massive pain for low-income and working-class Americans. Actually, though, Mr. President, I'm wrong. This is not a gift to the billionaire class. They paid for it. This bill is an absolute reflection of a corrupt campaign finance system which allows billionaires to buy elections. And when billionaires spend hundreds and hundreds of millions of dollars trying to elect a president or a senator or a member of Congress, they're not making that investment just for the fun of it. They want something in return, and this legislation, big time, is what they are getting in return. So what is in this bill that they invested in? Well, if you are in the top 1%, you and the class you represent will receive a $975 billion tax break. $975 billion tax break at a time when the richest people in this country have never, ever had it so good. Further, this is really quite unbelievable. If you are among the wealthiest 0.2%, not talking about 1%, talking about the top 0.2%, you will be able to pay zero taxes on your $30 million inheritance. So all of you folks out there who are waiting to inherit at least $30 million, today is a good day for you. Collectively, you will receive approximately $211 billion in tax breaks for the top 0.2%. Congratulations, you hit the jackpot. If you are a large corporation and you want to throw workers out on the street and replace them with artificial intelligence, or maybe you want to shift your profits to the Cayman Islands or other tax havens, you are going to get a $918 billion tax break. Congratulations to the CEOs of large, profitable corporations. But while the rich and large corporations make out like bandits in this bill, what does it do for low-income and working families? Well, let me say a few words on that. If you are concerned about health care, which I suspect that everybody in the world is, this bill throws over 16 million people off the health insurance they have, according to the Congressional Budget Office, by cutting Medicaid and the Affordable Care Act by over $1.1 trillion. In other words, the top 1% getting a $975 billion tax break, and that is coming directly by throwing 16 million people off of the health insurance they have. This bill, for the first time, forces millions of Medicaid recipients who make as little as $16,000 a year to pay a $35 copayment every time they visit a doctor's office. So what is the impact of all of that? You throw 16 million people off health care. You force people who don't have any money pay a $35 copayment. So what's the impact of it? Well, this is not my view. This is what the Yale School of Public Health and the University of Pennsylvania determined based on a study that they did. And this is the result. And it is almost so horrific, so grotesque, that it is difficult to speak about. But they estimate that if this bill goes through with all of these cuts in health care, if 16 million people are thrown off of the insurance they have, over 50,000 Americans will die unnecessarily every year. 50,000 Americans will die unnecessarily in order to give tax breaks to billionaires who don't need them. In other words, this bill is literally a death sentence for low-income and working-class people. Further, if this legislation is enacted, rural hospitals all over the country, and I come from one of the most rural states in America, rural hospitals are already struggling. But when you make massive cuts to Medicaid, many of them are going to shut down or not be able to provide the level of services they do today. In other words, this bill would be a disaster for rural America. It would also make massive cuts to community health centers and nursing homes who are very heavily dependent upon Medicaid funding. Bottom line is that this legislation is the most significant attack on the health care needs of the American people in our country's history. We already have, as everybody knows, a health care system which is broken, which is dysfunctional, and instead of addressing it, instead of doing what every other major country on earth does, guarantee health care to all people, we are throwing 16 million people off the health insurance that they have. But it's not just health care. The future of America rests with our children. And yet, in a nation which now has the highest rate of childhood poverty, of almost any major country on earth, this bill wipes out nutrition assistance for millions of hungry kids in America. We are literally taking food out of the mouths of hungry kids to give tax breaks to Mr. Bezos and Mr. Musk and Mr. Zuckerberg and the other multi-billionaires. If we understand that if we're going to compete effectively in the global economy, we need to have the best education system in the world, this bill makes $350 billion in cuts in education, with the result that working-class kids will find it much harder to get the higher education they need to succeed in life. If you are concerned about the existential threat of climate change, and we're seeing heat waves right now all over the world, this bill decimates investments in energy efficiency and sustainable energy like wind and solar, and moves us in exactly the wrong direction with regard to energy. If you are concerned about our role in never-ending wars, this bill makes a bad situation even worse by handing out another $150 billion to the Pentagon, a 15% increase in an already bloated Pentagon budget. We don't have enough money to feed hungry children. We don't have enough money to make sure that people continue to have the health care that they need. Don't have enough money to make sure the kids can get a decent education. But somehow the military-industrial complex is going to get another $150 billion, 15% increase. Mr. President, in my view, nobody in the Senate or the House should vote for this legislation, and I applaud all of the Democrats for voting against it, and I want to congratulate two Republicans, Senator Paul and Senator Tillis, for voting against it for different reasons, by the way, than I have. But I do find it interesting, and it does tell us where we are as a nation today, that when one of those senators, Senator Tillis, voted against it because he thought it was not a good bill for the people of his home state, North Carolina, suddenly the President of the United States went after him in a very, very vicious way. And today he announced that he will not be seeking re-election. So it appears now that the Republican Party has really become a party of the cult of the individual. The only thing you have to do now as a Republican is say, I agree with President Trump. I love President Trump. President Trump is right all of the time. Hey, that's all you got to do now to be a good Republican. There was a day when Republicans and Democrats understood that they were elected by their constituents. Yeah, you want to work with the president of your own party, nothing to do about that. But there was an understanding that you were also elected to represent your constituents and not simply pay homage and bow down to every wish and whim of the president. Mr. President, during the vote-a-rama, I will be offering several amendments which I hope will win support. Number one, at a time when 22% of our nation's seniors are trying to survive on less than $15,000 a year, my first amendment would fundamentally improve their lives in two significant ways. Number one, it would cut the price of prescription drugs under Medicare in half by making sure that our nation's seniors do not pay any more than Europeans or Canadians pay for the same exact drugs. And number two, with those savings, we're going to expand Medicare to cover dental, vision, and hearing. In other words, instead of throwing people off of health care, we're going to expand Medicare to provide a number of services that seniors desperately need and want. Secondly, Mr. President, At a time of massive income and wealth inequality, my Second Amendment would eliminate the $211 billion estate tax for the top 0.2% that is included in this bill. They get a top 2%, as I mentioned, $211 billion tax rate. That is insane. We're going to get rid of that. And lastly, at a time when we spend more on the military than the next 9 nations combined, at a time when the Pentagon cannot account for trillions of dollars in assets, we are going to end the provision that allows the Pentagon to receive another $150 billion. Bottom line, Mr. President, is this country faces many crises: high rate of childhood poverty, kids going hungry, education system in deep trouble, healthcare system completely broken. And in virtually every single area, this bill takes us in precisely the wrong direction. When the wealthiest people in this country have never, ever had it so good, it is totally insane to be offering them $1 trillion in tax breaks so that we can cut health care, education, and nutrition. This bill is not what the American people want, and I hope very much we can defeat it. Thank you very much, Mr. President.
The Sergeant of Arms will restore order. The Sergeant of Arms will restore order in the galley. The Sergeant of Arms will restore order. The Sergeant of Arms will restore order in the galley. Sergeant of Arms will restore order in the galley. The Democratic leader.
Mr. President, I thank my colleagues for coming to the floor. Wait, we'll put this up when we begin. Okay. We'll leave it up. All right. I thank my colleagues for coming to the floor all day today. I thank them for speaking so fiercely, so clearly about what's at stake for the country. And the American people deserve to see this debate. That's why we last night forced a reading of the bill. Republicans don't want people to know what's in the bill. They want to hide it. They know it's not popular. We all know it's not popular. We all know it's totally against what people want. But a small cabal of very wealthy people and hard MAGA people run that show to the detriment of the party itself and, of course, to the American people. So we forced a reading of the bill last night and allowed people to catch up because the bill was just put on the floor right before the reading started, the amended bill. So we're here today to continue to shine a light on how bad this bill is, and this debate will continue. Soon we'll turn to vote-a-rama and bring amendment after amendment after amendment to the floor, so Republicans can defend their billionaire tax cuts, so they can try to explain their massive cuts to Medicaid to people back home, why kids who need health care shouldn't get it so there can be tax breaks for billionaires, why middle-class families who have someone in a nursing home who's now going to be removed from that nursing home because it's going to close, what they're going to do, and to try and to sell to parents and kids why they're making unprecedented cuts to SNAP, taking food from hungry babies for a tax cut for wealthy people. What kind of world do these Republicans live in? It's a slanted world. It's really a corrupt world. Kids will get $5 a day to feed themselves. You can't buy a dozen eggs for $5. And then they're killing millions of good-paying jobs. It's estimated, and by the way, the clean energy cuts are even worse. Before this, it was estimated 850,000 jobs would be lost in America on clean energy alone. Over 1 million jobs in healthcare. 2 million jobs approximately lost, at least 2 million lost because of this bill. That could create a recession. So this has been a long few days in the Senate, but the hardest choices for Republicans are still in front of them. Because we know that so many of our colleagues on the other side aren't happy with this bill. Tillis is not an exception. There are many others who think the same way he does. Well, they ought to vote their principles, their conscience, and what's good for their constituencies. Our side is going to give our Republican colleagues a chance to do the right thing in front of this chamber and in front of this nation. The American people deserve to know exactly what's happening right now in the United States Senate. Because right now, Republicans are concocting the ultimate rush job. They're trying to pull off a sneak attack on this chamber and on the American people themselves. The bill before the Senate is utter poison. Some Republicans are trying to rush through a bill that they released less than 2 days ago under the cloak of darkness, written behind closed doors, molded in order to appease Donald Trump and the very special, powerful interests. Earlier today, my colleague from South Carolina came to the floor with a pretty interesting-looking floor chart, where he claimed that his bill somehow reduced the debt by $500 billion. What a joke. The budget chair respectfully needs to check his math, because somehow Lindsey Graham, the chairman of the Budget Committee, said that his bill reduces the debt by $500 billion. The budget chair, respectfully, check your math, Chairman Graham, because not 1 hour ago, the JCT confirmed this bill does not reduce the debt, it explodes it. It explodes it. That's what it does. Here's what his chart should have looked like. $4.45 trillion deficit explosion. According to the JCT, the Republican bill explodes the debt by $4.5 trillion. As this chart, drawn a slight and abstract concept. What does that mean? The average American will pay more to buy a home. The average American will pay more to buy a car. The average American will pay more on their credit card debt, on issue after issue after issue. Prices will go up because of this deficit, because of taxes for the billionaire. That's $4.45 trillion. Also, some people, wealthy people, God bless them, they made a lot of money, okay. They don't need a tax break. Let it be known that this bill is the death knell of the supposed party of fiscal responsibility. We always knew that this was a sham. And now this bill ends the charade of Republicans caring about the debt for all time coming. When they say they have to cut health care on any bill or food stamps on any bill because it reduces the deficit, we will know it's utter hogwash because of $4.5 trillion they're doing now for tax breaks for the wealthy.
I don't think deporting everybody is the answer. I don't think that's the...
Republicans want to move quickly. That's why we're here on the weekend. That's why they released the bill in the dead of the night, all because they want to hide the truth from the American people. You know, it's hard to believe, my colleagues. This bill is worse, even worse than any draft we have seen thus far. Every time the bill comes to the floor, a new bill, a new amendment, the hard right handful over on the Republican side, we're not voting for it unless you hurt kids more. You hurt people who need health care more. You hurt rural hospitals more. You hurt clean energy more.
Cut the grass. I had to run around, do a couple of things.
Folds and does it. And the more mainstream, the handful of more mainstream Republicans who know how bad this is right now haven't had the backbone to oppose those changes.
They've been reading this shit for 5 hours.
So, this bill is.
This is a Fox News Alert. I'm Chanley Painter. You're taking a live look at the Senate floor right now, where the chamber just passed a key procedural vote to begin debate on President Trump's so-called big, beautiful bill. But the vote didn't come without lots of drama. Let's talk about it on Capitol Hill with our senior congressional correspondent, Chad Pergram. Chad, great to be with you early this morning, my friend. Tell us the latest from D.C.
Well, Chanley, this was high drama in the United States Senate with Vice President Vance coming to Capitol Hill potentially to break a tie. They didn't have the votes to get across.
Yeah, that's what it was. It was a tie at first. And J.D. Vance was coming there like to break the tiebreaker, because a lot of people don't know that the vice president is the president of the Senate. And he steps in times of tiebreakers. And he came to do the tiebreaker, and then one of the Democrats, I think it was, changed his vote to put it over the top to make it 51 to 59. To 49.
This procedural hurdle, this is just to start debate on the big, beautiful bill. This is not passage of the big, beautiful bill. This is just to start debate. And as you know, I always say it's all about the math. And they were short 3 votes. There were 50 noes on the board. All 47 Democrats had voted no. And there were 3 Republicans for most of the night. This vote was held open for 3.5 hours. This vote started at 7:31 Eastern time tonight. The noes were Rand Paul, Tom Tillis, and Ron Johnson. But there was a lengthy conversation off stage with Vice President Vance in the office of the Senate Majority Leader John Thune, and eventually Ron Johnson flipped his vote. There were other senators who had not cast their ballots so far: Cynthia Lummis, a Republican of Wyoming, Mike Lee of Utah, and Rick Scott. But they eventually got them to yes, and Ron Johnson, who has been adamant against this bill, saying there's too much spending, said, okay, I'm at least, got some sort of promise here. I just asked a senator a few minutes ago, I said, what was the promise to Ron Johnson from Wisconsin? And they indicated to me that they are not at liberty to say. So what happens next? We've got a long, long, long road ahead of us. Here's what's going on right now. Usually when they actually get on to an actual bill, what happens is they read just the title of the bill. Technically, from a very technical standpoint, they are supposed to read the entire thing out loud. Well, guess what? That almost never happens. They go through that, and then they simply ask unanimous consent. In other words, if all senators are willing, they go on to the next thing, and they go on to actual debate on the bill. Well, Chuck Schumer objected to getting rid of the oral reading of the bill. Back in the old days when they had, parchment paper and quills, there was only one copy of the bill. And so back in the, 18th century, 19th century, early 20, that's when they had to actually just have that one copy. And if you weren't in the chamber to actually hear the bill read, you didn't know necessarily what was in it. So they used to read these out loud. Now we have these 100-page bills, sometimes more than 1,000-page bills. And so this is really just a dilatory tactic by Chuck Schumer, the Democratic leader. This has been done before. Back in 2021, March 5th, 2021, Ron Johnson, the aforementioned senator from Wisconsin, he objected to the Democrats dispensing with the reading of a COVID-19 bill, $1.9 trillion, and he stretched out the process for 10 hours and 53 minutes. So this bill is bigger. We think that this will go on all night long, well into the morning tomorrow. We just don't know how long it takes to read this bill. And I should note that there are not limits or regulations, and this is actually, you'll find this in some of the standing orders of the Senate, on how loud the clerk must read. They've actually addressed this issue, and how fast or slow the clerk must read. And so there's several different reading clerks. If you look at the screen, there's a gentleman
It's crazy. You ain't even got to understand them. They could read real slow or they could read real fast. So they just going through the motions to go through the motions. That's all that is. They just going through the motion to go through the motions at this point to try to get their point across. But it's crazy. That's when now that I'm done doing most of my chores.
to the right of the dais there, he's reading this out loud, and he will read this in a sonorous tone all night long, and then they will switch to somebody else after, say, 45 minutes or an hour, and they'll get them some throat lozenges or Cepastat or whatever it is to keep them going. Now, tomorrow, here's what's going to happen. Whenever they wrap this up,
I ain't gonna lie, I do like what I've seen so far, how they have multiple people go up there and they explain multiple parts, but they also is lobbying against it. So you got multiple people getting up there just arguing instead of, spitting the facts of what it says. I think they need to come through, revise the stuff that they don't like, and come to a compromise.
then go to up to 20 hours of debate. We don't think they're going to take that. It's going to be probably more like 10 to 12 hours. And then, Chanley, we go to something called a vote-a-rama. This is where they vote, and they vote, and they vote round the clock. This is why this process is so elongated here. Usually what happens in a vote-a-rama, the shortest one we've had in recent years, in fact, it was earlier this year, was just under 10 hours. The longest one we've had in recent years was just under 15 hours. So then they should be able to get, if you time all this out sometime Monday morning, maybe Monday midday, get to a final vote on the big, beautiful bill. Aha, but we are not even out of the woods yet. Then they have to sync this bill up, presuming it passes, with the House of Representatives. And there are a lot of conservatives in the House of Representatives who don't like this bill in this form coming out of the Senate right now. Again, they have that narrow majority in the House. I've talked about how this is about the math. We'll see if they can accept later this week, and remember the deadline set by President Trump is the 4th of July, to adopt the Senate version of the big, beautiful bill, Chanley.
So fascinating, Chad, and it sounds so complicated as you explain it to us. But as you said, this is just a procedural vote, right? So when this does actually make it through the debate process, we still could not have enough votes possibly to pass this and make this big, beautiful bill law, right?
Absolutely. It's not unprecedented to have somebody in the Senate vote on procedure to say, yes, I'm not going to stop the process now. I'm going to let it go forward. This is where we thought for a long time we might have a tie vote if they could pluck off those others and get them to 50-50, and then Vice President Vance could break the tie in his capacity as the president of the Senate. Didn't come to that, but he was certainly in the building since about 8 o'clock tonight. But, during that vote-a-rama, that's where you have amendments.
Mike Johnson said about 85% of this bill is the House bill. We have been working on this, Jake, since September, tirelessly thinking about what we would do when we took control. We've had over 51 meetings about this. These different provisions that have been put out, as they've been put out, we've been reading, we've been talking, we've been figuring out how we can make them best for the American people. Because at the end of the day, we know we have to deliver results. President Trump ran on this. He said, we are going to change America for the better. We're going to make sure that hardworking people can keep more of their money. We're going to make sure that we have secure borders, not just now, but for generations to come. We're going to make sure that we have a strong national defense so that our warfighter is the best trained, equipped, and ready across the planet. We're going to unleash American energy. And we're going to make sure that people who have been unseen are seen. We want to make sure that these programs are available for the people who need them, and we want to make sure that people who are working know that we see them and that they have a greater opportunity to achieve the American dream, and that's what this bill does.
So this bill, when do you expect the final vote to be, and will it pass?
Yeah, so right now, obviously, you see Senator Schumer having the entire bill read. So clerks actually have to do that for the people who are watching this. So they're doing that all through the night. And then they'll be doing that probably for, I think they're about halfway through now. So we're looking, if current pace continues, probably finishing about 3 o'clock. After that, Jake, we will move into debate. Democrats will have 10 hours. Republicans will have 10 if they so choose. I would assume Democrats take all 10 of their hours. Republicans may take a few to continue to make the case for this great piece of legislation, and then after that we'll start voting. So I will actually be in the chair tonight. I am signed up between 11 p.m. and 1 a.m. So if anyone is
Republicans on this bill, Oklahoma Republican Senator Markwayne Mullin. And Senator, thank you for being here. Really appreciate it. Look, Senate Republican leaders cleared the first major hurdle last night, passed that key procedural vote. I know there's still a long way to go here before making it to President Trump's desk, in theory, by July 4th. But based on where you are in the process right now, do you see that timeline as realistic?
Oh, absolutely. We will, I know you mentioned earlier in your show that we have 20 hours of debate. It won't be full 20 hours. The Democrats will take 20 hours. We'll probably take 2. That means we'll start the bill anywhere between 1 and 3 o'clock in the morning, Monday, this coming morning. And then we'll just stay on it. Vote-a-rama is a no holds bar amendment process, meaning that you can put as many amendments on, but you can't ever quit voting. You got to continue moving. And when everybody wears down, then vote-a-rama stops. So I feel like we'll probably go through Monday evening, maybe into Monday night. Then we'll give we'll do the final passage on one big beautiful bill, send it to the House, and they'll probably vote on it maybe Wednesday or Thursday, and be at the president's desk by Friday, July 4th.
If only it was that simple. We'll watch for that. We'll watch for that timeline.
It sounds that simple, but there's a lot of there's a lot of work to do between that.
Yeah.
But we've been working like this since September because we knew we were going to win the election. And in November, we got a mandate by the American people. They wanted a different government. They wanted a different direction than what the Biden administration took us, and that's what we're doing. We're delivering for the American people.
And, one of the dynamics we've been watching, Republican Senator Ron Johnson, for example, he's had concerns about how the bill would affect the national deficit. He told reporters yesterday after the vote that he and others on a similar deficit pursuit had worked out a deal on an amendment that would further cut Medicaid, but he wouldn't say whether he would back the final bill if that amendment isn't adopted. So do you have any details on that deal, and where do negotiations stand with some of these lawmakers who are on the fence about backing a final bill depending on their specific amendments, like Johnson?
Yeah, so this is common, right? We have a lot of people with a lot of opinions, and we're good with that. Everybody wants to make this bill better, and we're okay with that because there is no perfect bill that's ever come out of Congress. This is a very good bill. It definitely moves us in the right direction and gets America back on track and pushes forward that American First agenda. But at the same time, when you have an idea or you have an amendment, you got to get the votes for it. And we got to pass a bill that'll get 51 votes on the Senate floor and get the magic number in the House. We usually say 218, but last time they passed it with 215. So whatever we can do to improve the bill, we'll do it. But at the end of the day, it's all about the votes. It's about counting the votes. So Ron Johnson has worked very hard. He's been very passionate. He's made great improvements already on the bill, and I believe maybe if we can pass this amendment, we can even do a little bit better. And if you talk about what details are on it, we're still looking at that amendment because we have to make sure it passes the Byrd rule. So it's not finalized yet.
And, just to get to the core of Senator Johnson's concerns here, the Congressional Budget Office put out their analysis of the Senate version of the bill today. Their latest estimates that it would add nearly $3.3 trillion to the deficit over a decade. I mean, how do you begin to address some of Senator Johnson's concerns, or even some from your constituents who say, well, hey, I want you to send that number in the opposite direction?
Well, we are sending in the opposite direction. What this reflects is CBO saying that making tax cuts permanent will add to the deficit. But they also said this in 2017. They said that the tax cuts we put in 2018 would cause a $150 billion deficit over 10 years. And what happened by 2019, by the end of 2019, we actually completely reversed that and saw a surplus of $150 billion. They're saying the same thing here. If we make it permanent, not 10 years, but we make it permanent, that's where the biggest part of the deficit spending is. What's interesting to me is that the Democrats are actually complaining about tax cuts that we actually know will add a surplus, because when we invest in our own backyards, it seems like it's spent better and it reinvests rather than when we send it to the black hole up here in Washington, D.C. But if you remember the Build Back Better bill, it didn't do anything with taxes, and it cost $3 trillion, and it's still sitting out there just costing the American taxpayers and has done nothing to improve the economy.
Well, I will say, yeah, Democrats and Republicans have spent alike and contributed to the deficit in different portions. And I will say some of the analyses that have watered down, I guess, the CBO analysis does rely on, I think, the American economy growing at a rate that I think the White House is very optimistic about GDP growing over 4%, for example, but some other analyses have that a little, I mean, I would say much lower, around 1% or so. So I guess, are you...
Omar, remember too, we're cutting $1.6 trillion in deficits spending. That's the largest cut ever in American history. $1.6 trillion we're cutting in deficits. In deficits, and so that's huge for us. We're moving in the right direction. If we continue down this path, if we continue to see President Trump's economy come back with a roar of a lion, which is what's happening right now, we continue to see the job reports continue to climb the way they are right now. We see the growth in our GDP. Then what we're going to see is in 2.5 years, possibly, we could have a balanced budget for the first time since '96.
Consumer spending a little down as well, but I hear your point on the overall economy. It is in a good place right now as far as where it's moving. I want to ask about the American Hospital Association, because you talked about some of the cuts we're looking at here. Obviously, Medicaid central in this, but the American Hospital Association warning that these cuts to Medicaid could undermine the ability of hospitals across America to provide critical services to everyone. And look, one of Senator Tom Tillis's concerns here was that dynamic. North Carolina, like Oklahoma, has more than 1 in 5 residents on Medicaid or child health insurance programs. And the CBO, I know we're talking about it a lot, estimates the Senate version of the bill here would affect almost 12 million by 2034. I know you've talked about the focus of these cuts, getting rid of the, quote, waste, fraud, and abuse. But how do you ensure these cuts don't undermine access to health care for all Oklahomans, especially those in rural areas?
So I'm very rural. I was raised on a ranch where my kids were raised. Our biggest grocery store is Harps, and it's small, and the best convenience store we have is Casey's, and that's the only stoplight we have in town. And so I appreciate rural and rural hospitals. I understand they're a backbone of our economy, but I also understand what Medicaid was designed for. Medicaid was designed for those in need. We have 35 million people right now that live below the poverty line. However, we have 70 million people roughly signed up for Medicaid. Ever since Obamacare, we've seen Medicaid explode, and we've had a lot of waste, fraud, and abuse take root inside a system that was designed for those that need it the most. I heard a while ago you talking about the work requirement. Okay, so what the work requirement does is it requires an able-bodied individual with no dependents and no sickness to work, volunteer, or go to school 20 hours a week. And then the paperwork that you guys were talking about, instead of having to prove your means once a year, it says you got to prove it every 6 months. 6 months. Now, I'm sorry, but that is not a burden. That is just lazy if you're not willing to do that. And if you're not willing to work 20 hours a week or volunteer 20 hours a week or go to school 20 hours a week to try to better yourself, why is it up to the American taxpayer to pay for you not willing to help yourself? Medicaid was designed to help those in need when they needed it the most. And that's what we're trying to preserve Medicaid for. We're trying to make sure it's there for those in need.
I will say part of Senator Josh Hawley's concern, and he cited a woman who wrote to him. She explained that her husband works as a carpenter. Their private insurance covers her, 4 of her kids, but her 5th kid has a brain condition that is under Medicaid at this point. And to her, she's worried that she'll be one of the people that slips through the cracks. I hope you're right. I hope she is not one of those folks, but there is real concern about that. Before we go, because I know you got to go, I want to ask about your colleague, Senator Tom Tillis's decision to not run for re-election. Obviously, he was one of the Republican nays last night. And look, as soon as that happened, President Trump was quick on social media, threatening to primary him. And my question to you is just from where I sit, does it concern you that the dynamic seems to be do what the president says, or he's going to threaten you with the primary?
No, there's a whole lot more to that story, which we don't have time to get in there. But
I got time. I don't know.
I don't have time though.
Okay.
Because,
right.
But I'll just tell you, there's a lot more behind the scenes that you're not seeing there. However, Tom Tillis is a guy that served North Carolina well. I consider him a friend. We may not agree on every issue, but that's why I get along with those on both sides of the aisle too. We don't have to agree to necessarily be friends, because sometimes you can agree to disagree. However, the decision for him not to run decision was solely his decision. If he wanted to take on North Carolina and in the decision to not support the one big beautiful bill, which I believe North Carolina supported President Trump overwhelmingly all 3 times, that probably would have been a tough road to haul. But however, if he chose to run, I would commend him for it, but he chose not to, and that doesn't reflect.
Senator from the great state of Minnesota.
Mr. President, are we in a quorum call?
No, we are not.
Okay. Mr. President, I rise today to speak in strong opposition to the recently revealed Senate congressional budget bill. I will note that this is a 940-page bill that was just put out there at midnight.
940 pages to distract you. Why do you need 940 pages? You could have did separate bills for each of these issues, but they want to be able to sneak things in there because they say the devil's in the details.
For me, that was a moment because, one, I realized that nothing has changed in terms of the proposal. It's actually added to the debt. And 2, from about $3.4 trillion to one analysis says $4 trillion, and it actually adds more Medicaid cuts, another $100 billion, up to $900 billion in Medicaid cuts. Those are the top lines. I don't think anyone's had time to look at every single detail of that bill, but for me it meant something else. That meant that I knew that I was going to stay here along with my colleague Senator Smith, and because we have a job to do that is really important on this budget. But it was hard to not go home and grieve for one of my very good and beloved friends, Melissa Hortman, and her husband, Mark, whose funeral was held today in our state. And I would have been there in person because of the gravity of the legislation we are considering today, but I was able to watch it online. One of the things that I most remember and will always remember from that funeral, in addition to the beauty of it, in addition to the trees and the bushes that awaited the guests outside, because Melissa loved the beauty of the world and cared a lot about the world around her. But it was the words of our Archbishop, Archbishop Hebda. It was a very religious service, full Mass. My husband got to be there and take part in that Mass. But Archbishop Hebda said at the close of the ceremony, he quoted the new Pope, Pope Leo, who recently said that politics is one of the greatest forms of charity. Melissa always believed that. She believed that in how she lived her life and got things done for people, whether it was school lunches or better paid families.
A wave of disappointment. One of President Donald Trump's most loyal voting blocs, Cuban and Venezuelan immigrants. Now speaking out in Miami, a Republican stronghold, as the recent wave of deportations hits home and the Trump administration moved to end temporary legal status, or TPS, for more than 500,000 people who arrived during the Biden administration. Elena Conde says she came here from Cuba on humanitarian parole in 2023. Her husband, Ariel Lara, crossed the border with Mexico twice, once in 2019 when he was detained and deported, and then again in 2022. 6 weeks ago, he was taken into custody at his residency hearing.
So he was given an appointment to go to ICE. You told him before he left for that appointment, you don't have anything to worry about. You haven't done anything.
Instead, he was transferred to Texas, where we spoke to him from his detention center.
Ariel, ¿qué piensas sobre lo que está pasando ahora en este país, en este momento con respecto a las deportaciones? How do you feel about everything that's happening right now in this country with the deportations? You don't understand how this could happen. ¿Qué pensaba que iba a pasar cuando ganó Trump? What did you think was going to happen when Trump won? You're saying you believed the president when he said he was going to deport criminals.
Now, Elena is left behind with her daughter, 7-month-old son, and Ariel's 70-year-old grandmother, who has been a U.S. citizen for years. Together, facing a reality they never imagined.
Toda mi familia votó por Trump. Your whole family voted for Trump. Lo apoyaba a Trump durante su campaña. Did you support him? Yo estoy fuera. You're outside of it. You can't vote. Pero te sientes decepcionada? Do you feel disappointed, deceived, engañada?
Me siento mal porque sé que ellos creían en él.
You feel bad because the rest of them believed in him.
It's a concern Democratic strategists are capitalizing on, with billboards like these calling Republican lawmakers traitors. Still, here in Florida, Trump won almost 70% of the Cuban American vote in 2024, along with 61% of Doral, home to the largest Venezuelan American population in the U.S.
They used us.
Adelis Ferro is the co-founder and executive director of the Venezuelan American Caucus.
How is the Venezuelan community feeling right now, especially in the context of these deportations?
Desperate, terrified. There are people with mental health issues. There are people with panic attacks, anxiety attacks. They rather to die than go back to Venezuela, and then
People
have
are to talking stop. about taking their
I
lives.
have those messages.
Because the situation
Because
here
of the situation. They rather
so
to
bad with
take their own
deportation.
lives, yes, than go back to Venezuela.
They rather unallow themselves than to go back. That says a lot right there.
The ripple effects affecting families and businesses. This Venezuelan business owner, who asked us not to use his name to protect his business and fellow owners, said the political instability has...
See how stupid it is? He asked not to use his name to protect his business. But we know the area that he's in Florida and he put his whole face on it. That don't make no daggone sense. He shouldn't have showed his face.
has led to a 20% drop in revenue.
It's affected your clients as well as the people who work here.
Sí, claro. Entiendo que hay mucha gente que ha invertido, tiene negocio.
A lot of people have already invested in businesses here and they've stopped because they just don't know what the future brings.
Still, experts say the current turmoil may not hurt the Republican Party.
All this stuff done in the first 200 days of the administration. They have a long road ahead before the midterms.
Do you think that Trump will pay a political price?
I'm not sure that Trump or the Republican Party as an institution is going to suffer a great deal unless the Democrats can muster an opposition that is a compelling vision as to how things could.
The biggest problem between the Democrats and the Republicans is too much us versus them. It ain't like they doing what's best for America. It's us versus them. They doing what they feel they can do to beat each other, not what they can do to actually make the country better.
Be done differently.
Morgan Radford, NBC News.
We thank you for watching, and remember, stay updated on breaking news and top stories on the NBC News app or watch live on our YouTube channel.
Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox. It is 1:47 on the East Coast and 10:47 on the West Coast. It is a big day of breaking news here on Live Now from Fox, and I do want to take you to another story that we are following right now as we get all of the information coming in here. Here is the information as we take a look over at Washington, D.C., as the Trump administration's Department of Homeland Security ending temporary protection status, that is TPS, for roughly 520,000 Haitians currently residing in the U.S. Taking a live look over the Capitol at this hour, as again, all of this information here is just coming in. The TPS designations for the country will officially expire August 3rd of 2025, and the termination will be effective on Tuesday, September 2nd of this year. A DHS spokesperson saying, quote, "This decision restores integrity in our immigration system and ensures that temporary protective status is actually temporary." Quote, "The environmental situation in Haiti has improved enough that it is safe for Haitian citizens to return home. We encourage these individuals to take advantage of the department's resources in returning to Haiti, which can be arranged through the CBP Home app. Haitian nationals may pursue lawful status through other immigration benefit requests if eligible, end quote. Kristi Noem made the decision to revoke TPS status after reviewing a U.S. Citizenship and Immigration Services report, which showed that Haiti no longer meets the statutory requirements that grant foreign residents the ability to obtain temporary protected status. Sources at DHS tell Fox News that they are encouraging Haitians in the U.S. under TPS to use the CBP Home app to secure a safe departure with a complimentary plane ticket and a $1,000 exit bonus. TPS was created by Congress in the Immigration Act of 1990 with the intention.
They're trying to pay them to leave. Who else they offering that deal to?
I can say this, we will do large deportations from Springfield, Ohio. Large deportations. We're going to get these people out. We're bringing them back to Venezuela. You know, he told Biden he's not accepting anybody back. They moved all their criminals, not all of them, but the rest are moving in now. They emptied their jails in Venezuela, emptied their criminals, emptied the nests. They call them nests of bad people. They're all now in the United States, and they're now taking over cities. It's like an invasion from within. We're going to have the largest deportation in the history of our country, and we're going to start with Springfield and Aurora.
The Trump administration has moved to terminate deportation protection.
He told them from the beginning that's what he was going to do. So I don't know why people acting shocked that he's doing all the things he said he was going to do. What they thought he was bullshitting in. Like, he had a plan and he executing that shit. Not saying it's right, not saying it's wrong, but he had a plan and he acting on it.
For Haitians living in the United States. This affects around 500,000 Haitians who have lived in the U.S. under temporary protected status, or TPS, for years. The Department of Homeland Security confirmed that the TPS program for Haitians will officially expire on August 3rd, 2025, with deportations set to begin as early as September 2nd, 2025. TPS was granted after the 2010 earthquake, allowing Haitians to live and work legally in the U.S., but Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem says conditions have improved, despite warnings to the contrary. Therefore, DHS is...
I don't know about that. The last few things, I had a friend that's Haitian that used to live over here, and he back over there, and I ain't hear nothing good about it. All I heard was terrible things about it out there. Like, it ain't no middle class, it's just poor and well off. I wouldn't even say we consider them like rich, but just poor and well off.
Is now urging TPS holders to return to Haiti using a mobile app called CBP Home. The Department of State, nonetheless, has not changed its travel advisory and still recommends Americans do not travel to Haiti due to kidnapping, crime, civil unrest, and limited health.
That's what I'm about to say. I know they be over there kidnapping cats and holding them hostage for their family to get them money. And Mexico's doing that too. Mexico is kidnapping people too. Remember, before everybody was running down to Cancun, they stopped for a while because they was doing tourists dirty out there.
Healthcare. This announcement follows the administration's broader campaign to end protections for immigrants from crisis-hit nations. TPS holders from countries like Afghanistan, Venezuela, Sudan, and Lebanon have also faced similar revocations. In May, the Supreme Court allowed the administration to proceed with the termination of TPS for Venezuelans and to rescind a separate status known as parole for Cubans, Haitians, Nicaraguans, and Venezuelans. During his campaign and current term, President Trump has made mass deportations and the rollback of humanitarian protections central to his immigration policy. He has argued that TPS and similar programs have been misused and extended beyond their original intent.
Not only his comrade Kamala allowing illegal aliens to stampede across our border.
Wow.
But then it was announced about a year ago that they're actually flying them in. Nobody knew that. They were secretly flying in hundreds of thousands of people.
I didn't know that until the election time that they was flying them in.
Some of the worst murderers and terrorists you've ever seen. They were taking anybody that wanted to come in. And they're flying them in.
I don't know if that part was true. Oh, please, they willingly was taking in murderers and terrorists.
And so when they tell you about their borders a little bit better than it used to be, they only did that for election reasons. Not good, but it's a little bit better. But they don't tell you that the flights are still coming in here, bringing in thousands and thousands of illegal aliens, and they're being dropped into the midsection of our country, because all states are really border states right now. And I'm the border president. I solved it in 2016, probably got elected because of that in 2016. And really, there was nothing to do in 2020. I said to my people, I want to talk about the border, what a job I did. They said, sir, nobody cares you did it. It was good. We went from a terrible border to a great border very quickly. We did a great job. And then I come in and I look at what's happening now. And the only difference is that the border in 2016 was 1/20th what it is now. We have the worst border in the history of the world. There's never been a border like this. And I want to be the border president. And I hope you call me the border president, because I'm going to show you what a border security job we can do. And we're going to do a job like never has been done before. There's never been a border like this. I believe the real number is 21 million people are here, and many are thugs, criminals. And remember this, if you go to South America and if you go to these countries that have taken their prisoners out of their jails to empty their jails and dumped them into the United States like we're a dumping ground, you're going to see their crime rates have gone down by 50, 60, 70, and 80%. If you look at Caracas, Venezuela, they took their criminals and drug dealers and rapists off the street and they dumped them into the United States of America. Dumping ground, they call it. We're a dumping ground for Venezuela because we have stupid people running our country. And you think Biden's bad? This one's going to be worse than Biden. Over the past 3.5 years, Kamala has resettled 500,000 illegal migrants from Haiti into American communities, including over 200,000 who Kamala has illegally flown into the United States by airplane when they couldn't get through the border because the border guards backed up. They were refusing to let them in. They don't want it. They love this country. They're saying, you can't do this to our country. They flew them in right over the top of the border guards, and they're doing it right now. They're doing it right now. In Springfield, Ohio, 20,000 illegal Haitian migrants have descended upon a town of 58,000 people, destroying their way of life. They've destroyed the place. And people don't like to talk about it because even the town doesn't like to talk about it because it sounds so bad for the town. They live there. They're proud. They love the town. For years, it was a great place, safe, nice. Now they have 20,000, and I actually heard today it's 32,000. It's the new number. Illegal aliens are now coming in from all over the world, from prisons, jails, mental institutions. They're coming in at levels that we've never seen before. We cannot let this happen to our country. And I will be your border president. And I hope you call me a border president. I never thought I'd have to say that again because we fixed the border and now it was 100% beautiful. And that includes fentanyl and drugs and everything else. We had it fixed and now nobody's ever seen anything like it. And I guess they want to do it because we built hundreds of miles of wall. And we had hundreds of miles, I said, after we completed, much more than I said I was going to complete. And it had a huge impact. But after I completed it, we had all of this wall to be put up. It could have been put up in 200 miles, could have been put up in 3 weeks, would have been totally sealed and much larger than I originally said. But it worked so well. We were doing so well. And not only didn't they put it up, they sold much of it for 5 cents on the dollar. Very expensive wall, has wires inside of it for technology. hardened steel, hardened concrete, and rebar. They wanted all three. I did it as per the Border Patrol. I disagreed with the look. They said, sir, this is the only way. We had to put a anti-climb panel on top. The panel on top is an anti-climb panel. I said, I don't like the way it looks. They say, I know, but it stops people from climbing. I said, all right, we'll do it the way you want. A president has a duty to keep you safe. Kamala will turn America into a poor, violent, third world refugee camp. It already sort of is. We have elections that are a mess, and we have a border that's the worst of any border ever in the world. There's never been a country ever in the world that's allowed 21 million people to come across in a short period of time. And children and the children of American citizens are at the mercy of barbaric criminals. You take a look at what's happening in Colorado. The governor's afraid to even talk about it. The governor, he's a Democrat. Colorado, I hope you're going to vote for Trump because you're being stampeded by your own politicians. The governor can't talk about it because he can't go against the policies of these lunatics that want all these people to come into our country without knowing who they are. We don't even know where they come from. As of last week, I was told by Tom Homan, we had 168 countries represented over the last 12 months. In other words, people came in illegally from 168 different countries. Most people don't know there's that many countries. There's more than that in the world. We'll know them all pretty soon, I'm sure. Maybe Springfield, maybe Aurora, maybe both. We'll go there. I can say this, we will do large deportations from Springfield, Ohio. Large deportations. We're going to get these people out. We're bringing them back to Venezuela. You know, he told Biden he's not accepting anybody back. They moved all their criminals. Not all of them, but the rest are moving in now. They emptied their jails in Venezuela, emptied their criminals, emptied the nests. They call them nests of bad people. They're all now in the United States, and they're now taking over cities. It's like an invasion from within. And we're going to have the largest deportation in the history of our country. And we're going to start with Springfield and Aurora. No. The real threat is what's happening at our border, because you have thousands of people being killed by illegal migrants coming in. And also dying. You have women dying as they come up. They're coming up in large groups. We call it a caravan. I think I came up with that name, but it's really what it is. 10,000, 15,000, 20,000 people. And you have large numbers of women being killed in those caravans coming up to this country. And then when they get here, they can go into the country and they end up being sex slaves and everything else. Those are your real problems, not the problem that you're talking about.
It's very important for me to make sure that my wife has a reliable vehicle to drive around and to transport my son, and I don't want to have them be left stranded somewhere, especially in Arizona's heat. Having that added protection means a lot to me.
CarShield is America's #1 auto protection company. With a plan through CarShield, you're good to go.
CarShield has definitely paid for itself in the short time that I've had it. I have experience working with dealerships and seeing firsthand what an inferior extended warranty product looks like, and that's not CarShield. CarShield is better than advertised. Taking a vehicle into a repair shop, knowing that I have the protection of CarShield really puts my mind at ease.
Best of all, you'll get access to CarShield's concierge service, who can even help you find a mechanic near you.
They offer alternative transportation if your vehicle's down. They offer towing, roadside assistance, all those added benefits for one low monthly payment, in my opinion, is a great value. I became a CarShield customer because our vehicle was
50 Cent is making headlines again, but this time it's not about music or celebrity drama, it's about politics. The rapper and entrepreneur recently took to Instagram to share his thoughts on New York's likely next mayor, Zohran Mamdani, and let's just say he's not a fan. 50 posted a clip from The Breakfast Club where Mamdani, a Democrat candidate for mayor, explained his tax plans for the city. Mamdani laid out his proposal, raising $10 billion to fund New York's economic agenda and protect the city from potential federal funding cuts. His plan: increase the corporate tax rate to match New Jersey's 11.5% and impose a flat 2% tax hike on the top 1% of earners, those making over $1 million a year. Mamdani even called out 50 Cent by name, saying, "I know 50 Cent is listening. He's not going to be very happy about this. He tends to not like this tax policy, but I want to be very clear. This is about $20,000 a year." 50 Cent's reaction? He wasn't impressed. The rapper has a history of speaking out against high taxes and has even joked about moving out of New York in the past. With the mayoral race heating up, it looks like 50 Cent might have some more political commentary coming our way. What do you think of Mamdani's tax proposal? And should 50 Cent take his business elsewhere? Drop your thoughts in the comments below.
He's joined by Al Sharpton. I know he's a piece of shit. Al Sharpton is trash. Yeah, Al Sharpton is trash. One of the biggest con artists in shit everywhere. That dude, all he do is scam black people.
Florida Congressman Byron Donalds was raised in that fine borough, Brooklyn, New York, and he joins us now. Congressman,
Sorry to hear that. Bronx is a way better borough.
great to see you. I will just note that lower income Democrats in New York voted against that Nepo baby phony by 13 percentage points versus Cuomo, who again has his own problems. And black New Yorkers voted against that Nepo baby phony by 18 percentage points. Not everybody's on board, but boy, those liberals in the Lower East Side and the East Village sure love what he's peddling.
Well, Dagan, tell everybody how you really feel. Look, here's the reality. This guy does not understand how economics truly works. He has a radical ideology where he thinks the government can just raise taxes with impunity, spend money with impunity, and everything is going to be okay. Look at his idea around this thing about the city of New York setting up grocery stores. That is a failure. It will never work. The city of New York and cities around the country used to do this decades ago. Before food stamps, cities were directly giving out food. The federal government was directly giving out food. People forget government cheese. Listen, when I was a kid, I was on government.
I remember that when I was a kid, when you had the no frills, it didn't even have like no real like name to the shit. It just was black and white, and the can like meat and shit was just a silver can with black letter, and it would just say like beef, pork. Like it just say what it was in there. It wasn't like no frills is the equivalent of like store bought shit, but matter of fact, it was a step down from that. It wasn't even great value. It was a step down from great value. But it was a black and white box. It'd be like just cereal, cookie, pork. It was not like it was real. The government cheese, they give you a bag of apples and shit, some Tang.
government cheese. I was on government peanut butter. Let me tell you, it was awful. Nobody wanted it. So the government transitioned to food stamps, which is now SNAP. And by the way, there are a lot of reforms on Capitol Hill that need to go into those packages. But the reason the government made the transition is because when the government decided to actually give out the product directly, it was an abject failure. That's why poor people in the city of New York are saying, this guy's a fool. I'm not voting for it. This is why people who work hard day in, day out, busting their hump, trying to make ends meet, are saying, I don't want any parts of this. But if you're sipping lattes at your brunch, like Mr. Winklevoss says, you think this is A-OK.
You know, Congressman, I think there's a lot of New Yorkers right now eyeing, moving down to Florida where you're running for governor. I live as well. But what I'm trying to figure out, Congressman, and I love your insight into this. I mean, New York City is one of the most liberal cities in America, one of the most liberal cities in the world. So is this instructive of where the Democrat Party is going just in liberal New York, or more broadly speaking, as a party?
Well, I think they have a real issue. They really don't know where they want to go. You have somebody like Mamdani who caught lightning in a bottle and excited a portion of the Democrat base. It looks like you have Democrats who are more on the establishment side who want no parts of this guy because they know the reality. They will lose elections with Democrats like this. So as a Republican, I say, go ahead and vote for him. Keep running people like this because the things that they talk about might sound good in a 5-second clip, but they have no basis in reality. They simply do not work. And it's going to have more Americans, whether they live in New York or anywhere else in the country, choose the Republican Party, choose common sense, conservative economic principles, because that's been proven over time to be sustainable, efficient, actually more cost effective. They stabilize the cost for the American people. And if the Democrats really want to talk about affordability, if they really want to talk about it, they should join Republicans to unwind the Leviathan of the regulatory state that has raised more costs on more businesses, passed on to more consumers than anything else.
And I will put the onus and the spotlight on people like Jamie Dimon and JP Morgan, because you see smaller financial firms moving to Florida, say Ken Griffin, notably from Chicago to South Florida. However, JP Morgan's putting up this giant totem to Dimon down the street from here.
Not a politician, she's a Marine. Winsome Earl Sears, a record of service and results. Vote Winsome for governor.
The #1 secret to a magazine-worthy home interior. I know it sounds surprising, but blinds have an enormous impact.
And progress is not assured. States like Hawaii will continue to do everything that they can to protect our environment, and the rest of the world will move on without us. Because doing nothing in the face of this worsening crisis is simply not an option. But make no mistake, what Congress is doing today will cost all of us in the years and decades to come. I yield the floor.
President. Senator from Rhode Island. Mr. President, I rise today, and I will confess, I rise today a bit angry about this bill. This bill cooked up in back rooms, dropped at midnight, cloaked in fake numbers, with huge handouts to big Republican donors. It loots our country for some of the least deserving people you could imagine. When I first got here, this chamber filled me with awe and wonderment. Our leader, Harry Reid, frequently called me his happiest senator. Such was the awe and wonderment that I felt here. Today, I feel disgust. This piece of legislation is corrupt. This piece of legislation is crooked. This piece of legislation is a rotten racket. This place feels to me today like a crime scene. Get some of that yellow tape and put it around this chamber. The midnight transfer of wealth in this bill is disgusting. There's a backdrop here. The backdrop here is the wealth inequality in our country already, in which the wealthiest 1% of our population own 30% of the wealth, and the poorest half of our population together only own 3% of the wealth. Top 1%, third of the wealth. Bottom half of the population by income, 3% of the wealth. And against that backdrop, this bill transfers wealth from middle-class families to giant corporations, billionaires, and mega-billionaires. And it transfers wealth from our children and grandchildren to present-day billionaires by adding $5 trillion to the debt limit to run up the debt of the country to fund the tax giveaways to these special interests and wealthy billionaires. How do they do that? Take away health care from 16 million Americans. Give huge tax breaks to billionaires. Most families have someone sit down once a month and go through the bills. And you try to figure out what bills you can pay. You may not pay the whole insurance bill. You may just pay the minimum. You may not pay your whole credit card bill. You may just pay the minimum. You're aware of exactly how much money you have because you need to make those payments. That's kitchen table world. Billionaire world is different. You have a family office, you never see bills, you don't even know how much money you have, not even to the nearest $100,000. And you don't care because you got more than you could ever spend in your life. You could pay taxes like regular people, but there's something about your acquisition of wealth that can't stop. So you won't pay taxes like a normal person. You demand special treatment. You pay less of a tax rate than a firefighter, for God's sake. And that's not enough for you. Now you come here to this Senate floor wanting even more favors. You already don't know how much money you have. You could pay regular taxes and it wouldn't take a day from sunning on your private island, a day from cruising in your private yacht, a jet trip on your private jet, a ski trip to your private chalet. Nothing in your life would change if you had to pay taxes like a regular person, but you just don't want to. And the third is, I should add, on the tax breaks, a lot of it goes to corporations. This bill doesn't just give big tax breaks to big corporations, it gives gives big tax breaks to big corporations that move jobs and investment offshore away from America. And it just doesn't give tax breaks to corporations that move jobs and investment offshore away from America. It gives tax breaks for doing that. It gives tax breaks for offshoring American jobs and offshoring American investment. It is the world's worst tax policy. It takes an already corrupted tax code and bends it even further in the favor of megabillionaires and big offshoring corporations. And last, what does this bill do that causes this transfer of wealth from regular people to the wealthy? It raises your costs to raise their profits. And I'm here to talk about one way that that happens. Because of this bill, your electric bills will go up. The people behind this bill are counting on you not to know how that works. So, I'm going to take a minute here, and I'm going to tell you how that works. There are some rules for the grid about how this works. Generators who want to sell power to the grid put in a bid, and they give a price at which they will sell their electricity. You can imagine on this graph that each of these little hash marks is a different generation facility, and each has made a bid at its best price. Once it's got the stack of bids, the grid manager, as the load comes onto the grid, dispatches the cheapest generators first, and then goes up the stack to the more and more expensive ones. As demand rises, the costs go up. The last one that's called on, the most expensive one that's called on, sets the price for the whole grid. And this last one, the one that the price setter on the grid, almost always a fossil fuel plant. Okay? It's almost always a fossil fuel plant. So if you look at this graph, you'll see here, this measures the price that's charged to put those electrons on the grid for consumers. And this is the energy demand. How much consumers are asking? What does the grid need to supply? And if you look at the top line, this is the world without renewables. This is an all fossil fuel system, let's say. Baseload nuke, okay, throw that in. And as the demand goes up, the prices go up because more and more of these generators have to come online. And eventually, let's say you get to this point where you've got this much load on the grid and you've got this much supply and the price is set by that generator. That's the world without clean energy. Now you add clean energy, you add renewables to this equation. What do we know about the renewables?
Where can I find creators who actually drive results? Popular Pays simplifies creator marketing by handling everything from creator discovery to campaign success. Think of us as your in-house creator marketing team. When we say partnership, we mean it. Your dedicated team treats your brand like their own. Ready for a true marketing partnership? Book your demo now.
So last night he used Hims. Honestly, nothing better than when a guy breaks this out.
I seriously can't stop thinking about Hims.
Hims.
Thank you for the best night of my life.
PSA to guys out there, we love when you Hims.
If he pops one of these, I know what's coming.
Hims.
Hims.
Hims. Discover longer, better times in the bedroom. Get started today at hims.com.
That's the theory. That's how the system works. Let's see how clean energy fits in a specific area. Let's look at Texas. Oh, and by the way, last year, 95% of the power that came on the grid that filled in here was clean energy. If this bill kills clean energy growth, which is its intention, then it's going to kill off the power source that provided 95% of what was added to the grid last year. It is going to be a big, big hit. So let's look at the Texas grid, which is easy to talk about because it's a standalone grid. And somebody just did a study of the Texas grid. And they found that with renewables, and Texas is 30% renewables, okay? So we're in the with renewables situation. With renewables, the average price last August was $39 per megawatt hour. This was $39. And then they calculated what happened if you backed out all the solar that had been added. If it weren't for the solar driving this price down, instead of $39 per megawatt hour, it would have been somewhere between $55 and $90 per megawatt hour. Minimum $25 differential. Maybe more than twice the cost. The punchline, quoting from the report, had there been no growth in solar energy between 2018 and 2024, wholesale electric prices in 24 would have been at least 40% higher. Without the clean energy growth of that 95% of supply that came onto the grid that was clean energy last year, electricity prices would have been 40% higher. And where would that 40% have gone? It would have gone into the pockets of the fossil fuel industry that was setting that price as everybody had to pay more and more and more. So when you see the fossil fuel industry come here and take this shot at its clean energy competition in this bill after having flooded that side with political money, they're going to make a fortune off of this. And consumers will pay. That's how this bill robs you. It puts you back onto the fossil fuel side of that curve, not onto the clean energy added part of the curve, which lowers prices so dramatically. And as the report concluded, I'm quoting again, this isn't speculation or modeling, it's what actually happened in one of America's largest electricity markets. And by the way, while the fossil fuel polluters are out trying to damage their competition using the power of government and the influence of their dark money operation to do so, they are also damaging America's competitiveness against China. China's already putting 25 times the solar that we are putting onto their grid. That gives them huge advantages as they construct solar panels, design solar technologies, and offer that to the rest of the world. We're in a world market for solar technology, just like we're in a world market for electric vehicles. And the fossil fuel industry's desire to destroy the American solar market and to destroy the American electric vehicle market is about as unpatriotic as you can get, because it is taking these two technologies and saying, go for it, China, we're out. We're out. Have the entire international market for solar and for energy. We're not going to compete. We're going to load up our people with new taxes. We're going to tear away the subsidies. And by the way, the fossil fuel industry that's telling you this, they're the recipients of the biggest subsidy in world history. They get $700 billion a year in the United States alone from being allowed to pollute for free. It violates market economics to pollute for free. Milton Friedman, the most conservative economist, will tell you it's not proper market theory. When somebody's polluting for free, the cost of the pollution should be in the price of the product. So they already benefit, the fossil fuel industry already benefits from the biggest subsidy in world history, $700 billion with a B, $700 billion every single year to compete unfairly against clean energy. And on top of that, they want to rip away the investments that have been made, and they want to put a new tax on clean energy, and they want to drive consumer prices back up to their fossil fuel model. There's some really big losers in this big loser of a bill. Anybody who cares about adding $5 trillion to our national debt, that's a big loss. Comes through in interest rates for people with car loans and home loans. Healthcare, 16 million people getting chucked off their healthcare. Hospitals and nursing homes facing receivership as their revenues dry up from a nearly $1 trillion hit to their revenue streams. Taxpayers getting clobbered by an already corrupt tax code that this makes even worse for the individuals benefiting the most.
Protect the car that protects your family. Call CarShield now.
Call CarShield before it's too late and get a plan to protect yourself from the expensive cost of repairs. Call 800-579-6554.
In the furniture business, things move fast. ZipRecruiter helps us hire qualified candidates who can keep up. We needed a project manager yesterday. We posted a job on ZipRecruiter and had our guy on site in 5 days. He was qualified in every way. ZipRecruiter finds the best candidates for all our jobs. They helped us build our dream team, and they did it fast. Is that too fast for you?
4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/YouTube.
Insist on coming to Congress and just seizing even more, looting the public trough. Offshoring corporations who get a special tax benefit for offshoring jobs and investment, moving them away from America. Remember, this was the America First agenda, not when you look into the weeds of this crooked bill. So creepy billionaires, offshoring corporations, and of course, fossil fuel polluters who want to pollute. They've got all the money in the world. They've made massive profits. They could do their own carbon removal and make their product safer. They choose not to. They choose not to because they want to pollute and they want to kill their competition so they can pollute more and profit more and drive up consumer prices, as I showed here. And guess what? The creepy billionaires, the offshoring corporations, and the fossil fuel polluters, what do they have in common? Huge donors to the Republican Party. That's what this bill is about. It's not about taking care of the economy. It's not about taking care of the public. It's payback to big special interests and billionaires who provide the dark money funding that floats the Republican Party, and now they're demanding payback for the majorities that they bought. There is a wasp, Mr. President, that lays its larvae inside another bug. And the larvae of the wasp inside that other bug are able to take over the nervous system of that other bug. They can take over the command and control system of the bug, and they start driving the bug around from the inside. They make it do what the larvae wants it to do. They make it go where the larvae want to be. They make it hang where the larvae want it to hang, and then the larvae consume it from the inside. They eat it, and they turn into the next generation of wasps. That's a pretty good analogy for what has happened here. Those creepy billionaires, those fossil fuel polluters, those big offshoring corporations have taken over the command and control system of the Republican Party. The bug over there is being marched around by those special interests doing exactly what it's told. And it doesn't care about the 16 million people coming off insurance. It doesn't care about the added pollution, doesn't care about the increased cost, doesn't care about the unfairness, doesn't care about making the tax code more corrupt, because the special interests are in that bug running that show. I yield the floor.
Mr. President.
The Senator from North Carolina.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I come today to explain my vote yesterday for voting against the motion to proceed on this bill. Mr. President, I spent most of my career in management consulting, managing large, complex enterprise projects, multi-year, thousands of hours, a lot of complexity that take people, process, and technology to make it work. I learned a lot in that career, and I was able to go to the legislature and take that mindset as a member of the minority for 2 terms, and then we got a majority in 2010, and I found myself being the Speaker of the House. Mr. President, we were in the middle of the financial crisis. When I got sworn in January of 2011, North Carolina had a $2 billion shortfall on a $20 billion general revenue fund. And I had 6 months to balance that budget. Well, Mr. President, we did something that had not been done in North Carolina. We took the time to understand every aspect and every dollar that was being spent in government. We determined how to cut government in a way that was sustainable. We cut 12% from the university system budget. Not the rate of growth, but the actual spending. And I had some people say that it was going to be disruptive and the University of North Carolina would never be the same again. But Mr. President, we did it in a way that was instructed by the operations of the university system. And we did it in a way in concert with the chancellors. And you know what happened, Mr. President? We actually balanced the budget. We did do those cuts. And the last time I checked, the North Carolina university system is still considered one of the greatest systems in the United States of America. Why do I use that example? Because the Medicaid proposal in this bill bears no resemblance to that kind of discipline and due diligence. It has no insights into how these provider tax cuts are going to be absorbed without harming people on Medicare. And even worse, most of my colleagues do not even understand on either side of the aisle the interplay of state-directed payments and the devastating consequences of the funding flows that are going to be before us. Mr. President, here's how I figured out the impact in North Carolina. I used to be Speaker of the House, and I like the Speaker and have good relationship with the Speaker and the President Pro Tem, so I called them up. And I had my staff ask them if they would do an economic impact assessment on what this proposed bill would do to the Medicaid program in North Carolina. But I didn't want just the view of the Republican partisan staff that reports to the Speaker and the President Pro Tem on how they're going to absorb this bill. I decided to go to Josh Stein, the governor, and I went to his Democrat staff for Medicaid. I asked them to prepare an estimate, independent of the estimate that I had done with fiscal research. But I took a step further, Mr. President.
And that's how you use CRMs. Questions?
Or you can just move to Monday CRM, a platform to manage all of your sales needs, and view your team's entire pipeline in one place. So every rep can easily find even the smallest of details, whether you need to do something quick, like change your lead status, or something big, like sending a mass email to hundreds of leads. It's all effortless. It's customizable without any code, from the columns to the fields. Set your own deal stages and automations to keep deals moving forward behind the scenes. Your customizable dashboards connect all of the pieces, so you can see tomorrow's deals today. Now that you've got everything in one place, you can get the deal over the finish line. Go to Monday CRM and start your
to be one of the most capable people in the Trump administration. He's a brilliant man, and I'd encourage my Democrat colleagues to talk to him. He knows this stuff, and he's very focused on getting efficiencies out of CMS. So we had 3 different conference calls with CMS, with Oz on the phone and on the video, and me on the video. And I said this, guys, I would love nothing more than you to prove me wrong. I would love nothing more for you to tell me it's not $26 billion or $30 billion, that it's $2.6 billion or $2 billion or $200 million. But after 3 different attempts for them to discredit our estimates, the day before yesterday, they admitted that we were right. That between the state-directed payments and the cuts scheduled in this bill, there's a reduction of state-directed payments. And then there's the reduction of the provider tax. They can't find a hole in my estimate. So what they told me is that, yeah, it's rough, but North Carolina's used the system. They're going to have to make it work. All right. So what do I tell 663,000 people in 2 years or 3 years when President Trump breaks his promise by pushing them off of Medicaid because the funding's not there anymore, guys? In the White House, senators advising the president are not telling him that the effect of this bill is to break a promise. And you know the last time I saw a promise broken around health care, with respect to my friends on the other side of the aisle, it's when somebody said, if you like your health care, you can keep it. If you like your doctor, you can keep it. We found out that wasn't true. That made me the second Republican Speaker of the House since the Civil War, ladies and gentlemen, because we betrayed the promise to the American people. 2 years later, 3 years later, it actually made me a U.S. Senator because in 2010, it had just been proposed. And just anticipation of what was going to happen was enough to have a sea change election that swept Republicans into the majority for the second time in 100 years. Now, Republicans are about to make a mistake on health care and betraying a promise. It is inescapable that this bill in its current form will betray the very promise that Donald J. Trump made in the Oval Office or in the cabinet room when I was there with finance, where he said we can go after waste, fraud, and abuse on any programs. Now, those amateurs that are advising him, not Dr. Oz, I'm talking about White House healthcare experts, refuse to tell him that those instructions that were to eliminate waste, fraud, and abuse all of a sudden eliminates a government program that's called the provider tax. We have morphed a legal construct that admittedly has been abused and should be eliminated into waste, fraud, and abuse. Money laundering. Read the code. Look at how long it's been there. I was Speaker of the House. I refused to do it. When I left North Carolina, I said, we're not going to do a provider tax. I left it at 2.5%. Now it's 6%. Mistake on the part of the leadership. And frankly, I know my friends are probably going to think I'm a little bit crazy here, but I actually passed a law that made it illegal to expand Medicaid. Why did I do that? Because I was convinced someday we would be here. And I would have rather found a way to get more people on Medicaid at the standard FMAP than having this 90-10 match and watching it disappear and taking away desperately needed health care. So, Mr. President, over the course of the evening, I may look for an opportunity to speak again. But I'm telling the President that you have been misinformed. You supporting the Senate mark will hurt people who are eligible and qualified for Medicaid. I love the work requirement. I love the other reforms in this bill. They are necessary, and I appreciate the leadership of the House for putting it in there. In fact, I like the work of the House so much that I wouldn't be having to do this speech if we simply started with the House mark. I've talked with my colleagues in North Carolina. I know that we can do that, and I believe that we can make sure that we do not break the promise of Donald J. Trump that he's made to the people who are on Medicaid today, Mr. President. But what we're doing, because we've got a view on an artificial deadline on July 4th that means nothing but another date and time, we could take the time to get this right if we lay down the House mark of the Medicaid bill and fix it. And I know that my friend and colleague from New Hampshire, I jumped in front of her, so I'm only going to take another minute or two. But, Mr. President, we owe it to the states to do the work to understand how these proposals affect them. How hard is that? I did it. How hard is it? How hard is it to sit down and ask the Medicaid office, ask the legislative staff, ask the Independent Hospital Association what the impact is? If there's no negative impact, what's wrong with daylight? What's wrong with actually understanding what this bill does? Mr. President, I know what it does because I spent a career implementing complex systems, and then I had the privilege of being Speaker of the House, and I implemented them in a government setting. And since I've been here, I've focused on bills and watched their implementation from the cradle until they're fully implemented. Mr. President, we owe it to the American people, and I owe it to the people of North Carolina to withhold my affirmative vote until it's demonstrated to me that we've done our homework. We're going to make sure that we fulfill the promise, and then I can feel good about a bill that I'm willing to vote for. But until that time, I will be withholding my vote. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator from North Carolina.
I ask unanimous consent that the following appear separately in the record.
Without objection.
I ask unanimous consent that the Senate proceed to executive session to consider the following nominations in block, calendar 198 through 249, with the exception of calendar 241, and all nominations on the Secretary's desk with the exception of PM 89. That the nominations be confirmed en bloc, the motions to reconsider be considered, made, and laid upon the table with no intervening action or debate. That no further motions be in order to any of the nominations, that the President be immediately notified of the Senate's action, and the Senate then resume legislative session.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I also ask just for indulgence for one more minute. I ask unanimous consent that this also the following appear separately in the record.
Without objection.
This is really easy, Mr. President. Yesterday was my 38th wedding anniversary. I've convinced Susan Tillis to stay married to me for 38 years. I wish I was going to be with her and a couple of dozen family members down at the beach, but I'm doing my work here and I'm going to stay until it's done. I also want to wish my grandson that they're celebrating his second birthday today down there at that same beach house. God bless my family. I love you.
Mr. President.
The Senator from New Hampshire.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm sorry to see my colleague, Senator Tillis, leave before I have a chance to tell him how much I'm going to miss him. And we have worked together on a number of things, including the Senate NATO Observer Group, and he's been a great partner, an excellent senator, and I'm sorry to hear that he's not going to be staying in this body. But, Mr. President, I'm really here on the floor to oppose the reconciliation bill that we're considering today. It would be the largest transfer of wealth from the poor to the rich in a single bill in our history. This legislation would take away health care from millions of Americans. It would cut food aid for millions more. It would raise household energy and health care bills, and it would add trillions to the debt, all to give the top not just 1%, but the top 0.1% of people who make more than $2.5 million a year an extra $250,000 a year. At a moment when Americans are struggling with the high cost of living, this bill will take money out of the pockets of working people, the average household making less than $50,000. That's 30% of Americans. So 30% of Americans will lose about $700 a year from this bill. Now, here are some of the ways that it hurts middle-class Americans, the people who I'm very proud to represent in New Hampshire. Somehow the Senate took the bad bill, or what I thought was a bad bill, from the House, and they made it much, much worse. This bill is the largest cut to health care in American history. In total, the bill...
So when a client comes to us with an ask to launch an influencer marketing campaign, the process is pretty streamlined. So what we'll do is we'll get into the Popular Pays platform, start to build out a brief. Creators and influencers metaphorically raise their hand and say, I'm interested in partnering with your brand. All those requests is all centralized in one location, and it enables us to quickly review different applicants from creators from all over the country to see, are they the right fit for our client's brand?
Lifetime oil changes? That's how you win at Checkered Flag Hyundai World, where you always get the winner's edge with every new car. Lifetime oil changes and state inspections. Lifetime emergency towing. A 3-day money-back guarantee. And our seamless one-person, one-price, one-hour buying experience. The winner's edge. Only at Checkered Flag Hyundai World, where winners buy.
Danielle is a proud mother of 3 sons, 2 of whom have autism. Danielle's sons rely on Medicaid for their health coverage and for their home care. Danielle is not only their full-time caregiver, she receives a stipend from Medicaid to provide for their care. And thanks to Medicaid, both of her sons are able to work part-time. They're able to live at home with their mom, and they're able to remain active in the community. This bill would put all of that at risk. Danielle says her sons could have difficulty qualifying for Medicaid under these new rules. And losing Medicaid would be catastrophic for her family because it would likely force her sons out of work, out of her home, and into a group home or institution. And so it's going to cost a lot more if that happens. Was able to have health insurance with her job, but as her family's medical bills piled up, she enrolled her son in Medicaid to ensure that he got the care that her family could not afford and her employee-sponsored health insurance wouldn't pay for. He still needs extensive care to this day, and losing her coverage would put her family into devastating medical debt. Probably the story that I heard that touched me as much as any was from a man in Berlin in northern New Hampshire. He had had a number of substance misuse issues, mental health challenges. He said, without Medicaid, without this center, we were at a center where Medicaid helped pay to support people who needed help. He said, without this, I would just give up. I would commit suicide because there would be nothing for me. These are just a handful of the countless stories I've heard these past few months. They're about real people. This bill isn't just words on a page. It's a direct attack on not only their health and their economic security, but their very dignity, their ability to have fulfilling lives and to contribute back to their communities and to society. We owe them better than this. This bill would also make catastrophic cuts to food assistance that's provided by the Supplemental Nutrition Assistance Program, also known as SNAP. During this time of high food prices, of increasing food insecurity, it's particularly critical for families to be able to rely on SNAP to help them keep food on the table. One of the ways this bill cuts the program is by requiring states to pay higher costs. Now, as the former governor of New Hampshire, I can tell you how much of a burden this is on our state's budget. And there are all kinds of provisions in this bill that are nothing but massive cost shifts to states. And this is one area. The bill puts food assistance at risk for families with teenage children, as well as older adults, veterans, and individuals experiencing homelessness. In New Hampshire, an estimated 1,000 older adults could lose SNAP access. These cuts will mean increased hunger across the country. You know, we talk a lot about kitchen table issues here. Passing this bill is an explicit vote to take food off of families' kitchen tables. I heard from Rachel. She's a care coordinator at a behavioral health center in Claremont, which is in the western part of New Hampshire. She told me, and I'm quoting here, "SNAP is not just a program, it's a lifeline. For the parents I work with, it means being able to send their children to school with full stomachs and functioning minds. For caregivers struggling to make ends meet, it provides some peace of mind knowing there will be something on the table each night. And for children, many of whom are navigating mental health challenges, SNAP supports stability, dignity, and health during formative years. Without SNAP, the strain on these already vulnerable families would increase exponentially." And she goes on to say, finally, "SNAP is not a handout. It's a step forward for families working hard to survive and succeed against overwhelming odds." And on the energy front, for families concerned about energy costs, this bill only offers more pain. In addition to cutting off tremendously successful incentives for electricity that are adding reliable, affordable, and clean energy to the grid at a record pace, this bill cuts off long-standing tax credits for consumers, for average everyday Americans to make energy-saving improvements to their homes or to add rooftop solar to take control of their own energy bills. After countless promises to lower people's energy bills, this legislation would do just the opposite. Last year, 2.3 million families took advantage of the home energy efficiency tax credit and cut an average $130 off of their yearly energy bills. Now, that may not sound like a lot to the Mar-a-Lago crowd, but it makes a big difference for families in New Hampshire who worry about how they're going to heat their homes. American households are expected to pay an extra $170 billion in energy bills over the next 10 years thanks to misplaced priorities in this bill. And add to that 1.5 million good jobs that are likely to go away. And it makes you wonder if supporters of this bill have actually read it or if they actually care about American energy dominance. And on taxes, this bill spends more than $4 trillion on tax cuts, including nearly $1 trillion in new tax breaks for the biggest corporations. But for taxpayers earning less than $30,000 a year, they would see an average tax increase. Let me say that again, because I didn't say that quite right with the right emphasis. For taxpayers earning less than $30,000 a year, they would see an average tax increase in 2029. And these are the same families who are going to be harmed most by extreme cuts to Medicaid and SNAP. Families making under $50,000 are likely to be worse off, and some could lose more than $1,500 a year under this bill. So if you add to that the effects of Trump's tariffs, which raised the cost of living for a typical family by $2,000 a year, this makes it even worse for families. So the bottom 80% of households, those making less than $175,000, will be worse off on average under this bill. Now, I've talked about how this bill makes families pay more for health care, for energy and food, in order to give more money to billionaires. But there are a few other things that people should know. First, because of the trillions of dollars this bill would add to the debt, interest rates are likely to go up. That adds more than $1,000 a year for a typical mortgage. This bill makes it harder for students to afford the cost of college, and it removes debt protections for students who have been defrauded by their schools. And this bill actually tries to prohibit states from regulating AI for the next 10 years, making it that much harder to keep our kids safe online and to protect jobs from being lost to the use of this technology. You know, I was first elected to the New Hampshire State Senate more than 30 years ago. This bill that we're considering today would do more harm to more people than any other law I have seen in my entire time in public office. This bill makes having a family more expensive by raising the costs of energy, health care, and education. This bill takes food and health care away from seniors and families, and it does all of that. It does all of that to give trillions of dollars more to corporations and to the wealthiest, and it explodes our deficit in the process. That's not what the people of New Hampshire are asking for, and it's not what Americans deserve. And so to my colleagues in the Senate, I say this. At a moment when Americans are feeling squeezed by the cost of living, we should be doing something about that. Instead of gutting health care to pay for tax cuts, we should be expanding access to affordable quality care. Instead of turning our backs on working parents, we should be making housing more affordable, and we should ensure that every child has access to high-quality, affordable early education. Instead of cutting nutrition programs, let's make sure that no child in America goes hungry. Instead of driving up food and energy prices, let's invest in the programs that help American families succeed. President Trump calls this the big, beautiful bill, but it is a big betrayal of the American people. There's nothing beautiful about taking away health care and food from working families to give more money to billionaires. So I intend to vote against this legislation, and I urge all of my colleagues to do the same. I yield the floor.
Mr. President.
Senator from Illinois.
Mr. President, I don't believe you can serve in the United States Senate without being at least an amateur student of history. You're overwhelmed in this chamber, which is where the Senate has met since 1859, to reflect on all of the things that have occurred in the past, and you remember your own experience there as well. I certainly do. This is my 29th year of service in the Senate, and I think back this evening of some of the things which I've witnessed and still stick with me. I can still see that door open and Ted Kennedy walk through it, summoned from his deathbed in Massachusetts to cast a deciding vote on the Affordable Care Act, Obamacare. He wouldn't miss it, even if it meant he was going to die in the process. I think of that door over there when President Trump in his first term tried to basically eliminate the Affordable Care Act, and it was saved at the last minute at 2 o'clock in the morning when John McCain came through those doors, stood in the well right by that table to the Republican side, and cast his vote no. He couldn't raise his arm. It had been damaged so badly when he served as a prisoner of war during Vietnam, but you knew how decisive his gesture was. And he saved health care for millions of Americans. There were other moments as well that I can reflect on. But the point I'd like to get to is this. There was a speech a few minutes ago on the floor of the United States Senate which every senator should have heard, particularly every Republican senator. A senator from North Carolina gave a speech, Senator Tillis, and explained why he had decided to vote against this Republican budget plan, this reconciliation bill. He explained it in a thoughtful and comprehensive and convincing way. That before he made his decision, he turned to Republicans in the state and Democrats and a neutral third party to analyze the bill. And he concluded, Mr. President, after that study, that careful study, that this measure, this changes in Medicaid and Medicare and other health programs, would be a disaster for the state of North Carolina. He'd made it clear before tonight that he was going to vote against this bill. And he made it clear this morning that he's preparing to retire from the Senate. I felt his statement was compelling, and I'm sorry there weren't other members on the Republican side, at least one, beyond the presiding officer present, to hear it. It's seldom that you hear a speech on the floor of the Senate that you know is so personal and so heartfelt and so meaningful as the statement made by Senator Tillis earlier. He made a decision which will be widely reported, I'm sure, and showed a level of political courage which you seldom see in this chamber. He basically said, in a positive way, that the president was wrong in believing that this wouldn't hurt ordinary people. This Republican measure, which is before us tonight, tomorrow, is going to hurt a lot of people. We estimate that 16 million American families will lose their health insurance as a result of this measure that's on the floor today. I've said it before, but I want to repeat it. If you have ever been the father of a new baby with a serious medical problem and you have no health insurance, you'll never forget that moment as long as you live. I know, I've been there. I went to the charity ward of Children's Hospital here as a student at Georgetown Law School with my wife and baby, and we waited in line to see which doctor would walk through the door and see my baby and save her life. You feel that you let everybody down in the world at that point, that you don't have health insurance when you need it so badly. It means so much to you. This bill is designed to take health insurance away from 11 million families in America. 11 million families in America in a period of time will not have the peace of mind that they have access to the best care because they will have lost their health insurance. What is it about Donald Trump taking away coverage of health care? Why has this become the trademark of the Donald Trump Republican Party? He did it in his first term, or tried to, and John McCain stopped him. And now he's trying to do it again. The question is whether Senator Tillis and his Republican colleagues can muster enough courage to step up and find 4 Republican senators who will say, no. No, I'm not going there. I don't want it on my conscience or my record that I took health insurance away from so many American people. Now, you may argue, Durbin, you're a Democrat, and I am. And your arguments have to be tempered because you're so partisan, so political. Surely it isn't as bad as you just said it was. Well, let me read something to you. It's from a group called the American Cancer Society. I'm sure you've heard of them. This is their Cancer Action Network, and it's a letter to the Senate from Lisa Lacasse, president of the American Cancer Society Cancer Action Network. And here's what she says about the measure that's pending before us now that we're being asked to vote on. From the American Cancer Society Cancer Action Network, quote, history will be made with this vote. Congress has one last chance to stop this unprecedented attack on access to health care for millions of Americans, including cancer patients and survivors. Congress can say no to terminating health coverage for nearly 11 million people who will have no other affordable option available to them if this bill passes. Currently, 1 in 10 people with a history of cancer have Medicaid coverage, including 1 in 3 kids who are newly diagnosed with cancer. We know having quality health coverage is one of the most significant factors in whether someone survives a cancer diagnosis. Voting for this bill means voting to rip the chance of survival away from real people. She goes on to say, simply put, this bill will mean more Americans are living sicker and dying sooner. And then she said, lives are on the line. So if you're skeptical about anything that I say because of my partisan background, I understand it. But for goodness sakes, from the American Cancer Society, to have such a definitive statement made that this measure that we're being asked to vote on is going to harm innocent people, men, women, and children. That's a fact. And Mr. President, I might add another short message that we received from the Children's Hospital Association. The Children's Hospital Association. Matthew Cook is their president and CEO. And here's what he says about this bill that is pending. The new version of the budget reconciliation bill is a crisis for children's health care, hospitals, and providers nationwide. And we ask Congress to oppose it as an act of support for American children. This bill goes much too far. The bill amounts to fewer doctors and nurses to see your child, longer wait times, and sicker children. We know that the impacts of poor pediatric health care reverberate for a lifetime. From the Children's Hospital Association. Neither of these organizations are partisan organizations. And they have confirmed what Senator Tillis said earlier on behalf of the state of North Carolina and what those of us on this side of the aisle are saying all along. Why would we risk the lives and well-being of so many children, so many American families? What is it about the $1 trillion which we will take out of the healthcare system in America that is so pressing, so demanding that we're willing to make these big risks? I'll tell you what it is. It is the extension of tax breaks. Tax breaks for the wealthiest people. Oh, Durbin, you Democrats always talk about billionaires and millionaires. That can't be true. Senator Angus King is here. He told me that he did an analysis of the actual tax breaks. And if I remember correctly, if you do a cutoff of income of $400,000 a year and said anyone over that figure is not going to receive any tax break, you would reduce the cost of this tax program by 60% or more. 60% or more. So when we talk about tax breaks for the wealthiest people in America, that's exactly what this is about. I want to give tax breaks, if I can, to working families who struggle from paycheck to paycheck. But for goodness sakes, a $346,000 tax cut for Elon Musk, the richest man on earth? What are we thinking? And I just want to make a quick reference to two states that have an experience coming with this bill, which will be dramatic. One is Kansas. In Kansas, 360,000 individuals rely on Medicaid coverage. 56% of them are children. But with this bill, 89,000 people in Kansas are going to lose their health insurance. In Kansas, Medicaid covers 1/3 of births, 58% of nursing home residents. What happens when Medicaid does not pay for enough money into the nursing home to keep your mother under good care, or your father, or someone in your family? What do you do next? Well, you exhaust the savings that are available to your family. And if that isn't enough, what's next? I don't know, but when I grew up as a kid, there was a spare bedroom in my grandparents' home for brothers and sisters who had no place else to go. I suppose that's going to happen to some families. Already, 28 rural hospitals in Kansas are at immediate risk of closure. To think that this measure would have no impact on those families and those communities is just plain wrong. In the adjoining state of Missouri, which I grew up across the river, in Mississippi River, grew up in Illinois, I grew up across the river from St. Louis, Missouri, 1.2 million individuals rely on Medicaid coverage. 50% are children. With this bill, 250,000 people in Missouri are projected to lose their health insurance. Medicaid covers 40% of births in Missouri, 65% in nursing homes. Already 10 rural hospitals in Missouri are at immediate risk of closure. Mr. President, you know as well as I do what happens in small town America, rural America, when they close the hospital. It is devastating, not just because you don't have access to quality health care, because you just lost a major economic engine for that community. Try to attract a new business to that town after the hospital closes, and watch what you run into. It is that devastating. And that is the reality of this approach. And why are we doing it? What is the national emergency that calls on us to make this change? Tax breaks for the wealthiest people in America. That is what's motivating the Republicans now. I want to close and just say thank you to Senator Tillis. He's shown extraordinary courage. The question is whether others will join him, whether 4 Republican senators will step up and say enough. I've heard enough, I've seen enough, I believe this is wrong. There are ways we can help people who need a tax break rather than the wealthiest people that won't damage so many families, 11 million, 16 million, whatever the number turns out to be, who lose health insurance. I hope that we come to our senses and do it soon. I hope that what Senator Tillis said on the floor will inspire members of his own caucus to listen carefully, to know that he speaks the truth, and he has taken great political risk to say it. I yield the floor.
Mr. President.
The senator from Wisconsin.
Thank you. I am proud to join my Midwestern colleagues today to draw attention to what is happening in our states if this bill were to come to pass. And so I rise today on behalf of the 17 million Americans who are poised to have their health care terminated because of the Republicans' disastrous budget bill. And while I'm laser focused on the nearly 260,000 Wisconsinites whose health care will be placed in jeopardy by this measure, I realize that so many Americans who reside in states that are represented by Republicans don't have a voice in this fight right now on this Senate floor. You know, I have traveled my state extensively listening to people talk about how this bill would impact them and their families. And I've shared those stories. I've uplifted those stories, sometimes right here on the Senate floor and sometimes in other ways. But I know that my Republican colleagues are getting the same influx of phone calls and letters that I'm getting from parents of children with disabilities, from the elderly and folks who are working hard but just can't keep up. These are constituents who are downright scared that they will have a rug pulled out from under them. And I know my Republicans are hearing from their rural hospitals and their pediatricians who are clear about what this bill will mean for their ability to keep their doors open and to care for their patients. According to reports, my colleague from Kentucky even admitted as much behind closed doors last week, saying that, "I know a lot of us are hearing from people back home about Medicaid, but rather than committing to join us in this fight," he said, "they'll get over it," and urged his colleagues to forge ahead with this bill. Well, if my Republican colleagues won't fight for these Americans, I think it's well past time that some of us do. And that is why I'm proud to be standing with my Midwestern Democratic colleagues to do and say something about it. I'm here to stand up for the over 500,000 Midwestern Americans in Iowa, Kansas, Missouri, Nebraska, the Dakotas, whose health care is on the chopping block if Republicans jam through this terrible budget bill. In just those 6 states alone, over 340,000 Americans will lose their Affordable Care Act coverage, and over 225,000 Americans will be kicked off Medicaid if the Republicans get their bill and their way. In Iowa, over 100,000 Americans' care could be on the chopping block, including over 58,000 Americans whose families rely on Medicaid. When we talk about hundreds of thousands of people losing health care coverage, it can sometimes get lost that this actually means people, not numbers. The numbers we're talking about are people. They have faces, they have stories, they have families, and they matter. Take Patrick Kearns, a registered nurse in Iowa City at the VA Medical Center and father of 2 adult children with disabilities. He told the Des Moines Register, "My children are not scamming a system. The idea that they're somehow gaming the system at the detriment to the rest of society, especially when people like Elon Musk are using words like parasite to describe my children? Anger doesn't quite encompass how I feel," he continued. "I just find it shocking that you would go after truly the most vulnerable people as if they are somehow conducting fraud. These folks are barely surviving." In Kansas, where nearly 90,000 Americans' health coverage is at risk, including 18,000 Kansans on Medicaid, Kathy and Jacob shared the story of their adopted sister Maria, who suffered a traumatic brain injury at just 7 weeks old. Because of Medicaid, the family could afford at-home nursing services before their sister passed away in 2024. Jacob told the Kansas Reflector, "This is not right or left. This is truly a human right. Yes, we want to get rid of fraud. People using the support that's not fraud, that's called helping people live the best life in the most respectful and dignified way possible." In Missouri, 250,000 Americans' care is on the chopping block, including over 100,000 with Medicaid. In the suburb of St. Louis, Sandra told the Kaiser Family Foundation Health News that she worries about her 24-year-old daughter, Sarah, and the 24-hour care she needs, including in-home nursing. Sandra said, "I really and truly don't know what I would do if we lost the Medicaid home care. I have no plan whatsoever. It is not sustainable for anyone to do infinite 24-hour care without dire physical health, mental health, and financial consequences, especially as we parents get into our elder years." In Nebraska, 74,000 people could lose coverage, including 26,000 Americans on Medicaid. Dr. Ann Anderson Berry, who works at the Children's Hospital in Omaha, Nebraska, told Nebraska Public Media that these cuts would greatly harm those in Nebraska's rural communities. According to Dr. Anderson Berry, this is not just a health care issue. It's a workforce issue, an education issue, and economic issues. Communities without access to safe childbirth cannot attract or retain young families. They struggle to grow and they suffer generational consequences. Nebraska simply deserves better. Our rural families deserve better. Cutting Medicaid may save money on a spreadsheet, but it will cost lives in real communities and put the expensive burden of care back on our communities. In South Dakota, 31,000 Americans' insurance is at risk under this bill, including 12,000 Americans on Medicaid. Retired family physician Tom Dean from Wessington Springs shared his concerns about what the cuts to Medicaid will mean for nursing homes and the health of moms and babies. He told the South Dakota Searchlight, "I'm really frightened about the impact it will have on nursing homes. Medicaid is a major payer for prenatal, delivery, and postpartum care, and that's a major concern, especially in rural areas." I know that my Republican colleagues are hearing these stories from their constituents, and we need to make sure that they can't ignore them. These stories and the people behind them make all the difference in this fight to protect Medicaid. I'm proud to give them a voice in the Senate as my Republican colleagues continue their crusade to rip away health care from 17 million Americans. The American people don't like this bill, and that includes Americans who live in red, blue, and purple states. We're going to keep ringing the alarm bells on behalf of Americans in every corner, every part of this nation, and protect the critical coverage working families need and deserve. Lives depend upon it. I yield.
Mr. President.
The senator from Minnesota.
Mr. President, I rise today along with my colleagues from Illinois and from Wisconsin, and you just heard from Senator Baldwin, about the effect of this budget bill on the Midwest. I guess I'd start by asking the same questions that our colleague, Senator Tillis, who just announced he wasn't going to seek re-election after the president threatened him with a primary, and after he took a vote and had the audacity to ask the questions that had to be asked about this bill. And you heard him today. He talked about how he had talked to the hospital association in his state, how he had talked to the governor's office, how he had gotten the actual data on the effects of Medicaid in North Carolina. And then he asked the questions, how hard is it to see the impact of these proposals? And he asked, what's wrong with putting a little daylight on what's going on here? So that's what I'm going to do in my few minutes here. Put a little Midwestern daylight on what's going on here. That is that under this bill, 17 million people would be kicked off their health care because of the Medicaid and the Affordable Care Act changes. That was 16 million people until we got the updated numbers from the Congressional Budget Office. That's a nonpartisan group. It also drives $4 trillion in debt. It used to be 3.4. Now it's up to $4 trillion. And what will that mean? That will mean big time in the Midwest, where I have so many of my own constituents wanting to buy their first house. It's going to mean major increased interest rates. It's going to mean difficulty in buying all kinds of things for which you would take out loans, or for small businesses. All for giving a bunch of tax cuts for millionaires and billionaires. $400,000 for multi-millionaires. Our colleagues are going to raise costs and take health care and food away from millions of Americans. So my colleagues have talked about, Senator Baldwin and Senator Durbin, talked about the effect that this bill has in the Midwest when it comes to health care, the closing of the rural hospitals. The Midwest has a huge number of these rural hospitals, about half of them that be forecast to close. She talked about the Medicaid cuts. So I'm going to talk about a different piece of this, and this is the impact of cuts to food assistance. There is no avoiding the facts. Here they are. About a month ago, the House passed a budget bill, as you know, that cut nutrition assistance by nearly $300 billion. It put the country on track to eliminate SNAP for 4 million Americans and reduce benefits for millions more. I was hopeful that we would go in another direction. And while there were some changes made by the Republicans on the Agriculture Committee that I appreciated, it still amounts to over $185 billion in cuts from the SNAP program. And let me remind you that the vast majority of people on SNAP are older Americans, people with kids, veterans, people with disabilities. We were just out on the Senate steps with a number of those people and the groups that they represent and faith leaders talking about this very subject. Why them? Why give tax cuts to the wealthy on their backs? We know that the impact of the big, beautiful betrayal of a bill will be even more stark in the Midwest. In the Midwest, here are some examples. Americans use SNAP benefits. Nearly 155,000 people in Nebraska. And let's face it, that is not the biggest population state, but 155,000 Nebraskans use SNAP. About 190,000 people in Kansas, 260,000 people in Iowa, 660,000 people in Missouri, 700,000 people in the state of Wisconsin. Senator Baldwin just talked about the impact of health care. 700,000 people in my neighbors in Wisconsin. Nearly 1.5 million people in Michigan. And in Minnesota, 450,000. So yes, those people will be affected greatly by this faux shift. And unfortunately, while we tried to fight part of this, the state shift, we were not able to get that changed in the last few days. This means certain states, I'm just going to give you some examples, hundreds of millions of dollars are supposed to shift over to states in the Midwest when 41 of the 50 states in our country have balanced budget amendments. So what are they supposed to do? Cut infrastructure, cut law enforcement, when the majority of these cuts, and this is why this is such funny math, are shifts to the states. And it's why governors, especially in the Midwest, Governor Kelly in the state of Kansas has been speaking out big time on this, why they are so concerned about these shifts. In addition, and this is not something everyone thinks about when they think about SNAP, but we think about it big time in the Midwest, farmers and grocers. Over a third of America's farmland is located in the Midwest. That includes more than 722,000 farm operations, which is more than 1/3 of farms nationwide. So why would farmers care about this? Well, they will lose revenue because Americans won't be able to buy their products. And that loss, that's a SNAP program, right? It buys food from America, just like international organizations were buying food from America with USAID. That's been cut. Or the Trump tariffs, which dry up markets in places all over the world because of retaliatory tariffs. That's hitting our farmers. Input costs, inflation, you name it. And now this on top of it. In addition, this is going to be a big hit to our grocers. In many rural counties throughout the Midwest, their independent grocery store is the lone grocer in the country, in the county. So in 76 counties nationwide, they don't even have a single grocery store. And half of those are in the Midwest. I recently visited an employee-owned grocery store in rural Long Prairie, Minnesota. Population, 3,600. Businesses like that operate on tight margins, and they usually serve not just that county, as you could see from the numbers I just provided you, but with the surrounding counties, or they may be the only one in town. Businesses like that, the cuts to SNAP, it's pretty significant because that's sometimes the margin on which they're able to stay alive as a business. This would make it harder and more expensive for those grocery stores. It could put them out of business, that's for sure. That's what the grocery stores believe. But it also hurts the individual people in their areas because in the rural areas, you have an overwhelming number of seniors, you've got an overwhelming number of veterans, and you have just an overwhelming number of the people who are using these kinds of grocery stores. So SNAP supports hundreds of thousands of jobs and billions of dollars in wages at these independent grocers, farms, other industries, including more than 1,700 jobs in Nebraska, more than 1,900 jobs in Kansas, more than 2,600 jobs in Iowa, more than 7,000 jobs in Missouri, more than 6,000 jobs in Wisconsin, more than 13,000 jobs in Michigan, more than 4,000 jobs in Minnesota. We know that from farmers and truckers to local grocers, for every dollar invested in SNAP, about $1.50 of economic activity is generated nationwide. For many Midwesterners, this bill would make the difference between having a grocery store in their region or not. I mentioned the shift of billions of dollars of cost to states that will blow holes through the state budget. They won't be able to afford it. And sadly, our Republican colleagues know this because 44 states have this balanced budget rule. And they're going to be forced to choose between paying the cost for food and paying for critical services. That is why 23 Democratic governors, all of them, just laid out in a letter to Congress. These cuts don't just increase state costs, they make it nearly impossible for states to effectively plan for these long-term budget impacts. Those are governors from Kentucky, with Governor Beshear, to Arizona, with Governor Hobbs. Across the entire nation, we heard from these governors. Not to mention the governors such as Governor Pritzker in Illinois and Governor Walz in Minnesota, and Governor Kelly in Kansas, and Governor Whitmer in Michigan. Based on 2023 figures, ready for this? The House and Senate version of this bill would shift, and it varies because the bills are different, but this is how much money we're talking to, between $16 million and $49 million onto the state of Nebraska, between $61 million and $101 million in costs onto Kansas. Imagine the budget. And there's suddenly, oh, you got to do an extra $60 million. Too bad you have a balanced budget amendment. Up to $26 million in costs onto Iowa, between $225 million and $376 million onto the state budget in Missouri, up to $68 million in costs onto Wisconsin, where Governor Evers was also a signator of this letter, between $456 and $761 million in costs onto Michigan, and between $43 million and $128 million in costs onto Minnesota. And those numbers are on top of an increased administrative cost shift to states. It used to be 50-50, now it's 75-25. Hello, states. You with strapped budgets, we're now making you pay 75% of administrative costs, which would make it even harder for states to invest in the staff training and upgraded financial systems that would make the program more sound and reduce payment errors. It's not just the state budgets that will be affected. In many states, including Minnesota and Wisconsin, it is counties rather than the states that run the SNAP program. So I had a visit from some of the rural counties, and they talk about living off a margin, a thin margin, trying to help their taxpayers, trying to get this done. In states like Minnesota and Wisconsin that believe in strong local government, big surprise, our states and a number of other sort of states with bigger rural areas have decided we'd rather have the counties do this. So now these cost shifts will go directly to these county governments, and you would not believe the numbers of what they would have to do to increase their taxes in these rural counties. They said, we can't do that. So if that happens, they will have to raise their local property taxes or cut county services. In the past, we have said that if you're raising kids or taking care of an older relative, we're going to help you feed your family, even if you don't have a job. This reconciliation bill would change that. It would withhold food assistance from families raising kids over the age of 13 and adults 55 and up if they don't meet the new requirements. The Senate bill also eliminates an existing exemption for veterans, homeless people, and former foster youth, an exemption my Republican colleagues supported in the Fiscal Responsibility Act just 2 years ago. So this is a shift among the party. The Republican Party actually said this was a good idea to have exemptions for vets and homeless people and former foster youth. Not anymore. These are people who are already struggling, veterans who have sacrificed to serve our country. I believe that when our veterans signed up to serve, there wasn't a waiting line, and when they're in this country and they need help with food, or they need a job, or they need a home, there shouldn't be a waiting line in the United States of America. So everyone that I've talked to about this, just as Senator Tillis was saying about Medicaid in North Carolina, and I've spent time on this. I visit all 87 counties in my state every year. I'm up to 49. So I've been able to talk to people who aren't political, who are Republicans, talk to people I just run into in rural grocery stores, in the vegetable line. I mean, I have talked to a ton of people. And what they have said to the store managers, to the food shelf volunteers, to those that take SNAP, this isn't a good idea. That's what the public opinion polls say. Fox News poll, 60% of people say this bill is a bad idea. 2 to 1 say it's going to help wealthy people and not them. Well, they're right about that. This is a betrayal of the middle class, and it only takes 4 of our colleagues, and 4 in the House, by the way, to stand up and say, we need to rewrite this thing. Let's start over. With that, I yield the floor.
Mr. President.
The senator from Nevada.
Mr. President, I rise today to express my strong opposition to the devastating and dangerous tax and spending bill that Senate Republicans are trying to jam through this weekend on a party line vote. A bill that will gut essential programs like Medicaid and SNAP just to pay for even more tax breaks for billionaires. So let's be clear about what's happening here. This big, beautiful betrayal, it isn't about fiscal discipline, it's fiscally reckless. It isn't about responsibility or doing what's best for average Americans. It's about misguided priorities. It's about giving more to the ultra-wealthy on the backs of hard-working families. This bill will take away health care and food assistance from people and families who need it most, just so D.C. Republicans can pay more for tax cuts for those who need them the least. D.C. Republicans want to have more tax cuts for those who need them the least. Once again, Republicans in Congress are putting the interests of the ultra-wealthy above the needs of hardworking families, children with disabilities, seniors, and Americans who rely on Medicaid each and every day. Earlier this year, I held a roundtable in Las Vegas with Nevada families who rely on Medicaid. For them, Medicaid is not just a talking point. They're not simply pay-fors in a budget bill. Medicaid is a lifeline. It literally keeps their children alive. I talked to people like Jessica, whose daughter Kay, well, she's 4 years old. She was born with Down syndrome and was recently diagnosed with type 1 diabetes. Jessica relies on Medicaid to help cover the cost of weekly physical, speech, and occupational therapies for Kay, all of which are responsible, well, they're helping her learn to walk, to use utensils, to write her own name. Imagine when her mother sees her write her own name. It's a proud moment. Kay also has a cardiologist and an endocrinologist to manage conditions related to her Down syndrome. Medicaid covers these doctors. It covers her insulin. It covers the insulin pump that allows Jessica to manage her daughter's diabetes around the clock, well, because Kay can't communicate when her blood sugar is dangerously low or high. And Jessica said something at that round table I'll never forget. And I quote, "I can't imagine losing Medicaid. Obviously, I'm going to have to try to give up something because I'm not going to let her go without insulin and the life-saving care she needs. And I can't even imagine to think about what I'd have to cut or what I'd have to do in order to pay for the life-saving care that she needs and deserves." Christy, another Nevada mom, was also at that round table. Her daughter Sadie's 13. She's been bravely battling an aggressive form of leukemia for the past 2 years. Since her diagnosis, Sadie has spent more than 1.5 years in and out of the hospital undergoing treatment for her cancer, all covered, thankfully, by Medicaid. Sadie's father, well, he passed away during the COVID pandemic, sadly. And Christy became Sadie's sole caregiver and sole provider. Medicaid, it's critical, and simply put, it is life-saving. So why are Republicans looking to cut it? So billionaires can get another tax break? So that Republican lawmakers can hand out trillions of dollars in tax giveaways to the wealthiest 1%, while thousands of people lose access to life-saving care? The cuts proposed to Medicaid, well, they're going to affect veterans and Nevadans with cancer who can't work and will be kicked off their health insurance, the insurance that they need to stay alive. It'll kick the family caregiver who takes care of both her aging parents maybe off her own coverage. The majority of adults on Medicaid already work, and Republicans are counting on savings from these hardworking Americans losing coverage too because of paperwork. The paperwork is just going to be so bureaucratic, so full of red tape. The goal is to make it so hard, so damn burdensome that nobody can do it. No one can go to work, take care of their sick loved one, be sick themselves. They're hoping they drop off, even if they technically qualify. This is where they find their savings. Aren't we supposed to cut red tape and improve the lives of our constituents? And so this is just cruel. It's a lose-lose situation. People can't work because they have a life-threatening illness, or they're working and they miss the complicated new paperwork where people are hoping that they can't do, so they'll drop off, and that's where they'll find the savings. They'll lose their health insurance, and maybe they'll drop off and they'll lose their life too. All for a tax break for the wealthiest, for the billionaire cabinet of our current president. Mr. President, this is just shameful. This bill would also slash SNAP, as my colleagues before me have told you some of the statistics. SNAP, the nutrition program that helps nearly 1 in 6 Nevadans put food on the table. Most of these recipients are children. When they cut this program, you tell me what our families supposed to do. You tell me what families are supposed to do when they cut food assistance. How are they going to put food on the table? What will they say to their hungry children? Sorry, kids, you have to go hungry so billionaires can get a tax break? This just can't be right. This just can't be right. And it doesn't stop there. This bill threatens thousands of good-paying union jobs in Nevada, across our country, by letting critical tax credits for solar, for wind projects expire before those projects can even get off the ground. You know, in Nevada, we have more solar jobs per capita, more than any other state in the nation. And we have enough solar energy to power nearly 1.3 million homes. It's a growing, terrific industry in Nevada. We need all the energy we can get at an affordable price. And this bill is going to decimate this important and growing industry, not just in my state, but in states across this country. And on top of that, Republicans have added an additional new tax on wind and solar projects. It just won't kill the industry. Like I said, it's going to raise prices on hard-working families who are already paying too much for their energy. I thought we're supposed to be lowering prices, creating opportunities, expanding, and investing in our infrastructure and in our nation. But this bill is going to add more taxes, slash products, and raise energy prices for hardworking families. And all of this is causing companies across the country to stall or cancel projects over the uncertainty of losing access to the tax credits. This means fewer jobs, less investment, and just more families wondering actually how they're going to make ends meet. And we're talking about an industry that supports nearly 280,000 American workers, electricians, technicians, construction crews. I could go on and on about all the jobs that are in our solar and wind industry. And we're pulling the rug right out from under them, and killing thousands, hundreds of thousands of clean energy jobs. Again, I'm going to remind you, all of this for one purpose and one purpose alone: to give tax breaks to billionaires. So anyone who supports this bill is not pro-worker. They're not looking out for underdogs, for hardworking families. They're just focused on making the rich, well, richer. And I'm not going to stand by and let families lose access to their health care, to their food assistance, to their jobs. Also, billionaires can pad their pockets. And I want to remind people what we did when we used the reconciliation process. We expanded health insurance subsidies, and for the first time, we gave Medicare the authority to negotiate for lower drug prices for our seniors. We invested in our clean energy future. We cut costs for families instead of cutting lifelines. And this D.C. Republican bill is extreme. It's cruel, and it's not what the American people want. People want lower costs. People want economic security. Parents want their kids to have care when they're sick and a fair shot to thrive. They don't want their future sold off to billionaires. So I say to my Republican colleagues, please don't turn your backs. Please don't turn your backs on families who need you, who need this the most. I want you to come look at my Nevada moms and my Nevada dads in the eyes and tell them they don't matter, that their children don't matter, that their lives of their kids don't matter because they won't get the care they need. And I shudder to think of the consequences. Please come to Nevada, sit with these parents and tell them that they don't matter. I don't know how you could face them and gut Medicaid to give billionaires a tax cut, but that's what you're about to do. And the American people deserve better. And I will fight every single step of the way to make sure that they get it. Thank you, Mr. President, and I yield the floor.
The senator from North Carolina.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm going to be brief. I promised Senator Hollins, Senator. Going to be about 5 minutes. This is an easy one. Number one, I should have probably said this earlier. My colleagues on the other side of the aisle, I completely disagree with the narrative of the billionaire taxes. Folks, this is actually reducing or making sure that we don't raise taxes on people like me that grew up in trailer parks, didn't get my degree till I was 37, struggled to make ends meet. Those people benefit from that. I've read the bill. I think most of you know I'm detail-oriented. It's not what it seems. So I also should thank Senator Crapo. He's a good friend, great leader. I should have thanked him for the hard work that he's doing. I got a little bit focused on the Medicaid failed baseline that's in the bill, but I should have started with that. So thanks to Mike Crapo and to Senator Thune, who I admire as our leader. Mr. President, I'm here to talk about the production tax credit and the investment tax credit, though. It's another classic example where think tanks and people that haven't worked a day in business are setting policy in the White House without a clue about what they're potentially doing to our grid. A lot of people I had Alex Weinstein, who is a self-described philosopher and expert in this area, in my office, talking with 3 people, practitioners that actually work in it. One of them is someone who specializes in power purchase agreements for large businesses. Walmart's one of the most sophisticated buyers of electrons in the world. They map out their power requirements years in advance. They want to make sure that their food doesn't spoil, and they got power running. They've already made several power purchase agreements with projects underway, folks. And this bill is basically gutting it. Instead, and everybody's high-fiving. What's amazing to me, Mr. President, is the mark that we laid down the other day almost achieved the same level of cuts of the House bill within $30 billion. Within $30 billion. And instead of thinking that was progress, somebody got cute and decided to take away in construction and put it in service. Let me tell you why that's disingenuous. I was a partner at Price Waterhouse, worked in the utilities practice, large utilities like TECO, Duke, Florida Progress, AEP. I know this industry. I understand base load. I understand peaking, and I understand this technology, which is increasingly becoming viable because of storage as a part of augmenting base load. Well, now we've got the Walmarts and all of these data centers and everything that we want to bring back on shore, putting in these power purchase agreements teed to these projects like solar in particular, like wind and other innovative, renewable natural gas, methane, hydrogen. I can go on. But somebody, a self-described philosopher in a think tank that I admire a lot, but I realized if you're a philosopher and you're in a think tank, you by definition have never worked in an operational role. So you can't possibly understand what happens to this pipeline of power purchase agreements. and the future of our grid. So here's what's going to happen. Wipe it clean. Put an excise tax in. Effectively, throw the football in the end zone, spin it, and walk away and do the party dance. And what you have done is create a blip in power service, because there isn't going to be a gas-fired generator anytime soon. Folks, the generators necessary to create power with gas, best case 5 years from now. That's best case. 5 years from now. So you can't get that online at the same time this whole pipeline is going down. So I want that philosopher to tell me that he understands how to plan out power over time, and to let me know that when all these projects fail, some will make it, some will get subsidized, some will go bankrupt, so it won't be Armageddon, but it's going to be a problem. So they better get it right. It's another example, folks, when you rush a bill and you don't think through the implementation, you don't get it right. And so I hope that my colleagues recognize it's half-baked. It's another reason why we should go back to the House, Mark, get Medicaid right, so I can come on the floor and tell my colleagues on the other side of the aisle why they're wrong on all the attributes of the House, Mark, why they are wrong on some of their characterizations of the tax bill, and why they will be wrong on an energy policy that makes sense. But I have to vote against a bill from my own party that I have never parted from before, because we're rushing to an arbitrary deadline with people who have never worked a day in this industry, maybe philosophized and written a few white papers on it, but haven't gotten their hands dirty. I have, and this is another segment of the bill that needs to change. Thank you, Mr. President.
Mr. President.
The senator from Maryland.
Mr. President, Donald Trump likes to call the bill that Republicans are trying to rush through this Senate the big, beautiful bill. Well, it's big, all right. It took the Senate clerk nearly 16 hours to speed read through it. But it is only beautiful if you're a billionaire or otherwise very wealthy in America. For everybody else, this is a big, ugly betrayal of a bill. Betrayal because tax cuts for billionaires are coming at the expense of virtually everyone else. Now, I agree with many of the things my colleague from North Carolina, Senator Tillis, just said. But I've also read the bill. And if you look at the bill, the tax benefits overwhelmingly go to the very highest income earners in the United States of America. 50% of those tax benefits go to just the top 5%. So this is a choice that is being made by Donald Trump and Republicans in Congress to give to billionaires additional tax handouts at the expense of the rest of the country. They are choosing to engage in a huge transfer of wealth from people who are working paycheck to paycheck to those who are living off their huge inheritances or gigantic stock portfolios. Now, Mr. President, Americans are going to have to pay for the tax cuts for billionaires in many, many ways. Millions will lose access to health care. Others will no longer be able to put food on the table. Others will not be able to afford to pay heating bills on freezing nights. Virtually every American will see their energy bills increase and their health insurance premiums go up. And every American is likely to face higher borrowing costs for their home mortgages or car loans. Again, also billionaires and very wealthy people can get big tax cuts. Let's look at some of the real hits to American families, starting with the attack on health care. Donald Trump said he would, quote, love and cherish Medicaid. He said the people won't be affected. That's a lie. What he loves are tax cuts for his billionaire buddies. So let's just take a look. This bill pays for over $1 trillion in tax giveaways to people who make over $500,000 every year by cutting $1 trillion of health benefits from those who rely on Medicaid and the Affordable Care Act. Think about that trade-off. Indeed, because of the cuts to Medicaid and the Affordable Care Act in this bill, 12 million Americans will lose access to health care coverage. On top of that, another 5 million Americans will lose access to health coverage because Republicans refuse to extend the tax credits that millions of middle-class Americans use to purchase coverage through the Affordable Care Act. So while extending tax cuts for the very wealthy, they are not extending the health care tax credits that middle-class Americans use to help afford health insurance. The result of these cuts and the refusal to extend those tax credits means that nearly 17 million of our fellow Americans will lose access to health care coverage. In my state of Maryland, that's 229,000 of my fellow Marylanders. And who are these Americans? Who are these Marylanders? They're babies and children. Medicaid and the Children's Health Insurance Program covers 38 million children in America, 700,000 children in Maryland. Medicaid covers 40% of births in America, over 40% of births in Maryland. More mothers will die during pregnancy-related deaths as a result of pregnancy-related deaths if this bill passes. I think we also know that Medicaid is especially important to helping people through the vulnerable stages of their lives. It covers 1 in 4 people with mental health or substance use disorders. It's the primary payer for long-term health services, covering 60% of nursing home residents. If even a fraction of those residents lose coverage, entire nursing homes can close. And those families will have to figure out how to care for their expelled loved ones. An analysis that was done estimates that as many as 500 health care or nursing homes could close because they're on the cusp. Rural hospitals are also especially vulnerable, and it's estimated that up to 300 rural hospitals could close if this bill passes. Americans with disabilities, Medicaid is absolutely essential to their lives. It helps them receive home and community-based care so they don't have to choose between getting the care they need and being separated from their loved ones. A study by Yale University and the University of Pennsylvania predicts that this bill, before the Senate, will result in over 51,000 preventable deaths each year. Preventable deaths. So officially, the death certificates will say that somebody passed away because they had late-stage cancer. It was detected too late because they couldn't get the preventative care they needed. Or an accident occurred at a nursing home because there were not enough nurses on site. But those reasons, those conditions will have been set because this bill passed. And again, making millions of Americans more vulnerable to pay for tax cuts for the ultra-wealthy is unconscionable, but it is the choice being made in this bill. Now, 17 million people who will lose their health coverage is a very big number to wrap our heads around. So I want to read just a few stories of Marylanders who rely on Medicaid and who have been watching closely this whole effort that has unfolded on the floor of the United States Senate. I had a call from one of my constituents who has a son. Her son takes chemotherapy, and it relies on those chemotherapy treatments to sustain his life. She wrote to me that if he loses access to his health insurance, that it would be, quote, a death sentence. Another Marylander wrote to me about his autistic son, who is still able to work, but who depends entirely on Medicaid for support. He also said, please don't let the Senate pass this bill. And the stories go on and on and on. Just the other day, Senator Alsobrooks and I had a telephone town hall, had 12,000 Marylanders joining us. And after that call, we received many more stories about people who would really be in desperate shape if they lost access to their health coverage. Now, Mr. President, on top of the 17 million Americans who stand to lose their health coverage, all other Americans are likely to see higher premiums, because what happens when you have uncompensated care is more people go to the emergency rooms at the hospital, and those hospitals can't just eat all those additional costs. And at the end of the day, those additional costs cycle through the system in the form of higher premiums for others. And we are already seeing that impact in Maryland as insurance companies today look at the possible liability that they will have going forward as a result of this legislation. Now, beyond the 17 million who will lose access to affordable health care, you also have millions of Americans who are going to be hit as a result of the cuts to the food and nutrition programs, the SNAP programs. We're going to see a whopping 20% cut, $200 billion, to the SNAP program. Over 40 million Americans get some kind of help from that food and nutrition program, and over 3 million of them will lose their SNAP benefits entirely. Others will see rising costs. In Maryland, it's going to impact 684,000 people, most of whom are families with kids. Now, Mr. President, in addition to 17 million Americans losing access to health care coverage, in addition to the 40 million Americans who will be impacted by cuts to food and nutrition programs, I want to just focus for a moment on another hit to American households. Some of us have discussed it on this Senate floor before, but it hasn't gotten as much attention. And it relates to the energy bills Americans pay, including their electric bills, because this bill will drive them up because it directly attacks the production of more clean energy. And less energy with rising demand means higher costs for households. I don't know if folks remember about a year ago when Donald Trump had a steak dinner at Mar-a-Lago, where he begged 20 fossil fuel CEOs for campaign cash. It was reported on at the time. Well, he succeeded in raking in hundreds of millions of dollars in campaign donations, and now we see the payoff in this bill to those powerful special interests. And that payoff comes in two forms. First, this bill gives big oil companies a new $1 billion tax break. As a result, some of the fossil fuel companies will pay $0 in federal income tax. Second, this bill, and the Senator from North Carolina referred to some of the provisions that will have this impact, this bill sabotages the production of more clean energy. It does so by slashing production and investment tax credits for clean energy and scuttling new clean energy projects. And it continues the Trump administration's baseless attacks on the Greenhouse Gas Reduction Fund, a program we established that will be a win-win-win for our environment, for our economy, and for family pocketbooks. By cutting these clean energy incentives and initiatives, this bill will reduce the overall all amount of energy added to our electric grids by at least 50% by 2035. Think about that. So this bill is going to result in a dramatic reduction in the amount of new energy produced that goes on the electric grids, and with less energy generated and higher demand, household energy costs and bills are going to go up. In fact, it's predicted that household electricity bills will go up by $110 on average as soon as next year, and by up to $400 per year for families over the next decade. This will serve the interests of big oil and gas producers and utility companies who benefit from the higher prices that consumers will have to shell out. This will also do something else, Mr. President. It will surrender entirely the clean energy playing field to China, who already has a big head start on us in the area of clean energy deployment. So this is not America first. This is very much America in retreat. I don't often agree with Elon Musk, but he is absolutely right when he said just a few days ago that, and I quote, "The latest Senate draft bill will destroy millions of jobs in America and cause immense strategic harm to our country. Utterly insane and destructive. It gives handouts to industries of the past while severely damaging industries of the future." That's the Republican Senate bill, looking in the rearview mirror rather than ahead. And again, what is the driving purpose? What's the North Star of this bill? To give very, very wealthy people tax cuts at the expense of everybody else. Everything else is sacrificed. As a result of those tax cuts, the top 0.1% highest income earners will get an average tax break of $255,000. Top 0.1%. Tax break of $255,000. Individuals making over $1 million a year will get a $35,000 tax break. And as I said earlier, almost 50% of all of the tax benefits, all the tax monies, go to the top 5% of income earners. And to make that happen, as I've said, everything else gets sacrificed. Cuts to Medicaid, cuts to food and nutrition programs, cuts to clean energy that result in higher costs for consumers. But even after making all of those cuts and imposing all of that pain on so many Americans, this Republican bill is still going to add over $4 trillion to our deficit over the next 10 years, and an estimated $35 trillion over the next 30 years. So despite paying for part of those additional costs through cuts to Medicaid and food nutrition programs, they're going to blow the roof off of our deficits and debt. And make no mistake, when you do that, you cost every American, because it will generate upward pressure on interest rates, which raises costs for Americans who want to take out a mortgage to buy a home, or want to get a car loan, or for small businesses. In fact, the Yale Budget Lab projects that the House-passed bill would add over $1,000 a year to the cost of a mortgage, and over $800 a year to the cost of a small business loan. That's the House-passed bill. The Senate bill will be worse, because the Senate bill is about $1 trillion more to the deficit over 10 years than the House bill. Now, Mr. President, I do want to just focus on a final aspect of the deficit and debt impact of the Senate Republican bill. And that is this very deliberate effort to use fraudulent accounting to hide the deficit impact of this bill from the American people. Let me give you an example. Let's say you signed a contract to rent an apartment for $2,000 a month. You know that's going to cost you $24,000 for the full year. Now, at the end of the year, if you want to keep renting that apartment at that rate, any normal person would say, well, that's going to cost them another $24,000. Senate Republicans want to tell the American people that the cost of continuing to rent that apartment for another year is zero, because the amount of rent they have to pay in year 2 is the same rent they had to pay in year 1. In other words, Republicans want to say that because they've been giving billionaires and wealthy people tax cuts for 10 years, it will cost nothing to extend them for another 10 years. That's the so-called, quote, current policy baseline. In other words, if you just keep in place for another 10 years the same tax breaks for billionaires and others, we don't have to count the lost revenue. And we don't have to count the amount the deficit will increase as a result of that lost revenue. Now, Mr. President, a third grader can see that this is bogus math. Let me read my colleagues a statement made this year by somebody, and I quote, anyone who says that about here's what he said, anybody that says the current policy baseline is the way to go is engaging in intellectual and economic fraud, end of quote. I wanted to make sure I got that quote correct because it was made by a Republican congressman from Arizona, Congressman Schweithart. Here's another quote. This is fairy dust, and they are all full of crap, and I'm going to call them out on it. Who said that? Congressman Chip Roy, Republican from Texas. And I think it's worth quoting those Republican members of Congress because while I dramatically disagree with what they did in their House bill, at least they used honest accounting. At least they didn't try to perpetrate this budget fraud that we're witnessing here in the United States Senate. A budget fraud that would, I dare say, make the Enron scammers blush. And if you go through the numbers, it's dramatic. For example, honest scoring of the bill shows that extending the individual tax rates from Trump 2017 will cost $2.2 trillion. That's what the House of Representatives said, $2.2 trillion. When you use the fraudulent budget math that Senate Republicans want to use, all of a sudden that's $83 billion. If you look at the cost of extending key deductions for businesses, the House used accurate accounting. It comes to $820 billion over 10 years. Under the Senate plan, $6 billion. So I'm not going to spend a ton of time, Mr. President, going over this chart, but I do want to put it up here. This is from the Committee for a Responsible Federal Budget. And the blue shade in each of these years shows what Senate Republicans say their bill will cost in each of those years. This is the so-called current policy baseline. This is what those House Republican members called fraudulent accounting, and it is. And if you add up all of those blue deficits over those 10 years, they claim it's $441 billion additional debt over 10 years. But if you use the honest accounting that we've always used in the United States Senate for the purpose of budget reconciliation, you get the full bar, including the orange numbers, which is $4.2 trillion in debt over those 10 years. I do want to point out to my colleagues something interesting because you have these dashed orange lines. What this is representing is that some of these costs from lost revenues in some of these out years go down. That's because under this House Republican plan, the tax cuts for people with the no tax on tips, they go away. They vanish. They vanish right here in 2029. But the tax cuts for very wealthy people, for billionaires and others, they go on for the 10 years. In fact, they go on forever. And the last point I'm going to make is by letting them go on forever, tax cuts for very wealthy people, Senate Republicans are violating the entire structure of the budget reconciliation process. Because when it was first devised, the entire purpose of it was to reduce our deficits and reduce the debt. And Republican senators are perverting the entire purpose of that special procedure that allows things to pass in the United States Senate with 51 votes and not having to secure the 60-vote threshold to overcome a filibuster. They are violating that entire structure. And again, why? Because they're hell-bent on making sure those tax cuts for very wealthy people go on forever. And again, at the expense of everybody else. And I'll just close, Mr. President, by pointing out that it wasn't that long ago that just down this hall here in the Senate Rotunda, Donald Trump took the oath of office. He looked at the cameras and he said he wanted a new golden age for America. But this is not a golden age for America. It is a gilded age for the wealthiest people in America. And those are the people he was really speaking to because they're the ones who were sitting right behind him on Inauguration Day. Elon Musk, Jeff Bezos, Zuckerberg, the tech titans, the billionaire cabinet, more billionaires than any cabinet by far in American history. That's who this bill serves. It serves very wealthy and powerful people, and it does so at the expense of everybody else in America in one form or another. And I hope our Senate, on a bipartisan basis, will give it a big thumbs down, and I yield the floor.
Mr. President.
To recognize the senator from Vermont.
Thank you. Mr. President, never in my time in Congress have I seen a bill that does so much damage in so many ways to so many people in so many states and that will affect so many generations. Mr. President, the clerks have read the bill. It's now time for us to kill the bill. The point of reading the bill was to reveal that this bill has one goal, and that is to extend tax cuts to very wealthy Americans, where the top 1% will get 60% of the benefit, and to make everyday Americans pay the price to fund those tax cuts. And it's no wonder right now that 2 in 3 Americans oppose this bill. The question is, will the United States Senate oppose this bill? Here are just a few ways that the President's so-called one big, beautiful bill will hurt Vermont. In Vermont, 11,500 people will lose their health care coverage under Obamacare, the Affordable Care Act. 21,000 Vermonters will lose Medicaid coverage. And food nutrition programs that are so essential to the well-being of your citizens and mine. In Vermont, the SNAP program, 11% of our households use it, 65,000 people. A little over a third of households rely on the SNAP program, and they have kids. Nearly 3,000 veterans in Vermont rely on the SNAP program. By the way, we're talking about $6 a day. Billions are going to be cut across the country, and that's going to hurt Vermont, and it's going to hurt everyone. In Vermont, some homeowners to save money on their energy bills, use the home energy efficiency upgrades that was made possible under the Inflation Reduction Act. Those are being ripped apart. Folks saved about $420 to $980 a year. That's real money for people living paycheck to paycheck. This bill scraps that. Mr. President, here's the good, the bad, and the ugly. The good, we still have time to kill this bill. And we should kill this bill. We Democrats are united in opposition to this bill, but it's not only Democrats whose constituents are going to be hurt by this bill. My colleagues on the other side of the aisle have an opportunity to make a choice. Read the bill and decide, are you going to protect your constituents who are going to suffer the same afflictions as my constituents, or are you going to defer to President Trump? The bad in this bill, it's going to inflict bipartisan pain. This is not aiming at red state or blue state. This is aimed at working class and middle class Americans. More than 76,000, just to give an example, West Virginia, a great state I visited, went into a coal mine, hardest working people ever, except maybe for Vermont dairy farmers. More than 76,000 people in West Virginia will lose access to health care because of this bill. 278,000 West Virginians are going to lose access to the nutrition programs of SNAP. In Tennessee, more than 295,000 people will lose access to health care, Medicaid, through this bill. And SNAP means 758,000 Tennesseans lose their nutrition benefits. So I just want to repeat here, this is the bipartisan infliction of pain. This is real. This is real. And is the tax cut largely directed to the very wealthy people? Is it worth inflicting that kind of pain on so many when the tax cut benefits so few? Mr. President, let's talk more about what's in this bill, because the American people, they need to know what we're voting on. It makes major cuts, of course, as I've said, in Medicaid. But the immediate effect of those Medicaid cuts is that it really threatens the financial stability, the viability of the community hospitals that are in all of our communities. Folks are going to show up to get care. And across the country, 17 million people will lose any reimbursement from Medicaid. So they'll go to our community hospitals and they'll do what they do. They'll provide care even if they don't get paid, but they can only do that so long. So those hospitals are literally threatened to go out of business in every single state. This bill cuts Medicaid by over $930 billion. So that ripple effect is going to hurt all of our hospitals. And absolutely some of those are going to close. And by the way, that's going to result in a higher cost shift, so that those employers who are doing everything they can to provide employer-sponsored health care for their employees are going to see their premiums spike badly. The bill's going to rip away food assistance programs that more than 42 million Americans need. That's $6 a day, as I mentioned, and that'll be gone. This, by the way, has a real impact on our farmers. They put food on our table. One of the things that our farmers are so proud of is they feed America and they feed the world. And they've been able to supply the food that is then distributed through the SNAP program. It's going to undercut the revenue that they get for doing really good for a lot of people across our country. The bill takes us backwards in our effort to expand energy production and fight climate change. The bill actually adds a tax on wind and solar. It takes away the incentives and it adds a tax. And Mr. President, 95% of the new electric generation, and we need so much more of it, in the past few years has come from clean energy. We don't have that going into production to provide energy along with storage technology. The cost of electricity to the people you represent and the folks I represent in Vermont is going up. Mr. President, there's another aspect of this bill that just makes no sense being in this bill, and it makes no sense being in any bill particularly. It is a Republican-led bill that strips states of their right to pass laws to protect their consumers against AI threats and against social media threats. It imposes a moratorium for 10 years on any states taking any action. This affects Vermont directly. It affects every single one of our states. And how, I ask, can one argue they're for state rights and then strip states of being able to act on behalf of their own citizens? This bill is a real threat to our economy. It's going to increase the debt, already about $35 trillion, by at least $3.3 trillion. And for what? Tax cuts to very, very wealthy people, multinational corporations who are having record profits at the expense of health care, at the expense of our community hospitals, at the expense of our investments in clean energy, at the expense of our food and nutrition programs. Invested in what? It's destructive. It's not productive. Inflation is going up under this bill. Just think of how much more we're going to pay in debt service. Dead money. It's about $1 trillion. So home mortgages, folks are going to be paying at least $1,000 more. Small business loans, at least $1,000 more. Grocery prices, definitely going up for about all Americans. You know, Mr. President, there's an ugly aspect of this bill as well. And it is that this bill is entirely in service of providing tax cuts largely to the very wealthy. The top 1% of income earners in this country will get 60% of the benefit. That's a couple of 100,000 people will get immense tax breaks that exceed the so-called tax breaks that go to a couple of 100 million Americans. And it's those in the 60% category that are going to be paying the higher prices for utilities, credit card debt, cost of a car loan, rent, groceries. So, Mr. President, I say let's come to our senses and not do something that is in a massive escalation of the wealth transfer from the working class, the middle class, to the very, very wealthy. Many of us have a number of amendments, and I do too, to try to make the point that our job is to make things better for everyday working Americans, not inflict additional burdens on them. We have a job to do. It is to strengthen this economy, provide more stability for our families and our communities. And in this bill, we're doing exactly the opposite, aggravating income inequality, not mitigating it, accelerating climate change rather than diminishing it, making life tougher for everyday families. Mr. President, I urge my colleagues to defeat this bill, and I yield back.
Mr. President.
To recognize the senator from Maine.
Mr. President, this bill is a farce. Imagine a bunch of guys sitting around a table and saying, I've got a great idea. Let's give $32,000 worth of a tax break to a millionaire, and we'll pay for it by taking health insurance away from lower income and middle income people. And to top it off, how about we cut food stamps, we cut SNAP, we cut food aid to people. It's a joke. I would say it was a joke, except it's not the least bit funny. I've been in this business of public policy now for 20 years, 8 years as governor, 12 years in the United States Senate. I have never seen a bill this bad. I have never seen a bill that is this irresponsible, regressive, and downright cruel. The basic premise of the bill, as I said, is cut benefits for the American people, particularly in the areas of health care and food, in exchange for tax cuts for the very wealthy. Now, I know my colleagues are going to come to the floor because I've had this discussion before. They're going to say, oh no, this is a middle-class tax cut. This is going to cut taxes for people in the middle class. Well, here's a little suggestion of how to get out of this mess. If you cap the tax cuts at people making $400,000 a year, which is a pretty healthy income, the cost of this bill would drop by 60%. And you wouldn't have any need to cut Medicaid. And by the way, there are Medicare cuts also built into this, and SNAP. $400,000. In other words, we're for the middle-class tax cuts. That's okay. But just stop it at $400,000 and don't give the tax breaks to the people. A millionaire under this bill gets a $32,000 tax cut. A person making $5 or $10 million gets a couple of $100,000 tax cut. I don't think they need it. They sure as hell don't need it as much as people need health insurance. So just to put a fine point on it, this bill is literally, and remember my $400,000 suggestion, so we're taking care of the middle class, but with 60% of the cost above $400,000 in income, this bill is literally taking food out of the mouths of kids to give a millionaire a $32,000 tax break. That's the facts. They're ugly. And like I say, if we were talking about this in random, sitting around at a lunch table, people would say, well, that's a joke, that's ridiculous. Nobody would suggest that. But here we are. And several of my colleagues, including Senator Tillis from North Carolina, have pointed out there's no rush on this bill. We don't have to do this bill by July 4th or July 10th. There's no rush. These tax credits, these tax cuts don't expire until the end of the year. Let's take our time and write a decent bill. Let's kill this bill. It'll only take 4 or 5 senators on the other side. We can kill this thing and start over and write a decent bill on a bipartisan basis. And I think we'd find agreement on middle-class tax cuts. But I think we could also do some things with expenditures that wouldn't be so bloody harmful. Medicaid. Let me start with hospitals. In Maine, I've talked to the hospitals, I've talked to the Hospital Association, I've talked to small hospitals, large hospitals. They're mostly running on a 1%, 2%, or 3% margin. The analysis is that this could cost us 2 to 5 of our rural hospitals. And when a rural hospital goes out, several things happen. One thing is the economy of the town goes with it. In most of these small towns, the hospital is the major employer. So you're talking about the economics of those jobs in a small town that will make a huge difference in that local economy. The second thing that happens is a loss of services for everybody in town, not just the Medicaid people. That hospital closes, everybody in town is going to have to drive another 30, 40, 50, 100 miles to get care. And they're going to have to not only, there may be closures, there will certainly be cutting of services. We already have a serious problem in Maine of obstetric services. We've got a county with no obstetric services. And that's only going to get worse under this bill. The hospitals are pleading with us to not do this. And again, do we really need to do this to give a millionaire a $32,000 tax break? It doesn't make any sense. Now, I've talked about hospitals, but let's talk about people. The analysis is 60,000 people in Maine would lose their insurance coverage. 40,000 under Medicaid, about 20,000 under the Affordable Care Act. And we've had a lot of personal stories tonight. I want to tell a story about myself. When I worked here in the 70s, I had insurance. It was employer-supported insurance. We paid part of the premium. I had insurance as a junior staff member in this body 50 years ago. Because I had that insurance that covered a free checkup, I went in and had my first physical in 8 years. And I wouldn't have had that physical if the insurance hadn't have covered it. I wouldn't have been able to spring for it. I had that physical, and the doctors found a little mole on my back. And they took it out. And I didn't think much of it. And I went in a week later, and the doctor said, "You better sit down, Angus." that was malignant melanoma. You're going to have serious surgery. And a friend of mine who was a doctor said, Angus, here's my best advice. Let them be as radical as they want in that surgery. And I had the surgery, and here I am. If I hadn't had insurance, I wouldn't be here. And it's always haunted me that some young man in America that same year had malignant melanoma. He didn't have coverage, he didn't have insurance, he didn't get that checkup, and he died. That's wrong, that's immoral. So the idea of cutting health insurance from people is just, oh, well, they just won't have coverage for their doctor's visits. No, people die when they don't have health insurance. There is statistical analysis to bear that out. So this isn't any joke. And by the way, people say, well, we're talking about fraud in Medicaid. Listen, almost $1 trillion cut in Medicaid, 15 million people being cut off, 60,000, 40,000 in the state of Maine. That isn't fraud. That's cutting people who need the care. And I don't understand the obsession, and I never have, and I stood right there and watched John McCain cast that vote to save the Affordable Care Act, along with my colleague Susan Collins. I don't understand this obsession with taking health insurance away from people. I don't get it. Trying to take away the Affordable Care Act in 2017 or 2018, and now this? What's driving this? What's the cruelty to do this, to take health insurance away from people, knowing that it's going to cost them? It's hard to calculate the cost, up to and including losing their lives. Okay, let's talk about SNAP. Let's talk about SNAP. The average benefit for SNAP is $6 a day. You feed yourself on $6 a day. The average cost of a meal in the U.S. is about $10.50 a day. So we're already below cost, if you will. And here's what it means in my state. 20% of the children in my state are food insecure. And we're talking about cutting SNAP and taking dollars away from those kids. And I was interested in that, and I thought, oh, that's pretty bad. I'm worried Maine's 20%. 20% of our kids are food insecure. So I did a little research. In Arkansas, it's 24% of the kids who are food insecure. In Iowa, 17%. South Carolina, 14%. Michigan, 19%. Missouri, another 19%. That's 1 out of 5 kids are food insecure, and we're going to cut that food in order to give a millionaire a $32,000 tax cut. Mr. President, that's not only bad policy, it's downright immoral. Okay, what's the other problem with this bill? There's so many, and so many problems, so little time. It's irresponsible. It adds about $4 trillion to the deficit. And by the way, this current policy thing doesn't pass a straight face test. A 7th grader knows it's nonsense. You got to borrow the money to pay. If this bill doesn't pass, then there isn't a $4 trillion hit on the budget. If it passes, there is. And the thing that really gives a lie to this nonsense is also in this bill is a $5 trillion increase in the debt ceiling. If it's not really debt, then we don't need to increase the debt ceiling. It's a sham. Voodoo budgeting. So, I don't want to hear any more from my colleagues about deficits. I don't want to hear any more crocodile tears about deficits. We're mortgaging our future. I hear all this drama about deficits from people who are voting for this bill to add $4 trillion to the deficit unnecessarily. There's a saying of a famous New Englander, your actions speak so loud I can't hear your words. Your actions speak so loud, I can't hear your words. Your actions are, you're adding to the deficit unnecessarily. So don't talk to me about deficits. Now, the first rule, if you're in a hole, is stop digging. And we're in a hole, Mr. President. We're in a hole, so you stop digging by not passing this bill, or not passing it in the extreme form that it is, to give the tax benefits, 60% of the tax benefits, to people making over $400,000 a year. The reason, what's driven the deficit, if you go back and look over the last 20 years, there are three things. One were the unpaid for Bush tax cuts. We had major tax cuts and then a war that we put on the credit card. The unpaid for Trump tax cuts in 2017, and COVID. Now, COVID was an emergency, and the financial crisis in 2008 and 9 and 10, that were emergencies. That's where you run deficits. But you don't run deficits when times are good, and that's exactly what we're doing here. If you're in a hole, stop digging. And by the way, the Committee for a Responsible Federal Budget, a nonpartisan group, has said, and I haven't heard this mentioned, this bill will actually accelerate the insolvency of the Social Security Trust Fund and the Medicare Trust Fund. There's a nice thing for you. It'll make those funds go insolvent sooner than would otherwise be the case. Gutting the IRS. By the way, I have another suggestion for my colleagues. You want to find $600 billion a year? Enforce the tax laws against cheaters. That's the estimate. $600 billion a year is left on the table because cheaters, mostly high income, are not paying the taxes they owe. The poor stiff that gets a 1040, he has to pay it. Everybody knows what he's making. But it's these people with the fancy lawyers and accountants, and I'm not talking about tax avoidance here. I'm talking about stone-cold tax evasion. $600 billion a year. That would be nice, instead of cutting Medicare and Medicaid and food stamps. Another piece of this bill that hasn't got much attention is ICE. The current budget of ICE is $9 billion a year. Under this, they're increasing it $75 billion over 4 years. That's an additional $18 billion a year. They're tripling the budget of ICE. They're tripling the budget. We're dangerously close, Mr. President, to creating a federal police force, which we've never had in this country and we shouldn't have. And by the way, I have never in my life seen a law enforcement officer with a mask on. I don't get where that came from. A law enforcement officer wearing a mask. Where I come from, people that wear masks are not the good guys. And I don't understand that, but to triple this budget, you wonder where that's going to take this country. So let me go back to the beginning. All this damage to give a tax break to a guy who's making $1 million. The chairman of the Finance Committee wasn't here, I think, when I said this. Mr. Chairman, if we limit the tax cuts to people making $400,000 and less, it will reduce the cost of this bill by 60%. It will ameliorate the need for any cuts to Medicaid and SNAP. It would also minimize the hit on the debt and the deficit. There is no rush to pass this bill. Let's kill it, give it a merciful death over the next 24 hours, and then start over writing a responsible bill to deal with the expiring tax cuts for the middle class and deal with issues within the federal government that should be addressed. But this bill is not the answer. It is a sham, and it is a shame, and it is embarrassing to even be debating this bill. It should have never come before us in this form. I hope that enough of my colleagues will see that this is an unnecessary damage to the citizens of this country and the citizens of their state. Every state's citizens are going to suffer. And this is something that we in this body can and should prevent. Mr. President, I yield the floor.
Mr. President.
To recognize the senator from Idaho.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that when the Senate complete its business today, it stand adjourned until 9 a.m. until Monday, June 30th, that following the prayer and the pledge, the morning hour be deemed expired, the journal of proceedings be approved to date, the time for the two leaders be reserved for their use later in the day, morning business be closed, and the Senate resume consideration of calendar number 107, H.R. 1. Further, that the leaders be recognized, and following their remarks, all debate time on calendar number 107, H.R. 1, be expired.
Without objection.
And Mr. President, if there's no further business to come before the Senate, I ask that it stand adjourned under the previous order following the remarks of my colleagues pursuant to the relevant debate time limits under the Congressional Budget Act.
Without objection.
Mr. President.
Chair recognizes the senator from Arizona.
Mr. President, what are we doing here? Seriously. I'm still waiting for somebody to tell me how this makes sense. We are debating a budget that gives another round of tax cuts to billionaires and giant corporations on the backs of everyday Americans. And it also adds trillions of dollars to our national debt. That doesn't make any sense to me. And it doesn't make sense to the Arizonans that I've been hearing from in every corner of our state. If you grew up in a household like mine, where money was tight, you would know that budgets are about priorities. I can still picture my mom sitting at the kitchen table trying to figure out which bills to pay. You take the money you have and you put it where it's needed. This budget clearly tells the American people who President Trump and Republicans in Washington need help. If you're a billionaire, it says, we've got your back. But if you're a parent trying to provide for your family, a senior in a nursing home, or a child who counts on school for your only hot
up
meal,
outside.
you're on your
I was
own.
gonna pass out today.
This
out there
isn't
cutting
about
grass.
balancing the books.
That joint took me like
It's
3
about
hours.
picking winners
I only did the backyard.
and letting everybody else
Still
fall
gotta cut
behind.
the front yard and
who loses?
behind my fence. But yeah, I stayed.
It's
in
the
house.
Americans
I ain't really do
working
nothing
2
but get a
jobs,
haircut.
raising kids, caring for elderly parents, and just trying to stay
It's just so
afloat.
hot.
Because if you grew up in a family like mine,
Amazon.
you
ordering
also
stuff.
know how hard
Some,
people
projects.
work to reach their American dream.
Just tell them I was just on the
The
phone. with
promise
my
that if you
cousin
work
today.
hard, that your kids will get a good public education, you'll be
friends
able to
that
put
passed
food on the
away.
table,
I seen it on
and
Facebook.
you'll be able to go to the doctor and stay
Yeah, I was telling
healthy,
them I don't even want
and
like
your
going on
kids will
Facebook.
be
That
able to
joint's like
grow up and
obituary.
achieve their own American dream. This
Now he got me
this
up here looking
promise
up colognes.
is already getting harder, and it's getting more
He
expensive.
says Zara, these joints.
We need to be working together across the aisle to ensure that everyone who works hard can have a brighter
I
future.
got what cologne they said.
But that's not what my Republican colleagues are doing with this bill.
I left this computer running while
The plan
they was
that they
reading
are
this
jamming
bill.
through right now will put the American dream
Yeah,
out
it's
of
like me
reach
and her, like
for
we
more
grew up
families.
together. I was just shocked.
And
'cause
for what?
She's younger than me. I think she did.
To hand
She said
out
she just
more
turned
tax
39, and
breaks
they said she had a
to
heart
people
attack.
with more wealth
That's
than
sad.
they could spend in 10
He's so young.
lifetimes.
Passed away of a heart attack.
Now, Mr. President, I've spent the last several months traveling across Arizona. I've been to our big cities, Phoenix and Tucson. I've been to small towns like Clarkdale and Sierra Vista,
My headphones, I can
talking
hear
to
what they say.
Arizonans face to face, listening to their stories, hearing what it would mean to them if Medicaid,
Oh, so they
food
finished.
assistance, and other essential services got cut for them and their families.
So they finished reading the bill. Now they arguing about it. Yeah,
And what I've
life
heard
is
is
short,
clear.
man.
This
Like I said, and
budget
she was a
is going to
model.
make
She was
it
doing a lot of
harder
shit.
for
An
them to
author.
stay
Did a lot of
afloat
stuff.
let
Yeah.
alone get ahead.
Oof.
In Clarksdale, I met a
I
guy
don't even
named
think she got
Christian.
kids.
He's a
Never
rural
heard.
hospital
Yeah, I don't even think she got
nephrologist. That's a kidney doctor. And he told me that his patients, many of whom rely on Medicaid for dialysis, are now considering stopping treatment altogether because they might not be able to afford it. He said, this is a quote from Christian, he said, financially, none of the patients I serve can pay out of pocket. It's a choice of either massive debt or death.
They need to stop overcharging too.
That's the reality to many rural communities. Another woman told me about her friend, a survivor of 2 car accidents and a spinal injury.
That's what they need to stop overcharging. Yeah, prayers go out to her family. And stuff. They need to start overcharging. Cause I remember I took an ambulance to the hospital. I was in New York, and I had ACL surgery, and then I fell down the steps, going down the steps of the building, and I had to go to the hospital to make sure I didn't re-injure myself. They took me in the ambulance. I probably went a half a mile, if that, and they charged like 400 and some change, and I was back in what 2008, 2000, and they charged me 400 and something. And I was like, well, y'all supposed to bill my medical, because I mean they ain't bill my medical, and I had to take the shit. But the bill that I had to take back to base was fucking 400 some change, and all they did was like they ain't even do nothing. But that was just the ambulance fee. I could have took a cab there, and if I would have took a cab back then, it would have been $5 for a cab ride.
Her friend relies on Medicaid to help her deal with her chronic pain. Without it, meaning Medicaid, she said that her friend might end her life because the pain is unbearable. She asked me to deliver this message to my colleagues. She said, this is not a country that can't afford to care for people like her. We can afford to care for everyone if we change our priorities from giving tax cuts to billionaires to taking care
that's
of
the one
Americans
thing I said they ain't
who
gonna
are in
change. They need
pain
to fix
every
the
day.
healthcare shit. Like
Mr.
even I'm
President,
saying,
people
our
across
healthcare on
Arizona
base is so
are
terrible.
pleading
I
with
put
us
in,
to
I need
get
an
our
appointment to
priorities
see my
right.
PCM. I put it in like a week ago,
Sierra
2 weeks
Vista,
ago.
I hosted
My
a
appointment ain't
Medicaid
till the
town
end of
hall.
August, to August 28th.
And that's where I
2
met
months
this
out.
woman named Tara.
For an appointment that's going to take
She told
10,
us
15
how she
minutes.
was once a single mother and how programs like Medicaid and
Some of my
SNAP
people tell me they
helped
just
her
go and
raise
make
her
appointments,
kid
even if nothing
and
wrong.
build a stable life.
So when they do get sick, they already have an
Today, she
appointment
works a
lined
good job. She doesn't rely on these programs anymore. But here's what she said. She said, I am deeply concerned about the proposed cuts to Medicaid, SNAP, and related programs. I know firsthand that they don't just help families, they're often the only path to stability. Just last week, I was in Tucson, where I live, where Gabby and I live, helping distribute school lunches at a local high school. It's actually the high school that my wife went to.
I 100% agree with you. Like, I don't know why they got a bill that got everything mixed in one. I feel that's just a scam so that they can slip other shit in that we not paying attention to. Because 940 pages, nobody's paying attention. I mean, we can't say nobody's reading it because they just made them read that shit over the last 10, 15 hours, you know? But they definitely trying to sneak shit in. That's why I say the devil's in the details. Yeah, hey, I'm up here talking about I ain't doing nothing this week. I forgot we had a baby over here this weekend too on Friday. And he was here Friday. He spent the night. So busy running around behind a damn 1-year-old. So he kept us on our toes, man. I was out cold, man. Nah, they haven't, man. They haven't done anything to help regular Americans. They give us little bits and pieces, man. Little bits of, they give us breadcrumbs, man. Breadcrumbs, man. What they said in King of New York, the rich gets richer and the poor don't get a thing. They just think of ways of making us stay where we at. That's crazy because now I see everybody posting on here about homegirl that passed away. Good though. I said she used to model and everything. Did little like walk-ons for like little movies, some like little Tubi movies and shit, and those Netflix movies and stuff. So you get it, that insider training. I ain't gonna lie, that'd be the joke at
I
work.
wanted to see firsthand
I tell them
what the
that
summer
when
meal
I retire,
programs
that I'm going to be a
mean
politician.
for
I'm
Arizona
gonna let them know
families.
off top I'm crooked. I'm just gonna pay.
These
I'm gonna be like Robin
programs
Hood.
are
I'm just gonna
funded
pay
through
all
the
my
United States
peoples and
Department
all of
of
us
Agriculture,
at the
and they
lower
rely
end.
on
You know,
data from SNAP
but you know they
and
gonna lock
Medicaid
my
to
ass up. I
identify
do some shit
the
like
children
that.
who need them
They
the
be
most.
legally stealing and shit.
If this bill passes,
I won't even say legally
a
stealing.
bunch
They
of
be stealing
these
and
kids
covering that shit
that
up.
I served, I think it was last weekend.
You
they won't be
laughing,
eligible
but that's
for
what
these
they be
programs
doing. They be
anymore.
coming into Congress.
It will be
Average
harder
net
for
worth
them
be
to
like
access
20,000. They be
meals,
not leaving
which
while
I think
they
we all know
serving
it
multi-millionaires.
compromises their academic
They be
performance.
taking, they be getting all their palms
That's
greased.
the real cost of this legislation. It's not numbers on a spreadsheet.
Girl.
It's hunger. It's
She posted-
illness.
She just posted this on the 22nd.
It's fear.
I can't believe she dead though. That shit.
It's a bunch of folks who work really hard, doing everything right, and they're still going to get punched in the gut.
Damn. Now everybody writing underneath her shit. Rest in peace.
And it's not just what I hear in person, Mr. President. My office gets
It's her birthday
hundreds
2
of
months ago,
letters
she
and
turned
phone calls
39.
every week from Arizona.
May 10th.
People are scared, and they want us to listen. I want to share some of their voices. Frank is a veteran on dialysis. He called this week, and he said, "The food bank and my SNAP benefits are the only way I eat right now. I can't work. I'm not old enough to retire. And I'm dipping into my retirement early just to keep up with my mortgage. Without this help, I don't know what I will do." Mr. President, veterans should never have to say those words in this country. One of the most sacred promises we make to the men and women who serve is that we will take care of them when they return home.
Now I gotta say he's full of shit, man, because I know a lot of us that fucking ain't doing the greatest.
That promise doesn't end when they hang up the uniform. It includes making sure that they can afford food, access health care, and live with some dignity. And yet, here's Frank, sick, struggling, and wondering how he'll survive
care of you. I believe
because
you,
the programs he
Only time
relies
they care
on
about
are
us is
under
when they,
threat.
when they want to use us.
Cheryl from Tucson, who is a 59-year-old widow, said, she said, "I receive disabled widows' benefits, Medicaid, Medicare, and SNAP. Get this." She said,
right now, I
"My
don't even
rent
got
and utilities eat all but about $300 of my monthly income. SNAP and my health care card
At
used
work,
to cover
active
most of
duty,
my food
I can't
costs.
even bend my leg all the way. I lost.
I used to have about $40 left over to buy some extra groceries for the unsheltered in my area. So here's a woman with $40 extra, and she's helping other people.
He a multimillionaire.
She also says now,
how about all of
buying
them in
food for my
Congress take pay
household
cuts and then
takes all
they
of it.
could solve the deficit right there.
I'm scared. If I lose even one of these benefits,
or make them work for minimum
I'll
wage.
lose the grip that keeps the roof over my head.
That's what they should do. Congress should work for minimum wage.
Karen from Scottsdale has
public
worked for over
offices should work for
25
minimum
years
wage.
helping veterans and people with disabilities. She wrote, "Many of the people I work with rely on Medicaid because they can only work part-time
They work for minimum
or
wage.
because
they'd
their
do better.
employers don't offer benefits. Cutting them off will just make health care more expensive for everyone. The rich do not need an extension on tax cuts at the expense of low-income and middle-class families." Mr. President, these are my constituents. These are folks who, unprompted, took time to write or call their senator. And every single one of them, Mr. President, is saying the same thing. We're barely holding on, and we're scared this is going to put us over the edge.
Looking up vacations, too.
Now, I wish I could say that these stories were met
Looking
with
up
compassion
cruises.
by everybody here. But instead, one of my Republican colleagues apparently said, this is a quote, "They'll get over it." And another, when asked whether cutting Medicaid would cost lives, said, "Well,
Has it been?
we're all going to die anyway."
Ready to break down.
Now, I didn't come here to throw jabs. I'm
Ready to
repeating
go to
those
Walmart and
words
grab one.
because they reveal how this budget was
About
written
that water bill, though.
without any connection to the real-world consequences. This isn't about politics. It's about people. So I ask again, what are we doing here? Who do we serve? Is it people like Tara and Cheryl and Crystal and Frank who are working hard and doing everything right to just try to get by? Or is it a bunch of billionaires who've already made it and who don't need another handout?
Working on billionaires.
If my colleagues don't
who line
believe
their
me,
pockets.
I urge them to go read some of the emails and listen to some of the phone calls that they're getting. Maybe hold a town hall. Listen to those folks. Really, listen to what they are saying. Don't crush their American dream. Don't rig the system even more against them. Don't take a vote just because it's easy. We can do better for the people we serve. Mr. President, they deserve that from us. Thank you, and I yield the floor.
We do deserve better. Are they going to give us better? That's the question. Are they going to give us better?
President.
You know we deserve better.
Chair recognizes the senator from Wisconsin.
I rise today in disbelief. You know, it may sound a little cheesy, but at the end of the day, I fundamentally believe in public service. I believe it can be a force for good, a force that gives people opportunity, a force that is people-powered, that can lift our neighbors up and instill hope, a force that meets the toughest challenges of our constituents, and that is why I am struck with disbelief. Disbelief because if you believe these things like I do, which I would argue most of my colleagues here do, why would you be jamming this bill through?
Yeah, that's what they be saying.
At a
too, that
time
they be
when
doing
Wisconsin
insider
families
trading.
are
They say
asking
Nancy
us to
Pelosi,
take on the high cost
they have
of
like an
living
app
and let
that
them have a
follow
fair shot
everything
at
she do.
success, Republicans are raising costs and making an already unfair tax system even worse. My Republican colleagues are not using their time and energy to go after greedy corporations, not to lower the cost of housing, and not to expand access to affordable health care, but rather they are instead forging ahead with a bill that will kick millions of Americans off their health insurance, jack up prices for care for millions more, and literally take food off the tables of hungry families. Look, I was on the same ballot as Donald Trump last year. I heard the same concerns from my constituents that he did. Families needed some breathing room. My Republican colleagues often say that this president's victory gave him a mandate. Well, then, the president and I got the same mandate: to lower costs and give people the opportunity to live a steady and comfortable life. But in response, the difference could not be more stark. I'm actually working to do something about it. And this bill, the landmark bill from this president and the Republican Party, does just the opposite and will raise costs for families. One of the biggest cost drivers I hear about is health care. And so instead of standing up to big drug companies to lower prescription drug costs, and instead of building on the Affordable Care Act to expand access to health care coverage, this bill actually terminates coverage for Americans. In fact, 17 million Americans will be kicked off either Medicaid or the Affordable Care Act because of this bill. That is like stripping health care coverage from the entire populations of Wisconsin, Minnesota, and Iowa combined. And these aren't just numbers. These are people. These are people who have stories, and they matter. I should know, after battling a childhood illness, I became one of those Americans labeled as having a pre-existing health condition. And insurance companies were legally able to deny me coverage.
Which is bullshit.
But because of the Affordable Care Act, we changed that. And we gave families like mine hope. Hope that they can get health care at a price they can afford and sleep well at night knowing they have coverage. Medicaid has given that same hope for generations.
Medicaid is better than the fucking health care you get in the military.
But with this bill, my Republican colleagues are instilling fear. When we talk about Medicaid, we're talking about the elderly, people with disabilities, and children. We're talking about a single mother of 3 who is struggling to make ends meet, and so many more. I have traveled the state of Wisconsin from Superior to Racine, La Crosse to Green Bay, and everywhere in between
free or affordable
to hear from people who will be harmed by
we
this
could get
bill.
billions of dollars to these other
I have
countries.
come to this very
We
floor
can fucking
to
take
share
care of our
their
people
stories,
right here.
to try to help my Republican colleagues
That's how I feel.
understand
You can give billions of
what
dollars
this
to these
bill
other countries.
will mean.
We can take care of our people.
But it's not
right
just
here.
the folks who need Medicaid to survive who are sounding the alarm. Take it from Dr. Abigail Wilgruber, a family medical resident in rural Wisconsin. She said this bill, quote, will deprive millions of Americans, particularly children, seniors, and individuals with disabilities, of the care they need to survive. She continued saying, these provisions will limit my ability to complete my job to the fullest, will lead to worse outcomes for patients. Or take it from Rosalanja Burbot, the executive director of an outpatient counseling center in the Fox Valley in Wisconsin, who said, and I quote, without Medicaid and Medicare reimbursements or with reduced rates, our nonprofit will struggle to survive. She continued to say, quote, I would hate to consider cutting staff or programs, but that could become our only option. We would lose the ability to serve hundreds of clients.
I
Not
feel like
because
we
the
in a
need
recession
has
and they just
diminished,
not calling
but
it a
because
recession.
we could no longer afford to provide care without reimbursement. I have more and more of these stories from doctors, nurses, and administrators on the ground who are spelling out the absolutely dire consequences of this bill. In Wisconsin, we are already in a crisis when it comes to getting
it's a
good
recession.
health care
They're just not
in our
calling it
rural
a recession.
communities.
They don't want to put everybody
The
in the wrong, but we
system
doing
is broken.
everything like if it's a recession.
And this bill is
Tightening
destined
our
to make
belts, we
it
trying to.
only worse. While health care is near and dear to my heart, there is more bad news in this bill. Republicans' big betrayal will also take food assistance, the literal means by which some people are able to put nutritious food on the table, away from them. This bill will take SNAP assistance, our nation's best way to make sure that no one goes hungry, away from more than 3 million Americans. And that leads us to the why. Republicans are making all of these cuts so that they can rig our tax code, which I must say already is deeply unfair to working families. And they would further tilt it in favor of the biggest corporations and the richest in our country. The Republican bill gives people at the top 0.1%, the richest of the rich, a tax cut of more than $250,000 every year.
That's crazy.
Yes, $250,000 a year. All the while, this bill hits working families the hardest. When taking into account the disastrous Medicaid and SNAP cuts, many working families would see their annual incomes fall by over $1,500. And it doesn't have to be this way. Yes, our system for taxes and health care are broken, but this bill is not the solution. This bill would make it harder for working families to have the opportunity to get ahead, harder for parents to get their kids health care, harder for families to put food on the table.
Like, why was this shit
We,
even a proposal?
Democrats and Republicans, should be working together to give some relief to workers. But instead, Republicans will choose to go it alone and vote to give the biggest corporations and the wealthy another unfair leg up. I will end with this. While I remain in disbelief and frankly disgust, I will always have hope. I have hope because it's not the people in this chamber with the power, it's the people. It's the people who will sadly feel the repercussions of this bill. It's the people who are rising up and will hold anyone who passes this disastrous bill accountable. That is where the true power is. And with that, I yield.
Do that. Snuck up behind.
Madam President,
The working
Senator
single
from
father who
Hawaii.
works regularly, 50,
Madam
60
President,
hours
Democrats
a week.
have been on the floor for hours today, pointing out what's in this
Those have ever done it,
1,000-page bill that took
just
over
gotta figure out what's the
16
catch.
hours to read. I call it the 1,000 pages of pain the billionaires gain. So it's
the
bad
billionaire
enough
gains
that my colleagues have been on the floor talking about how this bill is going to hurt people on Medicaid, taking food away from our children and families through major cuts to the SNAP program, health care, food, housing, energy support, you name it. The pain is in this bill. But one of the areas that people don't know about is this bill actually has provisions that would take away support for our public schools. Okay, let that sink in.
They need to
It's not
revamp the
enough
public
that this
schools.
bill has 1,000 pages of pain in just about every aspect of our lives that you can think of, but now they're coming after support for our public schools. So today, I am rising as an advocate for the 49 million children who are enrolled in public schools across our country. Nearly 90% of K-12 students go to public schools, including 95% of children with disabilities. Yet, we have a regime that is actively working to end federal support for public
There's always
schools.
a catch. There's always saying that.
We have a president who
That's why
tried
they
to
make
totally
these long-ass
eliminate
bills, 'cause
the
the devil's in
Department
the
of
detail. They know
Education,
most
and
people
sadly
ain't
for
gonna read
him, he can't do it with through executive order because only Congress can do that. But they're doing a lot of other things that withhold support for public schools. So, as Republicans in Congress are trying to undermine support for public schools through the first ever national private school voucher program. Let that sink in. The first ever national private school voucher program. That is taking money away from public schools and basically turning it over to private schools through a voucher program. So let's be clear. The school voucher program, the provision, isn't about money for schools. It's about even more money for billionaires because they're the folks who are going to get the most out of this voucher for public schools program. Under this program, wealthy donors would receive large handouts for supporting school vouchers. So this is why
When they cut her mic. With a name like Diaz, you should answer that
the
question
Washington Post
for
in
us.
their headline, GOP voucher plan would divert billions,
Listen, I know
$4
teachers
billion a year in
that
taxes
say
in
that they need a
perpetuity
refund.
to private schools.
They need to fix the public school system.
So specifically, the plan would provide a dollar-for-dollar tax credit. We're not talking about tax deductions. We're talking about a tax credit. This is money that comes right off your taxable amount. So what this bill would do is provide a tax credit of $5,000 or 10% of a taxpayer's adjusted gross income, whichever is greater. So a taxpayer making $10 million, we do have people who make $10 million a year, could contribute $1 million and receive a credit for that full amount. How do you like that? You can get $1 million off your tax bill by contributing to this private school voucher program. So rather than calling this plan what it is, and I tell you, the word scam comes to my mind. It's like scamming the public schools. Republicans are deceitfully trying to sell this plan as an expansion of school choice for families. Oh, isn't this voucher program great? More families can send their kids to private school. Here's the reality.
You get to pick what high schools and all that shit.
Based on what we know about school voucher programs, they do not promote school choice.
You go to your zone school.
Let me give you two examples of why this argument does not hold water. For one thing,
specialized
school
schools
vouchers
you take a test
do not cover the full cost of private school tuition. When was the last time anybody thought about how much private schools cost? Maybe, in schools in Hawaii, private schools can cost something in the order of $15,000 to $20,000 a year, starting from kindergarten. A voucher program will not support that full amount. That means that families who want to send their kids to these private schools will have to make up the cost difference. Yeah. Well, how many middle-income, low-income families would be able to exercise that choice to send their child to a private school that costs that much? And not only that,
about sending my kids to private
as we have seen in states that have passed voucher programs, private schools often raise their tuition when they become eligible for vouchers. Iowa is an example. After they approved vouchers in 2022, Private schools there increased their prices by over 20% for kindergarten and by over 10% for other grade levels. Here's another example of why this argument that this program promotes choice.
Agree with you.
There are fewer private schools in rural communities, so many families do not have access to private schools if they live in rural communities. How does this expand choice for these families?
Let's keep it real. And a lot of
the
these
reality
rural
is
have like one
the majority of vouchers have gone to wealthy families and to subsidizing school tuition for students who already attend private schools. Under this bill, Republicans will make that even worse by prioritizing scholarships for these students. I'm going to repeat that because not only is it bad enough that we're going to divert all of this money basically to private schools, but this bill actually has a provision that says the people who will get these scholarships are students who already go to private schools. In Louisiana, for example, now 99% of voucher tax credits there went to families with annual incomes above $200,000. In Virginia, the number was 87% of vouchers in that state going to wealthy families. In Arizona, it was 60%. Americans have consistently rejected school voucher programs and initiatives. Nebraska, Kentucky, and Colorado have all voted against voucher programs within the last year. In Nebraska, school vouchers were put on the ballot last November, and they were soundly defeated for the fourth time. This is not a Democratic or Republican issue. Nebraska is not a red state. They voted for a Republican president by a 20-point margin, and yet they rejected school vouchers with 57% of the vote. The bottom line is, vouchers take money away from public schools, and Americans of all political stripes understand
How about
that.
this? Instead of doing that,
According
take that
to
money
All
and
for Ed,
better
over
the public
2/3
schools.
of
It's better
voters
the public
would
education
rather increase
and
funding
bring
for
back
public
the trades
schools
to the schools
than increase funding for voucher programs. That is not a new sentiment. In all 17 state referendums on school vouchers since 1967, voters have rejected these programs. While the Republicans in this chamber may not give a rip about public schools, the vast majority of Americans get it. Democrats, Republicans, independents alike support strengthening our public schools, not taking money away from our public schools, because they know that strong public education is fundamental to a strong country. Well, undeterred by public sentiment, Republicans are trying to create, as I mentioned, a nationwide school voucher program. It's not enough that some states have voucher programs, but now the Republicans, through this misguided almost 1,000 pages of pain bill, they want to provide $4 billion per year for a private school voucher program with no accountability. Remember early on I said
from the private
that
school and teach it in the
huge
public
percentage
school. And
of
give
children
teachers a
with
raise. If
disabilities
you
go to
pay teachers more,
public
you'll get
schools.
better goddamn teachers
Well,
too.
private schools do not have any responsibility to make sure that they are providing education for children with disabilities. So no accountability. Let's just provide $4 billion per year, perpetuity, tax credit for private school programs that have no accountability along these lines.
I went to private school.
We all know that this kind of funding could be used for rural and low-income schools, for students with disabilities, for other programs that actually support and strengthen public schools. Instead,
I'm just talking shit.
under the Republicans' plan, that funding will go to wealthy donors who will receive large handouts, up to $4 billion a year, for supporting school vouchers. Again, this plan will enable a taxpayer making $10 million a year to contribute $1 million and receive a dollar-for-dollar credit for that full amount. And even worse,
it's a win-win.
The taxpayer could contribute appreciated stock and avoid capital gains on the appreciation.
Oh, that's a win-win, though.
There's all kinds of data on who owns stocks
they get their tax
in this country. And generally, it's the people with a lot of wealth. So this bill had a provision that enabled people to donate appreciated stock so that they could escape capital gains taxes on that stock contribution totally.
I think they need to get rid of that fucking capital gains
So this
tax.
Republican voucher proposal, outlandish as it is, was briefly delayed after it was deemed non-compliant with budget rules earlier this week. Republicans remained undeterred, and they have decided to plow forward with a nearly identical plan. What it comes down to is this plan does not help students. It does not promote choice. It does not support public schools where the majority of our kids go. We should be supporting our public schools, not taking resources away from them. So my Democratic colleagues and I will continue to fight to fund quality public schools to improve public education in this country. Foundational. This voucher plan is yet another wrong-headed proposal that should be called out for what it is, a handout for the wealthy at the expense of hardworking American families. I urge my colleagues to reject this idea, and I yield back.
They need to have a time limit. She's been talking for a long time about nothing.
Madam President.
The senator from Georgia.
Madam President, I rise tonight in a moral moment in our nation. As we debate this bill, so much is on the line. The health care of over 16 million Americans, 750,000 of them Georgians, is on the line. Food for hungry children.
Why do they always say food
in a wealthy nation where 1 in 5 children
if the parents can't eat, the kids
already
won't
food
be able to survive
insecure.
without them.
They don't know where their next meal is coming from. Their livelihood, their welfare is on the line.
They trying to get you to feel bad.
The well-being of seniors in nursing homes and the disabled who rely on Medicaid and those who care for them is on the line. The fate of rural hospitals in Georgia, in Alaska, in Louisiana, in little towns all over this nation that are right now barely hanging on is on the line. And the scraps that they are throwing them while cutting them will not save them.
It's been a 10-hour live. I've probably been
and my friends on the other side of the aisle know it. They know that these scraps that they're throwing at rural hospitals will not save them.
I want to call it a night.
And so in a very real sense, lives
I gotta go to work in the
are
morning,
on the
but I'll
line.
be
We are
back
in a
on
moral
tomorrow.
moment.
I got karate and everything.
Because
with my
something else
son.
is on the line.
I won't be on until about 8, 9 o'clock for about
I
2
submit that
hours.
the character of the country
My mama flies in town
is on the line.
Thursday. So that's
In
gonna
real
be
sense, the
eventful.
question tonight is who are we?
Pick her up from the airport.
Not who do we tell ourselves
Appreciate
we
everybody
are,
that tuned in. Appreciate everybody that hit that
but who are
like.
we really?
And until mañana, peace.
What and who do we care about? What kind of nation are we? And what kind of people do we want to be? Who matters? And who doesn't? Who do we think is dispensable? In no place is the answer to that question clearer than in a nation's budget. I submit that a budget is not just a fiscal document. A budget is a moral document. Show me your budget and I'll show you who you think matters.